In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, the Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3, Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, Agorism and parallel networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3, Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.
I think we're live. Welcome to day 2 of the Greater Reset 3 integration. If everybody could quiet down in here, please. And let's go ahead and get John on screen. Let's get Texas on the screen. I think it's going to work today. John?
All right. How are you?
All right, let's get Texas volume up a little bit if we can. Let's get his volume. What's up, man? Can you hear us?
How's everybody doing? We're here in Texas. Yeehaw!
Let's make sure we can hear John on our side. Welcome to everybody who's at home watching us to day 2 of the Greater Reset. John, we're just checking your levels over here real quick. Go ahead and say something for us, John.
Life is good. Welcome to the Greater Reset 3 integration, where together we're changing the world
We can't hear him
for the
coming
better.
through.
Well,
go ahead, John.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. The Greater Reset. Rock and roll. Más sonida in Mexico. Mexico, Mexico.
Bring in John. We can hear him barely.
Well, life
All
is
right.
good here in Texas. How's the weather
John,
down
how's
there,
it going
Derek?
in Texas?
We're good. We're good. Everyone's feeling free. You guys feeling free? I've never felt more free in my life. How you guys doing? All right. Well, today is day 2 of the Greater Reset. The topic and focus for today is agorism and parallel networks. Agorism, also known as revolutionary market anarchism, was an idea outlined by Samuel Edward Konkin III in the New Libertarian Manifesto. And essentially, it's the idea that rather than competing within the state through politics, we compete with the state by creating parallel networks. And I ultimately believe that this is the best path that we do have to create freedom. This was an important path with the traditional tyranny we're experiencing, like the drug war and the police state and surveillance state and the income tax. But now with this diabolical technocracy that we're facing, it's never been more important to create parallel networks. And a lot of people are being forced to do so. So one of the messages we want to convey today is before things turn into an Australia or Canada situation, and we're going to spend some time focusing and sending our love their way and some positive energy their way, before things turn that way everywhere over the world, we need to lay the groundwork and the foundation so in the present moment and in the future, we don't have to be faced with some really difficult choices. Like we're going to lose our income unless we take an experimental jab, or we can't even leave the country if we wanted to. That's the circumstances many of our brothers and sisters are facing. So the idea is, let's do the hard work now. So when they say you can't come into our grocery store unless you're wearing a mask or you're vaccinated, we say, that's fine. We've been shopping at Zoe Market across the street. They don't require masks. In fact, they prefer you not wear one. And that's really what the parallel network thing is all about. Am I right, Derek?
Yes, you are right. Hey, make some noise here in Mexico. Let them hear you in Texas.
All right.
Yeah, we're doing good here in Mexico, John. We're excited. We're excited to everybody who's tuned in at home. We know we have some friends in Europe. It's already late for you. We appreciate you staying up for us. John, you were just explaining a little bit about agorism. I just want to share a little bit of my thoughts on that briefly before we get to our first speaker in a couple minutes. For everyone who heard me speak yesterday, I kind of went into a little bit of what you're going to hear from some of the speakers today. And I want to tell a story about John for a second. If you followed my work or you heard my talk yesterday, we were talking about agorism, opting out of systems, exiting building better systems. And the person that introduced me to that idea is Mr. John Bush himself in a speech he gave in Houston more than 10 years ago. And I want you guys to hear this. If you're having side conversations, please exit the room right now and respect everybody else in this room. I want you to hear this. John said something so simple and so clear that my 2011 young mind, only 2 years into this journey, heard him and applied it to every aspect of my life. John made it clear, we were at a Federal Reserve protest in Houston. There used to be a big kind of march against the Federal Reserve protest movement around the country. And that was culminating, I think, around 2012 with these huge marches all around the country. And people were rallying, they were protesting, et cetera. And John gave this speech right outside the Federal Reserve saying, look, if we're going to protest the Federal Reserve, the best way to protest is to stop using the Federal Reserve system. We can protest and march and we can go out there and buy our In the Fed shirts, but if we're paying in Federal Reserve notes, we're just supporting the same system, right? And that idea, and this was before Bitcoin was anything or crypto or anything, it was just like the idea, they were barely there yet. So I credit John for introducing me to those ideas, which have now become the basis for all of my work and what you guys heard from me yesterday. Today is going to be focused on that entirely. We're going to have James Guzman up next, Catherine Austin Fitz, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Sterling Luhans, who are here in the house with us, and we've got some more powerful speakers. Anything else you want to say, John, before we move on to the speakers?
No, thanks for the love, Derek. I think me and you have we got a little mutual admiration society going, because I have learned a lot from you, and it's an honor to work alongside you. So really appreciate everything that you're doing and the work that you're doing in Mexico. And I think what's most important is not just sharing these ideas, but putting them into practice. And I don't think I know anyone that embodies agorism more so than you do. So I shared the idea, but you're out there living it, brother. So much love. Give it up for Derek Bros.
Thank you for that, John. All right, well, let's check out the Texas crowd. Show us the Texas crowd again, John. We just saw a shot of that. Make some noise over there in Texas. Yeah. All right. And we do want to remind everybody, if you enjoy the content you're hearing, if you enjoy the ideas and you're going to apply them in your lives, please consider making even a $1 donation to the effort to upgrade the Freedom Cell Network so we can continue to help more and more people reach people in their community. If everybody here, everybody in Texas, and everybody watching at home gave even $1, it would make a big difference. And our first goal is to translate the entire Freedom Cell website into as many languages as possible. As I was saying yesterday, we do have live Spanish translations. If you know friends who are in the community or nearby and maybe want to come, but they won't be able to understand English, we have headphones back there they can check out and hear it live in person. This is one of the efforts that we're making to reach more and more people around the world. And all the archives are going to be released in English and Spanish, and we welcome anybody at home who feels like translating to go ahead and do that for us. And not sure what you're putting on the screen, but let's go ahead and go to James. We're going to go to our first speaker here, and he's our first in-person speaker. We have 2 here. We got a couple in Texas, and the rest will be virtual. So thank you guys for being here with us. We do encourage you to visit the website and check out the speakers if you want to learn more about who they are and the work that they do. So James Guzman is somebody that I've become acquainted with in the last couple years as I've been in Mexico. He's been in Mexico longer than myself, and he's just a couple hours away from here, and been doing really good work helping people who are trying to transition to Mexico in a number of different ways. He's also somebody that understands Agorism and getting out of the systems and trying to build better systems. So we're going to go to James Guzman. Please give him a round of applause.
All right, guys, let me get my screen set up here. Okay. Does that work? I can't see anything. All right. Anyways, well, maybe I'll move this so you can't see me. There we go. Okay. Well, first of all, I'm very honored that I've been asked to speak here. I mean, let's give it up for John and Derek. They're really throwing a great event. I think everybody's having a great time. Now, last night Derek talked about agorism, John just talked about agorism, but I thought maybe I'd talk about it even more and explain, because there's probably a lot of people that don't know what that means and how does that relate to parallel systems. So first of all, my name is James Guzman. I live in San Miguel de Allende. We got some San Miguel de Allende people in here. Give it up. Hey, make some noise. All right. And so I've been living there for 8 years. I've been living in Mexico for 10. And I have a blog, a podcast, do videos basically about exploring the topics of autonomous income and expatriation, saving money on taxes, just basically freedom, how to bring freedom into your own life. And on borderlessblog.com, Borderless Podcast. And we also have a Freedom Cell in San Miguel de Allende that I started not too long ago, less than a year ago. and it has 175 people in there. Hopefully we get to over 200 pretty soon, so that's not bad. The town is not very big, so we're getting somewhere. And so anyway, today I wanted to start by introducing the ideas of agorism as they have, but maybe we'll get a little bit more in depth quickly. Also how it goes with parallel structures for people that are not familiar with the terms, and how we can practically use that as a strategy to survive and thrive in the coming years, despite what the so-called global elites have planned for us during the actual Great Reset, and we're going to do something different here at the Greater Reset. So first of all, I think, to just start from the basics, I would assume that everybody here, they have liberated their mind from the mass hysteria and the things that are going on right outside, and that also they're looking for more of a society that is based on voluntary actions. Is there anybody that doesn't describe? No, I don't think so. Okay, good, because that's going to be the basis of pretty much everything. We can disagree on all kinds of different topics and all that, but I think that throughout this whole conference, that's basically what we're talking about, and we can go from there. So those are the core principles that we're going to discuss. Maybe a lot of people have been woken up, so to say, or shaken up by this COVID, whatever you want to call it, thing that's been going on, the hysteria. And it's made it impossible to ignore kind of a lot of the totalitarian tendencies in the societies that we're living in, right? But this is something that most people, I think, that are speaking, certainly Derek and John, have been talking about for a long time, as well as I have. And I think it's just made it in your face, unavoidable. So we're going to talk about, and what agorism is about is basically, how do we get to this point? And, a lot of us that maybe have seen this in the past are seeing it going even further. This is just one symptom of what we've seen for a long time. And, in the future that we'd see, a lot of us see economic crisis, supply disruptions, rising energy costs, even war and other things like that, that probably we want to avoid, right? So how can we practically do that? Instead of dwelling on any type of dystopia or things like that they have set up for us, how about we take our time and our energy, instead of just dwelling on whatever negative things that they're doing, how about we can think about how we can make a positive future for ourselves. So one of those strategies is called agorism. All right. So agorism, as has been talked about by Derek last night, is a philosophy that was brought up by a guy named Samuel Edward Konkin III, and he was a libertarian thinker. The word comes from the word agora. The agora was the word for the marketplace, the center place of people getting together in ancient Greece, as you can see on the slide. For a lot of people that live in Mexico or in the United States, I mean, that does kind of look familiar, right? It looks like a market, a farmer's market, something like that. So that's kind of the excuse me. That's kind of the idea, is a marketplace where people can get together and freely exchange. It's kind of an archetypal tool that where person-to-person markets to illustrate how you can undermine the system at large using black and gray markets. This activity is doing it in practice is called counter-economics. Counter-economics is the study and or practice of all peaceful human action which is forbidden by the state. All right. So there is an agorist class theory. Like I said, I'm going to get into it a little bit more than they did. Might be a little academic, but let's talk about what does it actually mean? What are we talking about? So in normal libertarian theory, you have two classes. You have people that are net payers into the state and net takers. Okay? And Konkin did not see it so cut and dry, because a lot of the, obviously, the corporation, it's a giant corporate system at large. Most of the corporations benefit from state privileges, which aren't so easily recognizable for a lot of people. And I think that in the last 2 years, that's become very obvious. And so actually, the idea of agorism has grown a lot, and a lot of these type of ideas have, because you could see how a lot of the so-called free market corporations are going lockstep in with these government mandates, sometimes even overdoing what the government says. So what's going on here? Well, Konkin said that this is because you're not understanding the large, the status system at large, and that now he's dead. He's been dead for a while, but if you recognize it now, we're at much a later stage of this status system that we live under, and which causes these large corporations that rely on the state for their very existence, and they operate as de facto government agencies. Central bank bailouts, compromised regulatory enforcement, and complicated tax structures are only some of the factors that make it impossible to separate those two classes so easily. So for this reason, Konkin sought to create a new, more practical class theory that could be used for strategic purposes. All right? Okay, and so this is the Agorism class theory. You have 5, okay? Number 1 would be the white markets, which is basically what most people know, right? So this is these businesses that are considered legal by the state and which are regulated and taxed. So just 100% on board with everything: banks, large grocery stores, department stores, all large corporations, usually doing business in nothing but fiat currency, obviously. These are the white markets. Then you have what's called gray markets. Gray markets are businesses, services that are legal but operate outside the state's supervision, usually not taxable or not completely taxable, and they consist of untaxed and unregulated goods and services. So I've written some things on here: farmers markets, sometimes freelancers, homeschooling, neighborhood watch, independent media, independent medical practitioners, something that I think a lot of people have been thinking about lately. Then you have black markets. Black markets are markets that are illegal by the state, but engage in, no, I'm sorry, that's not right. But they're illegal by the state, but are voluntary. So, these, again, prostitution, 3D printed guns, Silk Road smuggling, things like that, things that are done on a voluntary basis. So from a voluntary perspective, they wouldn't consider them to be illegal, immoral, but they are completely banned from the state. You're not supposed to do that. Then you have red markets, which are illegal by the state, but engage in violence and coercion, okay? Or from the Agorist theory, they would be immoral, right? So human trafficking, assassination, extortion. Then you have pink markets, which is the government basically involved in all the things that, pretty much everything in Agorist theory that the government does is involuntary. So it's kind of weird, the pink and red, but I think you get the point. So here is a quote from what they call him SEK3. As more people reject the state's specifications, the countereconomy grows both vertically and horizontally. Horizontally involves more and more people who turn more and more of their activities toward the counter-economic. Vertically, it means new structures, business and services grow, specifically to serve the countereconomy. So now we move on to a little bit further into it, which is the horizontal and vertical, how this incorporates into horizontal and vertical structures. I'm not sure who put this together. I think Derek or somebody he worked with had something to do with it, but I found it on the internet, and so I think it kind of shows you the idea that the idea is that as you build, so at the bottom you start with just basic person-to-person things, even thinking about how you can do things, backyard gardens, and then as you have more people engaging in it, then they can help each other. You can build more complicated structures, like at the top you see independent media, you see counter-economic markets, decentralized technology that can then support all the people that are participating in these markets. So that's kind of the idea, is that it would start at the bottom. The more people you have, it would kind of grow into its own parallel structure, which is what we're going to talk about. So this incorporates into the idea of parallel structures, which is another term, but it is coined by a guy named Václav Havel. And you see, although SEK3 puts his own labels on these terms, this strategy or tactic is not new. In fact, black and gray markets are what have allowed for millions of people to survive under many totalitarian regimes. One notable example is what is labeled the second economy during the Soviet Union, which has been documented extensively as the means to which a large portion of the population was able to survive under otherwise unlivable circumstances, and which contributed greatly to the demise of the entire Soviet regime. So this was kind of the idea of Konkin as well, is not just a way to survive, but that so many people would participate that it would kind of undermine and in the end collapse the authoritarian system. But whether that happens or not, the point is that it can help you survive through it. The second economy is something that begins to flourish the more the totalitarian a society shifts. The participants do not need to be aware of the philosophical foundation of voluntary transactions. They participate for sheer survival. I'll just throw that up there. In the same train of thought, we have what is called parallel structures, which is defined as any form of organization, business, institution, technology, or creative pursuit that exists physically within a totalitarian society, yet morally outside of it. Václav Havel was a political dissident under the communist rule of Czechoslovakia. He eventually became the president, people know him, and coined the term in the book The Power of the Powerless, where he wrote about the absurd nature of living under the totalitarian Soviet regime. And he wrote, "We never decided to become dissidents. We have never been transformed into them. We have been transformed into them. Without quite knowing how, sometimes we have ended up in prison and did certain things that we felt we ought to do and that seemed to us decent to do. Nothing more, nothing less. As you can see, during those circumstances, much of the population naturally must participate in the second economy and build parallel structures." He also wrote, "When parallel structures are formed, a second society or culture can spontaneously form and function as an enclave of freedom and sanity in a totalitarian world." He noted that in Soviet Union, parallel structures, or the second economy, was actually more effective at combating totalitarianism than political action. So I think that's kind of the point of agorism, is that, you're not going out voting. I mean, you can do some local activism and things like that, but instead of concentrating on that, you concentrate on how you can build agorist market parallel structures within people that are on the same page with you. Okay. Here's another quote. "What else are parallel structures than an area where a different life can be lived, a life that is in harmony with its own aims, and which in turn structures itself in harmony with those aims? What else are those initial attempts at social self-organization than the efforts of a certain part of society to rid itself of the self-sustaining aspects of totalitarianism and thus to extricate itself rapidly from its involvement in the totalitarian system?" I took this, maybe a lot of people are familiar with this image there. It's from a YouTube video. It's a YouTube channel called Actor School. Credit to that. Very good YouTube channel. All right, so now that we understand the strategy of agorism and building parallel structures, I want to talk more about how you can put them in practice. I want to make sure that it's understood that even Konkin recognized that there are degrees which people are going to participate in the, whether it's white and black and gray markets. We wouldn't expect everybody to immediately be working 100% outside the system. And it's understandable, for instance, that someone is not going to run out and quit their job if they have nothing to fall back on because they work for one of these quasi-government corporations. And it is advisable, however, to try, at the very least, to create other streams of income, side hustles, or skills that you can practice outside the system that you can fall back on and perhaps will eventually replace your salary, that you can replace your salary with. I will also add that there are obviously times when it's possible to not deal with to not avoid dealing with white market businesses. There are instances where you have to have a bank account, for instance, or insurance. It will be necessary, and there's no other options outside the system. Also, if you do have money that is unavoidably inside the system, another option, which this is not Konkin's idea, but something I talk about, is that sometimes you can engage in the same if you have money that's in the system, you're making it in, unavoidably in a banking system, you can't, what you want to do is avoid paying as much tax as possible. So there's a lot of different tax strategies you can do to pay as less as possible in a legal way. At this point, I wanted to brainstorm with you guys and think about some side hustles, other things that people can do and people are already doing to create or participate in parallel structures. I've already put some up there. So we talked before about farmers markets, flea markets, homeschooling groups, neighborhood watch, independent medical practitioner. So I don't know if some people want to just throw some things that they're doing out there to give people some ideas about what they can do. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that basically independent medical practitioner trying to help people detox if they have had bad effects from vaccine. Anybody else doing anything? Co-ops, okay, so any type of co-op. Yeah, that's more of a structure, but yeah, you can do cooperatives, but yeah, so anything else? There you go. Yeah, that's perfect. So a lot of different skills. Oh, I'm out of the video here. A lot of skills that you can have. So he repairs bicycles, repair cars, help people with their vegetable gardens, or help people do a lot of things. So yeah, so I think that you get the idea of that. And then, the idea is that once you have those people on the beginning kind of vertical structure, other people could support them with other things like helping them exchange cryptocurrencies or starting a precious metals trading group in town, all things like this. All right, so we're all here now to work together on this type. So I hope that you will take the time to think about how you can help and network with others to make it happen. That's what the Greater Reset is all about, right? That's why we're here. And Freedom Cells is all about. So once we have enough people with an established enough network of people participating, we can form support groups and intentional communities that will be able to survive and thrive no matter what happens during these times of economic crisis, which we may be seeing in the near future, or authoritarianism, which we seem to be living through presently. That's all I've got on the basics of agorism. And I did want to end on just a picture of Ross Ulbricht because I didn't think it was right. I hope that somebody could mention Ross Ulbricht, who basically sacrificed himself for these types of ideas and is in jail for maybe his life. So that's agorism in a nutshell, and I hope everybody can understand that now. Thank you.
Yeah, give a big round of applause for James. I think that I want to say that as a speaker, it's always a challenge between trying to communicate really complex ideas and, like James said, not getting too academic and boring people, but hoping that they understand these are important ideas. So I'm glad James went deeper. Yesterday, I kind of talked about it more abstractly. And yeah, let's get John up on the screen for a moment. We're going to get ready for our next speaker in just a couple minutes. Who's ready for Catherine Austin Fitts? What's up, John?
What's up, Big D? How are you?
Doing good, man. We need to bring
Thanks,
John up
James.
on that side. We're doing good, man.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Life's good.
What
I
did
want
you
to
think
thank
about
James
James's
for sharing.
presentation?
I appreciated it, and I think agorism. Some people say agorism. I think that's actually the appropriate, proper way to say it. But I'm a rebel, so nobody gonna force me to say it that way. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. You say taxation, I say theft. That one too. I think it was great, and I appreciate his understanding. And I think he's somebody that's really living agorism and helping people to escape the matrix. So that's really important. And there's all sorts of steps. Remember, folks, I think a lot of people get overwhelmed by the ideas that we share, and they expect that they need to be full-on agorist and completely out of the system overnight. let us remember that it's completely appropriate to take baby steps and to take slow, methodical, strategic action. We don't want anyone to put themselves at risk. We don't want anyone to lose wealth or a 401k they've worked really hard for, but we do need to be taking action. And sometimes we got to put a little skin in the game, right? We're rebels. We're not going to create the freedom that we desire in our lives or collectively unless we take a little bit of risk. But when we take that risk, let's take calculated risks. And most importantly, let's build a solid community that can support one another. So one day we have the strength and numbers necessary to risk it all and say, hell no, we declare our independence and we're no longer participating in your BS.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. We said this yesterday, but again, in case maybe it's worth repeating every day, John, that the goal of the Freedom Cell Network is exactly what John just said, that we build alternative structures that begin to compete with the mainstream system, and eventually we're strong enough that they don't have the public support and the power to come try to take one of us out, because ultimately, collectively, we become too strong to create whatever it is. I mean, that's where we believe it has to go. So yeah, and one of the things that I want to talk about for a moment before we bring on Catherine is in the Agorist, and John's right, it is pronounced Agorism as per the man who created it, but say it however you want. Agorism, Agorism. It comes from the word agora, so that's where it comes from. But a big part of that is creating new systems, right? And one of the biggest spaces where alternative systems have been created, or at least are attempting to be created, is in cryptocurrency and with things like blockchain. And maybe some of you have noticed in recent months this topic becoming increasingly divisive or controversial for some people. There might be some of you who really are against crypto, or we had a crypto meetup earlier for people who are interested in it. And ultimately, what we're trying to say as an event, that's up to you guys to decide. We want to bring all kinds of ideas to the table and let you decide what's best for you, right? If that means using cryptocurrency, great. If that means using only cash on Fridays or only cash every day, or working under the table, or creating an alternative paper currency, it doesn't have to be digital. Whatever those tools are, we want to encourage that to happen, right? Let's not get stuck in the division of, are you vegan or not vegan? Are you crypto or this or this? I mean, I think it's very easy, and there are people who would like for our different movements to spend time dividing against each other as opposed to seeing the common ground that we do have. So I just want to remind that. And did anybody get a chance to hear my recent interview with Catherine? We did a podcast, the Activation Podcast, and we went really deep. And I encourage you to go listen to that. It's really insightful. And I know Catherine has some more insights to share today. So let's get right to it. Please welcome Catherine Austin Fitts.
Okay, Derek, you have to tell me if you can hear me or not.
Let's make sure we can hear Catherine before we pass it off to her.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh, fabulous. Okay? Great. Yes. No, I hear you great. And the audience even better.
I'm gonna pass it off to you, Catherine. The only thing I would suggest is if maybe you can hold your microphone a little closer to your mouth, then it should be good.
Okay, great. I'll hold it.
Thank you so much, Catherine.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Again, I want to say thank you to Derek and his team for bringing this effort together, and thank all of you in the audience in all locations for supporting Derek and his group in making this event possible, and also for the opportunity to address you. I want to talk today, my title is Lesson Learned, Creating Currencies and Local Venture. I want to talk about some of the things we've learned, both about the current currency system, what's happening with the current currency system because we're in the middle of a financial reset, as well as many of the principles that we've learned throughout thousands of years about what makes a successful currency and what doesn't. My hope is that we'll all be in the business of making lots of currencies, because I would love to see the currency function decentralized. And so it's learning about currencies is something we can all do, and it's something as we start to build communities, we're all going to get in the business of. I would note that in the middle of the Great Depression in the United States, there are 3,100 counties and there were 3,100 local currencies. I wish they had continued. I also want to say a few words about local venture, because successful local currencies and venture are tied at the hip. And so you want to think about both of them and do both of them at the same time. So we all know, let me start. I have four sort of topics I want to cover: the current currency system, the going direct reset, the key principles of a successful currency, and then a few words on local venture. On we all know the current currency system is the U.S. dollar. If you look at how long reserve currencies last, it's clearly ending the end of a life cycle. What's interesting is it is theoretically possible that the dollar system could be completely reformed and work for quite a lot longer. It doesn't look like that is what's going to happen, but I want to make clear, a fiat currency properly governed and managed can work. The current dollar system is technically run by the United States, but it's really run by what I would call the Anglo-American Alliance and the G7. So it's clearly run from the what has traditionally been the most developed part of the world. It's part of a model that we've had for almost 500 years called the central banking warfare model. The central banks print money and then the military makes sure they change. And for many decades, the dollar system was run by controlling the sea lanes. It was what's called the Bretton Woods system. And now running the reserve currency not only requires control of the sea lanes, but control of the satellite lanes. And it's changing the nature and the economics of what it takes to run a reserve currency. But ultimately, it's important to understand that all of the enforcement is backed up by physical force, by military, intelligence, and law enforcement. And that force is delivered in very obvious ways, but a lot of it increasingly is delivered in very invisible ways, but still very forceful. So what is the going direct reset? Let me just ask for, I think I can see you, a list of hands. How many people here, and maybe Derek, if you're listening or someone else can tell me, how many people here have ever heard of the going direct reset? I can't see you. Somebody shout it out. We got any feedback? Okay, well, I can't hear you. I'll just dive in. The going direct reset occurred on August 22nd, 2019, when the G7 central bankers who meet once a year in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, voted on a plan produced from the BlackRock or through the BlackRock Investment Institute by a group of retired central bankers. One of the things that's important about the going direct reset vote was it followed a period between fiscal 1998 and fiscal 2015 in the United States when $21 trillion went missing from federal accounts. Let that number sink in. $21 trillion. After the 2015 fiscal year books closed and that number was announced, a survey was brought by a professor from Michigan State University working with me to bring transparency the $21 trillion missing from the U.S. government. At that time, the debt was approximately $21 trillion. So imagine in your mind, we borrow $21 trillion and then it disappears out the back door. People are always saying to me, oh, there's no money. Well, of course, there's no money if it all keeps disappearing out of the back door, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just went somewhere. In October 2018, while everybody was watching escapades about Kavanaugh, the new Supreme Court justice's teenage sex life, the House, the Senate, and the White House, Republicans and Democrats alike, administration, Congress, together all agreed on an administrative policy known as the Federal Accounting Standards Advisory Board 56, which is an administrative policy that agrees that the U.S. government doesn't have to obey the financial management laws in the Constitution, in the laws and regulations. In fact, a secret group of people by a secret process can take as much money as they want out of the budget and move it into secret books. What that means, consider that the ultimate end of a financial coup d'etat. The federal government spending is entirely secret and out of control of the U.S. representatives. And I will tell you, I believe that it was that secret money that was part of the secret sauce that made the COVID-19 operation possible. But I will also say it made the COVID-19 operation successful. In financial terms, the COVID-19 operation, as part of the Going Direct Reset, has been the single most successful operation yet in terms of centralizing control and generating tremendous profit. We have 500 new billionaires. So again, if you're looking to control resources centrally, own resources centrally, and relieve other people of their market shares and businesses and resources, very, very successful. I've talked a lot about the extent to which, from 1947, an enormous amount of our economy has become secret and under the control of the national security state. Some of us even call it a breakaway civilization. If you've ever seen any of those stories about a man who has two families who don't know that the other family exists, and he's trying to support them out of one paycheck, it's a little bit what the federal budget in the United States looks like, and I suspect throughout the rest of the developed world. The history of changing the reserve currencies is it tends to happen about every 100 years, and what is fascinating is that this is not the first time that plague laws have been used to facilitate a reset and the change in the reserve currency. If you go back in European history, you can see there's a pattern. The pattern is you have a plague, you use the plague laws to centralize control of labor, of travel, and of resources, then you do a reset and roll out a new currency. I have to tell you, if there are any PhD students in history in this audience today, I think that tracking and researching this pattern and finding out what it can tell us about the real governance system on planet Earth from the bubonic plague on would be absolutely fascinating, both for political scientists and for people interested in financial history. Now, what is the key driver? Why the push for centralization? We've made a decision, and again, starting way back at the end of World War II, to become a multiplanetary civilization. And that argues, among other things, for centralized control of the central banking infrastructure. But what I will tell you as a financial person, it is not necessary to subvert national sovereignty to create whatever infrastructure you need if you need sort of a one-stop shop central bank for the entire planet to deal with the possibility that someday we may have societies living sort of on the moon or other planets. So what's happening now? Because if you look at the resetting of the currency every 100 years for a long, long time now, this one is different. This push, if you go back and look at the Spanish flu and then the flip to a duopoly between sterling and the dollar a little bit more than 100 years ago, this push is different because now we have digital technology and a global infrastructure of digital technology, which allows us to put in a financial control grid. Now, that financial control grid has been building for a long, long time. Some people would call it an information control grid. If you listen to Bill Binney, if you listen to Edward Snowden, they've been describing and warning about, I call it the data beast. They've been warning about the data beast and the extent to which we are building invisible control systems, literally using our own consumer devices, our TV, our smartphone, our pad, different appliances in the house, bringing in tools like Alexis. And so we have been we have been basically surrounded by invisible surveillance system, which more and more is acting on us. And now the plague laws centralizing control are facilitating new digital systems that could result in total control for good. Now, I would note, because I noticed one of the things we're talking about today is starting fresh. And I must tell you, I'm not a fan of exiting the existing legal systems in the G7 and starting afresh. In the US, as in many other countries, we have a good constitution and we have excellent financial management laws. The problem is not that we don't have good laws. We do have good laws. The problem is we don't use them. They're not enforced. So there's 21 trillion missing from the US government in violation of the Constitution and in violation of extensive financial management laws and regulations. If we were to enforce those laws, we could figure out where the money is and we could get it back. You don't have to get it back dollar for dollar. You can simply offset against other assets in dollars the people who took it have. If we throw out the Constitution and existing laws, then the people who stole it, they get to keep what they stole, and we have no mechanism to hold them accountable, let alone to get the money back. So, if anything, saying we want to start afresh in the financial realm means that we destroy our last existing protections, free speech, Second Amendment, and it becomes much easier to be reduced to slavery and transhumanism. So I must say the U.S. Constitution is the barricade upon which I stand, and I'm quoting Robert Kennedy Jr. when he says, I'll see you at the barricades. It's not just law, the U.S. Constitution, but it is a spiritual covenant that embraces hundreds of millions of people and protects hundreds of millions of people. The only reason I would throw it out and start afresh in that respect is if I wanted to help the central bankers and particularly help them institute taxation without representation and end our freedom and reduce us to slavery. Vaccine passports or digital ID wallets or whatever name they call it. In Italy, it's the green passport. We have new names and they keep morphing them to help them market it. If it snaps into place with an all-digital financial system, including CBDCs, they will convert our home, our car, and our communities into digital concentration camps. And I don't use that term lightly. At that moment, there will be no hope of building anything. We will have entered into a slavery system in which a handful of the most powerful people in the world can strip you and I of our assets, of our children, and control literally every aspect of our life, where we go, what we read, what we say, and what we eat. And of course, as you know, they're planting insects and synthetic food. We have 1, maybe 2 years to stop it. If we don't, most of what we're discussing here today will be moot. So we need to be designing local currencies, but not for our digital concentration camps. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. So let's talk about some key principles of successful currencies. Let's assume that we can figure out a way to stop the control grid of vaccine passports, digital IDs, and CBDCs. We need to understand, okay, well, how are we going to build a healthy financial system and economy? Because I assure you, it can be done. It just can't provide guaranteed central control for the people who are currently controlling. It will send the system into a governance of meritocracy, and that may be their problem. So let's look at the lessons of history. If you review ancient civilizations and civilizations all the way through, from even before the Roman Empire until now, the question is, what makes a currency great? What makes a currency work? What makes a currency go? Believe it or not, the most important thing is excellence in governance and the rule of law. The very thing we don't have. We don't have excellence in government on planet Earth. We have a secret government. We're still all trying to figure out who is Mr. Global. And we don't have the rule of law, particularly because many governments have been converted to literally organized crime run by a small group of banks and private corporate contractors. But currency is a man-made device. It's a creature of law. You get the law right, and you get the currency enforcing the law instead of policemen or military. And you have the basis of a great currency. Think of it as a human covenant between a group of people that creates a field, and it feeds from the field because people trust the field. They trust each other to keep the law. That's why the more culture can enforce a respect for whatever the law is, the better off we all are. If you look at the costs of doing it by physical force, the kind of tyranny we're looking now, it's very, very expensive and very destructive of wealth. Now, whenever I talk to anybody who's interested in creating a currency, whether it's a cryptocurrency or a local currency, they say, grappling with the governance system on planet Earth and what's wrong with it is way beyond my pay grade. I'm only one person, or we're only a team of people, or we're only one company. It's way too overwhelming to deal with. I don't believe that's the case, because I think if we can come to enough of an understanding of what's going on, we can deal with it. We can't deal with it one company or one person at a time, but we can. I'm a great believer. My pastor used to say, if we can face it, God can fix it. And I believe that. There are workarounds that we all use to try and do currency in a governance system, or in a world where the governance system is one we don't trust and understand. So one workaround is we use a gold standard. If you go back through history, gold standards can work in certain circumstances, but they don't have the endurance of other currencies, because the commodities market, or people who control the commodities market, can hiccup you wildly and badly. And so the stability and endurance of your currency is always sort of dependent on the commodities market. I'm a great believer that using gold and silver and using coins in combination with local cash is a great way to kickstart a local currency. And if you take a look at our website at Solari.com, we have something called the gold and silver calculator, which is will just convert you back and forth between 150 different currencies. So if you want to pay somebody the equivalent of 100 euros, you can figure out how you do that in gold and silver, and you can add in all sorts of premiums and do a variety of things. And in the back of it, it'll give you a list of the most liquid gold and silver coins. So one workaround is a gold standard, but the history of the gold standard is it can be useful, or silver can be useful for some things, but it's hard for it to really go the distance. It can't replace a group of people and a culture and a system of governance and laws that really, create a covenant of faith between a group of people. The second one is technology, and that includes blockchain. Unfortunately, Alison McDowell, who is one of the most serious researchers in looking at the risk of blockchain. Blockchain in a great governance system could be an amazing and beautiful technology, and even now it's doing amazing and beautiful things. But there is no doubt, when you have a secret governance system, the dangers of blockchain for creating a system that can use humans as collateral instead of gold, or instead of, basically we're on an oil standard now, or the dollar has been on an oil standard. The dangers of creating a human collateral, literally slavery grid, are enormous. And it's very important, any of us who use a digital financial system, whether it's Visa, credit card, or crypto, I don't care what, we all use digital financial transaction systems, but what we all have to do if we're going to use the blockchain is we have to address, how do we stop this unbelievably powerful technology from converting into a control grid where human beings are literally the collateral. Now, many people argue we have ways of doing digital systems that are decentralized and out of control. And I have to tell you, as somebody who litigated with the federal government for 11 years and dealt with massive amounts of covert operation, I completely and utterly disagree. Control in our world is physical. Now, that physical control, may be a policeman who puts a gun in your face, or it may be invisible. It may come in on a surveillance system, which is invisible, but it's still physical. Control in our world is physical, and it happens one person at a time. And ultimately, all digital systems will be controlled by the people who control people physically, or with invisible weaponry and mind control. And that's why the covert social credit system is so dangerous. We've been building it invisibly for decades. And it's been incredibly important in engineering, whether through financial carrots and sticks, or mind control, entrainment, and propaganda through telecommunications, or through the covert operations that literally have been assassinating and pushing people around in very sort of secret but dangerous ways. All of that sort of covert social credit system can pop up to become literally an overt one once we get a complete digital transaction system in place. That also includes if you go back through history and you see innovations in information technology, what you see is a new technology comes along. We have a period of blossoming and prototyping and playing with that technology. Tim Wu, in his book, The Master Switch, has done a great job of sort of describing this process. And then when the period of blossoming is over, wham, suddenly everything gets centralized. And as you watch these cycles through the history of technology, we're watching progressively more and more centralization. If you look at the new regulations proposed in Australia, which I think is a real bellwether for how they may decide to throw the regulatory trap over crypto and fintech, what you will see is that it takes a very few elegant items to basically start to lock down and get total control. In Australia, they've just announced that what they're proposing is that all the exchanges have to be licensed. Presumably, that will put them in a position where they have to obey the Know Your Customer and money laundering and other financial laws that the other parts of the financial industry are subject to. And then all the in and out to the exchanges will have to go through a new a payment system set up and controlled by the banks. In the UK, they're now proposing that cybersecurity experts also have to be professionalized and come under presumably a licensing scheme. All it takes is a few of those, to put an awful lot of the very creative prototypes, into the existing regulatory structure. Anyway, what can you do? There's a lot you can do in this vein, but one of them, we have something called Cash Friday, and we now have a lot of subscribers saying they're using cash every day. So the issue is not crypto versus traditional systems. It's all digital. We want to make sure we don't have an all digital system. And that doesn't mean the ideal system will have some crypto, or some digital and some not digital, but we need that balance to keep it from going to a total control grid. A couple of traditional risks that are unbelievably important when you grapple with currencies, and if a currency doesn't get them right, it's going to fail. One is debasement. If a currency allows itself to be debased, whether it weakens the amount of the quality of the metal in a coin, or fiat currency as the dollar is significantly debasing quickly as we speak, it's going to tank the value. Counterfeiting, again, tank the value and create a distrust in the currency. Another thing that is related but important, the history of central banking and the financial system is, if usury is allowed, it's only a matter of time until that society fails. And if you look at what has happened with usury in the last 30 years in the United States and many countries around the world, it was inevitable that ultimately many of the people, the general population and the society, would fail in a significant way. Because usury and financial fraud are major contributors to the extraordinary inequality that we're experiencing. And a lot of it has been engineered with sabotage from the pro-centralization team. A final thing I want to bring up, the sabotage from the central bankers who own the monopoly, is one of the hardest things to beat if you're trying to start whether a cryptocurrency or a local currency. And so you really, really want on your team people who understand the sabotage games, of which there are many. It's kind of like a cookbook. And that's very important to get your currency going. The final thing is, particularly if you're going to do a local currency, you need for the real economy to be in balance. So you can have the greatest currency in the world, but if the basics of food, water, energy, shelter, and how we're going to get resiliency economically with real assets isn't there, your currency won't go. And if you look at what Derek always does with the Greater Reset, you can see he's got the conversation going in these multiple tracks, and that's important. So let's turn to local venture. I just want to say a few words about local venture. The delicious secret in all of this is that the tyranny that we're all observing or dealing is exceptionally expensive as a financial and economic matter. I've often likened it to a tapeworm, that, a parasite that grows that's killing its host. Our opportunity includes removing the tapeworm and stopping the parasitic drain. And the great part of the opportunity is, if we remove that parasite, we start to build a lot of living and financial equity, sort of decentralized bottom up. One of the greatest opportunities, and from a financial standpoint, is if we can institute a financial system where you have a win-win relationship with the environment. So the more people gather and heal the environment, the more money they make. So right now, there is a win-lose relationship between the financial system and the environment and all living things. Think of this as really living capital and financial capital. It is possible to build a financial system where you can make fantastic amounts of financial wealth by reducing the pressure on the environment, healing the environment, making communities wonderful, making education wonderful. We can do that. And it's sort of very hard when you're in the middle of what we're in the middle of to understand that the wealth potential is extraordinary. And that's why when you grapple with local currencies and building a local community, also grapple with how you can encourage and invest in local enterprise and make that investment in local enterprise a win-win affair for all the enterprises in that place and the relationship between the consumers and enterprises in that place. It can be done. So my only point here is that venture and currency can go hand in hand, and it can make it a complicated task to think about, but I assure you it can be done. As part of that issue, we need to address how to re-engineer taxation. We cannot afford to let the central bankers institute taxation without representation. If we're going to, right now, if you look at all the taxes that you and I pay, we are all funding the criminal enterprise that's building the control grid that's going to put us in the digital concentration camp. And so we need to talk about, okay, how do we stop financing our own prison, and how do we start financing the kind of communities and infrastructure that we want to live with and work with? If you're interested in the taxation topic, it's one of the great areas of opportunity, because if we can swing tax dollars over to positive investment, it's going to be a much happier world. You can go to ourmoney.soleri.com, and there's a section, just click on taxation with or without representation. And I use the United States system. It's what I know, but anybody from any jurisdiction can take what I'm writing about and start to figure out how to deal with taxation going to illegal and criminal purposes in their place. I would point out, on the missing money, you can find all the information on missing money at missingmoney.soleri.com, all public. It's all there. So anyway, when you think of currency, think about, okay, if we want to build the new, how do we get the taxes out of the old and into the new? And you want to think about, okay, how do we do venture and currency together? So in conclusion, what is your action? First of all, you should only do what gives you energy. And remember, I have to remind myself I'm only one person. I can only do what I can do. We have an expression at Soleri called turtling. We're just going to turtle it. We just turtle down the road doing what we can do. So I'm going to suggest some things for you to do, but I would really say these are ideas. You're unique in a decentralized system. We all have to do what gives us energy. So do the pieces that you resonate, do the pieces that work for you. Here's what I think together in combination we all need to do. First of all, stop the control grid. Do not comply with the passports, digital IDs, prevent an all digital financial system going into effect. Make sure you use cash and coin, keep a non-digital component and keep it big and healthy. Protect the Constitution of whatever jurisdiction you're in. Fight for those provisions that really protect you. Don't let them believe that we need to have a con or wipe it out or open it out. I can't tell you how they've been trying to do that for 20 and 30 years. They haven't been able to do it. Don't help them. Use existing laws to get the money back. There's a ton of money. Our governments are not bankrupt. Our governments have been robbed. And under the law, in theory, we can get that money back. If you're considering starting your own currency, consider combining your efforts with your vision of what's happening with the real assets in that place and with venture, both local and network. I know you're doing that because you're at Greater Reset 3, and Derek always does a great job at this. Finally, millions of people have been harmed by the lies of COVID-19. And when I look at them, I see an army to help us build a human civilization. We need to reach out and help the people who've been harmed by the lies of COVID-19, harmed by all the different ops we've seen over the last decades. I think that army of people, if they can share with us a positive vision of the future, I think they can be far more powerful than they imagine. So let's help ourselves and them get out of any kind of victim mentality and go to work to recommit to a human civilization. So last but not least, I want you to have a wonderful time at Greater Reset 3. I'm so glad to see you being part of and leading this discussion. I enjoy the inspiration of being with so many great people. It's an incredible roster of speakers. I don't know how Derek does it, but we're building a future. We can invent it together. Whatever we do, we are not going to let this time in our lives result in a failure of imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful conference. Good night and good luck.
All right. Can you hear the applause, Catherine?
Yes, I can.
One more round of applause.
People you have.
Bring the crowd up on screen.
Thank you so much, Catherine. We'll speak with you soon.
Thank you, Derek. Have a wonderful conference.
And we're happy to have our audience growing here in Mexico. And we got people over there. It looks like they're making noise in Texas. Thank you so much, Catherine. We can go ahead and take Catherine off for now. And I think we're going to get John Bush on the screen in just a moment. But we all wanted to share just a few thoughts. I mean, there's a big conversation going on today, again, about agorism, parallel networks, what role crypto or blockchain might say in that. And believe it or not, John Ramiro and I don't necessarily agree on everything. So we figured we'll give you each of our perspectives.
From time to time. And I think it's really special that crypto was a way to bring us together while we were collaborating in the beginning. I remember when I started working for the Freedom Cell Network and the Greater Reset, it was that's the way we paid each other through crypto. And that's how I was actually able to get on track and get to a good place. So crypto is a tool. It can be used, and there's just something so powerful about sending thousands of dollars in a second without anyone knowing.
Hey, can I just get a comment on John's Between Two Ferns set there? Like, isn't that lovely?
We got
we
jokes
need a
too.
couple of ferns up here for us, right? All right.
Plants.
Yeah, you're like you said,
Yeah, the
Ramiro,
freedom
it is a
ferns.
tool. John, I know you want to share some thoughts with everybody. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So, there's a lot of people that think cryptocurrency or Bitcoin, the first cryptocurrency, was created by the New World Order in order to usher in a mark of the beast, cashless society. I think that's highly doubtful. In fact, I think cryptocurrency and blockchain technology caught the powers that wish they were off guard. And early on in the crypto space, we were like, cryptocurrency is going to completely end the Federal Reserve and all the central banks. But, we kind of underestimated them because now they're using cryptocurrency-like systems in order to roll out their central bank digital currencies. But that being said, it's a very nuanced topic. And there's some people that don't see the gray area. They think it's either black and white, and they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But I think if we were to do so, we would do ourselves, our freedom, our privacy, our ability to conduct commerce outside of the scope of the man, we'd be doing ourselves a great disservice. Because cryptocurrency is a wonderful tool for privacy and financial sovereignty. And I use the word tool very purposefully, because just like a firearm can be used to protect and defend freedom or ward off attackers, it can also be used for coercion or to enslave people or for war, right? And so we, as free, sovereign, beautiful human beings, we get to choose how that tool gets used. And I think it's important that we don't cede that tool to the enemies of freedom. That's right. And I do want to recognize, yes, blockchain technology is being used in some schemes to create blockchain-based digital identity. It's being used as an analysis and accounting and information storing system that's being leveraged by the technocrats and the fourth industrial revolution. This is very true. But just the same, it's being used by free people to circumvent financial blockades that are issued by Western powers and foreign countries, right? Just because you have some totalitarian dictator that's doing very nasty things doesn't mean all the people have to suffer. It's being used in order to preserve and protect wealth in third world countries where the dictators are debasing the currency, right? And we just did a session earlier on mastering the money game. It was a Live Free Academy workshop I did earlier, and we had somebody that was tuned in, a Live Free Academy member from Turkey. And she said, we're building our own counter-economic communities here in Turkey, and we sure would like to be able to engage in trade with you guys over there in Texas. And I thought, yes, barter networks, in-person, cash, local currencies, that's all great. But ultimately, if we want to continue to do business and commerce online in a digital space, cryptocurrency is an amazing tool to do that. Now, I want to caution you, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have a public blockchain, meaning all the transactions that are in this decentralized distributed ledger are transparent, and they can't be tracked and traced, especially if you don't play your cards right when you're doing the transactions. But there's other cryptocurrencies like Pirate Chain, for example, which just so happens to be one of the sponsors of this event, that completely obscure every single transaction. So I want to just point out the irony that folks that are concerned with the mark of the beast system and the central bank digital currency tracking system, them rejecting cryptocurrency, they're shooting themselves in the foot, because in all honesty, it's the best tool, especially the privacy coins. It's the best tool we have in order to continue to conduct business as free people, whether they set their nightmare system up or not. We're going to keep on trading with one another. So before we go any further, let's play that Pirate Chain ad for all the...
There was a time when a pirate was free to make his own way in the world. That time is coming to an end. Navigating along the 7 seas and 4 corners of the earth for innovation and solutions that bring you true financial freedom. It's been 12 years in the making, perfecting the art of decentralization and privacy. In a world where privacy is a luxury of the past, where every transaction is being monitored by a centralized entity, and true anonymity seems like a fairy tale. Pirate Chain came to change the game, the first cryptocurrency to bring you the highest anon set ever. Unlike the rest of the virtual coins out there, where privacy is not a main feature. Pirate Chain's goal is to protect its users with the most sophisticated and most acclaimed privacy protocol in the world of cryptocurrencies. Are you going to get on this ship, or are you going to keep putting your financial freedom at risk? Visit us at pirate.black, because financial privacy today is freedom tomorrow.
"19 years ago, we heard the call and began building La Tigra Food Forest in Costa Rica. This year, as our infrastructure expands, we're growing our community and working towards our goal of becoming completely self-sufficient. Every day on the farm, we play with natural growing techniques, we craft food and medicine, and we share knowledge while we relax in paradise. The only thing missing is you. we are looking for talented individuals to join our Co-Create program. In this program, you will design and run a project for one of the 4 core areas in the community, and we support you every step of the way. Green builders help us build beautiful and functional structures using non-traditional building materials. Artisans, let's connect with the abundance of nature and craft foods, arts, and tools. Permaculturists, develop food forests and experiment with natural growing techniques. Community, bring people together for classes and workshops, tours, and events. If you have skills in these areas and you are curious about what our community has to offer, we invite you to come learn more. Visit our site at tigrafarm.org, sign up for our newsletter, and submit your application to co-create with us.
All right, so I wanted to share a story about my first cryptocurrency transaction. That was an Agorism story, right? And I think it's really indicative of why cryptocurrency is so beneficial. First, give it up for Pirate Chain. Let's hear the R in the audience. R, matey, scrub the poop deck on the starboard side. You'll never get my booty. I'll keep it away from the hands of the regulators. So, back in, 2014 or so, 2013, I was running this daily radio news service called The Liberty Beat, your source for Liberty news and activist updates. Find us online at thelibertybeat.com. It's kind of like NPR, but it wasn't statist, although it was biased for freedom. And Derek Bros was writing stories for The Liberty Beat, right? And Derek back then didn't have a bank account, just as he doesn't now. And so I was like, well, how am I going to pay Derek? He doesn't have a bank account, can't do any credit card or anything like that. He didn't have PayPal at the time. I was like, what can I do? Oh, I got an idea. I'll go wire him money with Western Union. So I'd walk, I'd drive to the grocery store about 20 minutes away. I'd wait in line in the customer service. I'd get up there. I'd pay 10% transaction fees. Wow. So I'd send him like $50, $100. I'd pay $5, $10. On the Liberty Beat, we would announce the price of Bitcoin every day. Today's Bitcoin price is $139. You better remember those days. Wow. And so I realized, wait a second, we're talking about Bitcoin in theory. We promote Bitcoin on the show. How about I use Bitcoin? So I encouraged Dee to set up a Bitcoin wallet. I set up a Bitcoin wallet. I got myself some cryptocurrency, and I was able to pay Derek, and the government wasn't able to do a damn thing about it. And that was our first cryptocurrency transaction. So I thought that was a pretty cool story to share with you guys, because it's real world and it helps people with freedom. All right, take it away, Dee.
Thank you, man. Yeah, John is right. The first crypto transaction I got was back in 2012, 2013 from John. I used to write for Ben Swan, and Ben Swan would pay me in crypto. And again, I want to kind of, for anybody who's read my work or my articles on blockchains, 5G, smart cities, you definitely understand some of the concerns that many of us have, whether those are health concerns, privacy concerns, the end of all freedom concerns, those kinds of things. Those are very real. And at the same time, so are all these other potentials. This is a nuanced topic. There are some people who want to take a very black and white approach. You need to be anti-crypto, anti-blockchain, and that's it. I don't think that's I just don't think that's the approach I want to take. For me, as John said, I haven't used banks since 2008, even before I knew what crypto was. I just didn't want anything to do with the banks. And then as I started to learn about cryptocurrency, it did allow me a way to receive money from people for my work without having to use a bank account, without having to be heavily taxed by Western Union or going to wherever else. And it wasn't a perfect system. I still had to learn. I've lost money from doing crypto exchanges when I was still a novice and didn't know what I was doing. But what I love about it is it's all about personal responsibility, right? So I made a mistake. Somebody ripped me off. That's on me. There's no bank or government to call. And maybe that scares some people. They're like, oh no, who do I call for customer service? I made a mistake. It's your fault. You deal with it, right? And that doesn't mean we should educate each other and try to come up with ways to avoid that. But the point is that there's no government or bank over that. Now, at the same time, again, there are also many of the lead players involved in the cryptocurrency movement are not on our team. Just be blunt about that. We're going to hear from Sterling Lujan later this afternoon, and he's been involved in the crypto space in a number of different ways over the years, speaking at big conferences around the world. And I've been interviewing people trying to learn about crypto as a journalist since 2011. And there has always been this divide between the crypto anarchists, the kind of freedom-minded people who want to use blockchain to essentially make government irrelevant and use, make it where we can use it within our communities. And then there has also always been the crowd that said, no, the answer is to regulate it. We need to get the government involved. That'll fix it. It's too many scary things happening without the government. Let's get the government involved. And that divide, I think, has only grown. And unfortunately, the crypto anarchist side of things has shrank greatly. There are still those of us who support these ideas, but I'll just be honest, I'm a lot less optimistic about it than I was in 2012. Do I think crypto can be the tool that will end the Federal Reserve? Probably not at this point. But can it allow some of us to transact value without the banks and without the government? Absolutely. Does that mean it's a perfect tool that'll solve every one of our problems? No, and I don't know that there is any single perfect tool, whatever we talk about, right? So I use it for the value that I get out of it. I've been able to make money, and for me personally, I'm trying to cash out my crypto and buy land as soon as possible. That's how I'm going to do that. And I don't see how that can be a bad thing. If I work and there's a voluntary exchange, someone like John says, hey, I want to pay you for your writing or your words. We make an exchange, he sends me crypto or whatever currency it may be, and then I can hold on to that, and if it gains value, good for me, and I'm going to use it in positive ways. But that doesn't mean I have these, rose-colored glasses on that everything in the crypto space is beautiful, and I think we should be skeptical. There are a lot, again, I did an article a while back for The Last American Vagabond. Anybody familiar with The Last American Vagabond? Ryan Christian, shout out to Ryan. I did an article called, Is It Possible to Unite the Anti and Pro Blockchain Crowds? I encourage you to go check it out. If you go to The Last American Vagabond, you can just search and find that. And I went through showing here's a lot of the positive potentials and showing here's some of the people in some of the biggest blockchain companies who have been to the Bilderberg Group, who are part of the World Economic Forum, who run in those same circles, right? So it's important to understand that discussion. We are still waiting on RFK to show up here any minute, and I think in the meantime, we're going to go, you want to talk about activation hubs? We're going to do the ads real quick, right?
Yep, that's right.
We're going to take a break real quick. We'll be right back.
This is a video tutorial on how to make your very own cease and desist letter.
In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, the Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3, Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, Agorism and Parallel Networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3, Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, take your seats, everybody. Take your seats. We are going to do a special segment. If everyone will take their seats, please, and direct your attention to the front of the room, I'd greatly appreciate it, especially you, Rebecca Powers, with your cute dog. I'll get you my little sweet and your little dog, too. Get you with a kiss. Anyway, okay, so Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is not with us at the moment. We are scrambling behind the scenes to locate him, but we decided we're just going to riff a little bit, and I thought that we could do a segment and engage the audience. But before we do that, I need everyone to shh. Everybody join me in saying shh and Okay. All right. We're going to engage the audience. You know, to be honest, I just want to share something. I've been really exhausted and a little bit stressed, and usually I do well with stress, but we had some hiccups here and there, and there's been like somebody was all drama with me last night and like cussed me out because of something one of our speakers said that she totally misinterpreted. And it's exhausting doing these events, and we were exhausted leading up to it, and now we're exhausted putting on the event. But I just want to share that it is the most fulfilling work that I could possibly do. And when Derek and Ramiro and we hear the feedback from you guys, somebody shared earlier, said that I changed their life, and the work that Derek's doing in the Freedom Cells, and it's just really fuels our fire and keeps us going. So I want to thank all of you for being a part of this movement and this community. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take turns with Mexico and here in Texas, but I'd like to invite someone to come up here on the stage with me and share what activation means to you. Maybe share how you learned about this movement of the Freedom Cell Network and what you're doing in your life in order to get activated. Not only everybody jump at once. Come on. Come on. You, Erica, come on. Come on. Come on up. Come on down. Erica's got a lot of cool stuff going on. All right, so Erica... Because you're an amazing human being. All right, what is activation? What are you doing in your life to get activated, Erica?
I am activated. I've been activated. So welcome everyone to the great activation. Okay, that's that.
Okay. All right, give her a round of applause. Dun, 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 dun. All right, who else wants to come share? Okay, come on down. All right, Mother Hero. This is a total badass here. Did a workshop earlier, changing the game. Okay, how did you learn about the Greater Reset, and what are you doing in your life to get activated?
I had a friend who came into Agorism and anarchy about the same time I did, which was about 10, 11 years ago, something like that. And I had kind of been on the edge of it for a long time because I'm a renegade midwife. And so it's like the system has tried to shut me down all these years and everything. But so far, I haven't broken any of their rules. So they just kind of steam about it and can't really do anything. But a couple years ago, my friend Chris, too, kind of turned me on to the Freedom Cell Network and said, you really need to connect with other people who are like-minded. And that kind of, when I started seeing all the little messages and things like that, I said, okay, I'll start a Freedom Cell in Central Arkansas. And so they have one in Northwest Arkansas up in the Fayetteville area, and they're really doing great things. And so I said, okay, we were building a patio on our, up like our back porch. And that was like my husband's retirement gift. And so my son built it, and he goes, yay, it didn't cost that much. And it's really cool. And we have a little porch swing and everything. So I said, okay, now we have this. I'm going to have a meeting of the Freedom Cell. So I invited people, and it was full. I mean, it was packed, really great interaction and everything. I said, okay, we have a Freedom Cell. And everything just kind of fell apart after that. And I said, okay, don't give up. Don't give up. So I've had 3 now meetings since then. And now I'm so psyched because of this. It's really great information. I'm taking lots of notes. And so the middle of February, I'm going to have another one. So send all your good energy because Arkansas is going to be on fire.
All right. Thank you so much. Wow. And, you know, it's just as simple as that. There's something so critical and important about meeting up in person. And part of this whole Great Reset, a very big part of the Great Reset, is this whole metaverse thing. Isn't it kind of a coincidence that the Great Reset was announced, and then shortly after that, Facebook rebranded to Meta, right? We all saw where this is going, and COVID-19 was the perfect catalyst to get everyone into their homes and not meeting in person and not going to church and not working together. So I think it's of critical importance. Even though this event is online, we got these 2 in-person events and all sorts of hubs going on, because nothing can be more important than that human connection. So let us leverage technology in order to connect with people and share information and share ideas. But at the same time, let's not forget our roots, which is hanging out around the fire, kicking back, sharing stories, passing on knowledge and wisdom. That's really what it's all about. Okay, does anybody else want to share how they learned about the Greater Reset, the Freedom Cell Network, and what they're doing to get activated? You're pointing to somebody. We're going to go haul you out. Come on, you come up. Come on down. All right. What's your name? Grant, right? All right, Grant. Tell us what's on your mind. How'd you learn about the Greater Reset, and what are you doing to get activated? I want this guy on my survival team.
Where to begin? I think I probably owe the most credit to Derek's work. I think is where I learned about Freedom Cells, as well as Last American Vagabond. Ryan Christian's work got me turned on to it. But I think I've been a believer in the power of the liberty perspective and voluntary exchange to help us build a better world. I worked in the developing world for over 10 years, developing 2 for-profit, locally owned social businesses, delivering, renewable energy in about 30 countries around the world, as well as before Uber came along, I launched a network of eco-friendly taxis in Lima, Peru, showing the power of local business ownership to lift people out of poverty for good. And since thank you. Since about 2017, when I sold the last business doing renewable energy around the world, I've been working with conscious leaders to try to build this kind of thinking into the businesses that they're doing. I've been based out of the Silicon Valley for about 20 years, and it's getting crazy in California, Stan, and I'm certainly looking to buy another property somewhere freer and to build community around people that see the power of voluntary exchange and small local business ownership to build these parallel societies, to work outside the system, work outside the corruption that we see out there, to build the world we want to see. So loving to work with conscious business leaders around the areas of deeper purpose, authentic leadership, conscious culture, and how all those things can come together to deliver impact and enable business to be a force for good in the world. So that's what I'm about, and so glad to see all your free, unmasked faces here. And look forward to hearing what lights you all up.
All right. Thanks, Grant. Thanks for coming. Okay, cool. While I'm here, I thought I'd just take the opportunity to remind you guys, if you like cannabis, if you like taking the edge off, if you like pain relief, stress relief, I encourage you to take advantage of a free 5-pack of Delta 8 blueberry gummies. They taste phenomenal. They feel phenomenal, and I'll give you 5 for free. All you got to do is pay shipping and handling. Normally costs $25. Give them away for free, $5. You just got to go to freed8gummies.com, freed8gummies.com. Why am I giving away for free, you might ask? Because Facebook deleted my advertising account because my videos that I talk about plant medicine and share the links to my website get removed from YouTube. So I thought, these guys are going to try to silence me. I'm just going to give it away for free. See if they can stop that. All right. So again, that's freed8gummies.com, freed8gummies.com. They are really effective and really help to take the edge off. So we're facing some pretty stressful times. People are getting all angst and yucky with each other. Have some gummies, man, and they're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. I'm off to the gulags, man. I'm just kidding. No, it'll help empower us, give us hope, give us faith in ourselves and our community. Okay, does anybody else want to share how they learned about the network or the movement or anything like that? Come on down. Come on down. We'll go to you next. Hey, how are you? Dun 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 dun. You're the next contestant. Hey, nice shirt.
Did I win? Did I win the prize? I remember when selling drugs was illegal. It's not illegal anymore. That's great. Hey, shout out to the Bay Area Berkeley No Drab group. There's a lot of great groups in the Bay Area. It's like an iron curtain coming down. All the signs have gone up. February 1st, mandatory vaccine passports required to basically exist, go in anywhere, which after marching in the streets with people against government oppression for years, feels really weird. So I'm just really grateful to be here. Met up with Miriam and Derek in Sebastopol a couple months ago for the activation tour then. And I just wanted to actually give a +1 to crypto in general. I've personally worked in this space for many years. And one thing that I haven't heard a lot about that I think is a great thing to put on everyone's radar is this concept of decentralized finance. I don't know if anyone's heard of DeFi. It's kind of a buzzword, but you know, the reason we've had banks and other institutions, regulators for centuries is because strangers couldn't trust one another. We needed some kind of intermediary. If we're going to send money, we're not going to get ripped off. There we go. But now we have smart contracts, which allow complete strangers to exchange value without the kind of rent extracting middlemen who, as we see, are very corrupt in the middle. And so we now have methods of completely replicating lending and borrowing and title transfer and all the things that we need intermediaries right now to kind of certify a rubber stamp are just no longer necessary. I think DeFi is probably one of the most important inventions since the printing press in terms of a tool for humanity to use, and certainly it's being abused. But right now it's just very exciting to know that we no longer need these corrupt institutions and we can kind of do it ourselves now. So awesome. Great to be here. Thanks.
What's your name? Dave, nice to meet you. Should have him speak next year. Just to elaborate on decentralized finance, I personally took some cryptocurrency, put it up as collateral in a DApp, a decentralized application called Compound, and then gave myself a loan and used that loan to pay for our house to get painted. And I used it to pay for the down payment on our solar panels and the down payment on our Tesla Model 3. Model 3 Tesla, string this guy up. You hear it in the audience? It's really fun to drive, I should say, but I hear you. Okay, let's go to one more person that's going to share. But the decentralized finance is amazing. Come on up. And it also enables you to take your crypto, leverage the capital associated with it, and not have to pay taxes, capital gains. Really super groovy stuff. Okay, share your name and how did you learn about the activation?
My name is Sylvie. I learned from Derek's site about Freedom Cells, and about a year ago, started a group in my town in Idaho and brought people together to be more sovereign and talk about emergency preparation, food storage. But most importantly, and this is how I feel I get activated, is activating others to be in their personal sovereignty and own their own triggers. And so in our meetings, it was really about how do we model this new earth? How can we take this, because it's so difficult and it's a new thing for all of us to be experiencing, right? We don't like what we're seeing in the outside world, but yet we're stuck in it. It's part of our culture, our upbringing. And so how can we use the meetings or gatherings to practice? What does it mean when I hear something that really brings something up in me to actually own that and work on that and practice energetic sovereignty? So whether that's affirmations, right? I'm powerful. We are the creators. We're creating our reality. And so, that's how I'm, and I need to start leading more. I'm in a new town now, so I need to start from scratch. So I'm going to use the Freedom Cell Network to do that.
Thank you. I love that. All right. Okay, that's something really cool about the Freedom Cell Network and Derek Bros having such a big audience. His whole thing is the conscious resistance. And I think one of the reasons why the quality of people that are in this movement is so high is because there's a conscious intent to be good people and to have self-development as a key in our success and our growth and to have that self-reflection. So I appreciate each and every one of you that are on that spiritual journey because it really makes a difference in our ability to be happy. All right, go ahead, guys. Let's send it back to Mexico.
John? Hey, we got to get some of that same love for our crowd in Mexico. And I know that everyone here is working on some cool projects. So if you could get quiet down a little bit, please. This is a good opportunity for anyone who wants to share what they're doing. Anyone want to share? Could I get a raise of hands if you want to talk about your project on stage? Anyone? In the back there, in the yellow, please. Both of you. Okay. So while we're waiting, she's coming up. So we're going to hear from some awesome peoples here. Y'all want to talk together? Hi, what's your name?
Andre. I had the idea of making an intentional community, but based around the theme of movie making. Movie making, films. Instead of growing tomatoes, I would rather hang out with 15 people and make a movie every year and a half. Yeah. Because it's like a mastermind. So I had the idea of a mastermind of 30 days where everybody gets to make their first movie. Well, actually, you make 7 movies. You choose the 7 of the best stories. You make 7 movies.
That's very cool. So you would do that here in Mexico?
And the idea is to do it in 2 different locations, in Quebec, in Shawinigan, and in Mexico.
Do you have a website? How can people get in touch with you to join?
It's Love Life, Loud and Clear. Love Life, Loud and Clear on Facebook.
Love Life Loud and Clear on Facebook if you want to join a community that is just making movies. Thank you. Woo! And up next, we've got this lady in yellow. Okay. Hi, what's your name?
Hi. How are you? Okay, thank you. My name is Kura, and my name traditional is Alesha Teskatsin. And thank you, brother. And means the traditional name is very deep because we need to do very deeper discipline. And in this moment, it's more important that. And is the name espiritual. It means la memoria o la conciencia del agua, Tezcatzin. And my name, Kura, is better if you talk me that. Thank you. Because I am photographer and I am investigation for many years to the root of my country and all this continent, the Isla La Tortuga. And this is the project. And it's very short in a few words, is consciousness. My página se llama, my page, my name. You can find my information and I give you all the information. Es @ camino espiral luz.
How can they find your project? What's the website? Es Camino Espiral Luz. The street of the...
We'll make sure to get everybody who's been up here their projects. Do we have anybody else who wants to come talk about a project? Thank you very much for being here. Yeah, so I would ask if you're going to stay in this room to, again, quiet down. The event continues. There's plenty of space outside to continue talking. Please respect everybody in this room. Please respect everybody in this room. I'll say it again. Please respect everybody in this room by listening or leaving. Thank you. Let's get Lainey up here. Lainey is one of our former speakers, and she's involved in a lot of really awesome projects, particularly for parents and kids.
Hi, I didn't know I was going to be on stage again this time. So I just want to share with everybody, we have a project, a conference coming up for families, and it's called the Project World School Family Summit, and the dates are March 7th and through March 11th. and that's happening in Guanajuato, Mexico. So we'll be talking about partnership parenting, traveling, homeschooling, unschooling, health, wellness, and also how to come together as a community with diverse viewpoints. And also, I know somebody who's going to be speaking there.
Yeah, I'm excited. Miriam and I are going to be speaking at Laney's World Family Summit and March 7th through the 11th in Guanajuato. Recommend you guys. And what's the website?
The website is World School Family Summit. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. So again, I just want to share that just to keep everybody aware, there was a confusion on RFK's part. So they thought it was 4:30 Pacific. So we're still going to try to fit him in later. In just a few moments, we're going to be going to our next speaker. But right now, we're taking time to invite those of you who took the time to be here to come up and share how Freedom Cells or the Greater Reset, or just in general, how you're getting activated. Share this to the people at home and the people in this room and the people in Texas. Come on, brother. This is our brother, Paul.
Thanks, Derek. Hi, everybody. Awesome to be here with you all. My name is Paul. I've been in Mexico for 3 years now. Definitely super inspired by the work Derek and John Bush are doing, and the whole family of the Freedom Cells and the Greater Reset. I've been here for 3 years, looking for and networking with people and looking for the right people, and also just looking to help people to find the correct community for what their vision is or what their ideals are. What I've noticed is that there's so many differences in what people are looking for. So we want to be like a sourcing kind of service that can help people find where they want to go and find what kind of interests they have. We can even live in the same areas, but have different views and have different agreements in sort of separate hybrid communities that live side by side. You can go to our website, which is ecovillageshare.com, and I'm about to update the page, but my WhatsApp is there. I'd prefer if you use Telegram with exactly the same phone number, and you can find out about us there. So yeah, I think the goal really is to just keep uniting more and more communities here in Mexico and around the world, and we'd like to help highlight all of the projects that are inspiring people and spread the word about where people have options to move to when they're looking to move from wherever they may be now. So thank you. Thanks, Derek.
And that was ecovillageshare.com. Yeah, ecovillageshare.com is Paul's website. Hey, guys, I mean, I really hate to be like this, but we're supposed to be the freedom truth community, and a lot of you have to be like handled like little kids. It's just so sad. I'm just being real. Some of you just have no respect for people who are trying to do stuff or come up here and share their ideas, or the speakers. We've said several times, if you want to have conversations, please go elsewhere. And it's just showing a level of disrespect that I'm really sad comes from our community. Just putting that out there. Let's get our next speaker up here from the community. We're sharing stories of activation right now. And tell us all about yourself.
Hey everyone. Oh.
Sorry,
Sorry.
Hey, Derek, after she shares, I wanted to know if you could just tell us all the countries that are represented there, because I was blown away when you dropped me that list.
Sure.
I just want to throw that in
right.
there.
I'll tell you before we bring on her. So I was telling John, and maybe you guys can inform me anymore. So far, we've talked to people from Syria, Israel, Canada, Austria, Germany, Italy, the US, Mexico. Any other countries represented here? Costa Rica, Australia, Spain, England, something over there. One at a time. Paraguay, and ma'am, Norway. Okay, ma'am, over here, you had something. And one of you back there. There's a lot of places, John, a lot of places represented here. We're really excited about it. So this truly is a worldwide activation. For those of you listening at home, we're going to talk more about this in a little bit. But like we said yesterday, remember, you are not alone. So let's talk to one of our other community members.
Thanks so much, Derek. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Raji. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Wholehearted Media, coming out of Toronto. I'm so excited to be here, and we are specializing in heart-based news. That's what I'm calling it. We're finding the intersection between healing and news media. I think a lot of you would agree that it needs to be overhauled, news media right now, and we're creating something totally different and new, and we don't know what it's going to look like, but we're making it right now, and I hope that you will help support us. The website is wholeheartedmedia.ca, and I would just really love your support. I'll be on the sidelines over there, so if you have a story that you want to share, a healing journey that has activated you in some sort of way, I want to hear it. And any intentional communities that you're creating as well, please let me know. And I want to give a huge shout out to the truckers protest right now that's happening in Toronto, all over Canada. Woo! It's amazing. It's really, really amazing, guys. Please check out my website and our Instagram page. I'm posting so much about it, and I just feel really excited. So thank you so much, Derek, for having me.
Give her a big round of applause. And go over there, go see her at her table and share your stories. This is the kind of content we want to get out there. Again, we want to recommend whatever social media you use the hashtag The Greater Reset. And this isn't just about promoting our event. What it is a way for other people who aren't here to connect and realize that there is a movement of people focused on solutions. It might sound, crazy to some of you, but there are people who still don't know about this event, who don't know about us, who don't know about this growing community of freedom seekers, of health freedom seekers, and all the different intersections we have here. So that's the purpose of social media, not just to share pictures of your cats, but to share the fun things you're doing. So if you're having fun out here, please, we encourage you, whether you're in Texas or Mexico or even at home, send in your pictures to us. Hashtag The Greater Reset, we'll share them. Go over there and talk with her, share your stories. Do we have anybody else from the audience out here who'd like to come up and share? Oh, we got this brother. I'll get you next too. All right, come on up. Who are we talking to today? Just stay a little this way.
All right. Hi, I'm Isaac Nebelsack. I just want to say something real quick. I shouldn't have to say this because I know I'm younger than a lot of you, but can we please bring some respect up to the stage and lower our voices, because Derek and all these people are here putting in a lot of work and effort into this, and respect is what we should have. And yeah, so 2 years ago, I decided to move to Costa Rica with my beautiful family. And I decided, I was halfway through my high school time, and I decided to drop out and get my GED because I saw the corruption and the amount of just lies that were told to me. And I did not want to be a part of that system anymore. So I decided I'm going to Costa Rica and I'm not going to support it anymore. And sometimes all it takes is that one little small step. And it doesn't have to be anything super big. It's just one small step. It's that little bit of conscious resistance to the patterns that we've been indoctrinated into. And I don't know, one thing I've really seen, being able to be out of the school system and be able to connect to the jungle in Costa Rica and Mother Nature, is the beautiful patterns and circles that are already around us, that have been around us forever. And I just want to point some attention to that. We really need to focus on these systems that are already here and work with them because they're working. The way nature does things is it's a cycle. There is no corruption. There is no there's no unfairness. It's all a simple cycle. When a bird dies, the mushrooms come in it, take over its body, and it turns into the organic matter, and it's going right back into the world. So I guess what I really want to say is, in whatever way you can, try to look at those circles, understand and see them, and try to be a part of them. Try to live with them and try to understand that they're there and they're supporting us. And thank you.
Yep. It's funny that the older we get, we think we're so wise, but we're not. The younger generations, a lot of them see what's happening, right? So let's listen to them. Do we have one more who wanted to share before we go to, we're going to take.
We're going to do activation hubs next. We got one on stream.
Okay. Let's get our gentleman up here first real quick, and then we'll go to the stream. How you doing, brother? Tell everybody about yourself and your project.
Hey guys, my name is Gabriel. I'm from Mexico City. I've been for almost 10 to 15 years obsessed with researching subtle energies and realizing that they are the actual blind spots of everything that's going on in the world. We are afraid of a threat, a virus that we've never seen. We're afraid of radiation of 5G that no one understands really. And we put a lot of pressure into these subjects without actually understanding how do they work in the dynamic of energetics in our body. So I've been researching a lot of how ancient medicine, like Chinese medicine, and the ideas of the aura and all these mystical ideas have been now scientifically proven to be actual physical manifestations of higher thresholds of reality. I think that right now a lot of us are very open to alternative healing and all these things, and it's a very good moment for us to keep expanding our awareness in how the body is not just a physical vessel. It's not flesh and bones. It's an electromagnetic, intelligent vessel of spirit. And 90% of our energy, it's actually in an invisible field around us that it's created by our heart. Our heart is constantly pulsing. This pulse, it's a pump, but this pump is not only physical. It creates different thresholds of energy. This field around us is what makes us have these sixth sense, intuitions, to have all these subtle vibrations that we sometimes dismiss as, oh no, it's just my gut feeling, or it's just like some random thoughts. Because we have these blind spots, because we don't believe in subtle energies, this is exactly where the system has gotten us. This is exactly why the virus is so taking hostage of so many consciousness. This is why people are falling in sick, because they don't understand that this field is self-regulating, self-intelligent, self-healing resources that we have as human beings. So I have a project that's mostly aimed for the Spanish community, because that's where I feel it's more lacking right now, this information. It's called Fuente de Origen, which means source of origin, to bring people the awareness that your own heart is the source of origin of your highest level of intelligence, because the pulse of your heart is getting the information from the pulse of the earth, who's getting from the pulse of the sun, who's getting from the pulse of the center of the galaxy. If we tune to this pulse, if we know that everything is being constantly pulsing, we are constantly tuning to universe's natural intelligence. So thank you.
Thank you so much. What was the name of your site again?
It's in Spanish. It's called fuentedeorigen.com.
Fuentedeorigen.com. Give it up for him. We got to get closer. We got to get more intimate, in tune with the field, as he rightly says so. And in speaking with creating community around the world, one of the things we did for this greater reset was the activation hubs. And we've got them right on screen. We literally have 100 sister events, brother and sister events all around the world, literally on every continent, that are getting together and doing this stuff. It's awesome. It's awesome. And I know we are going to hear from one today, and we're also going to hear from one every other day of the Greater Reset, and we'll get to see what it looks like on the ground. Okay, so let's bring on our activation hub. Hello, can I hear you?
Hey, how's it going? Texas, Mexico. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Awesome.
How's it going, man? How's the activation hub going?
Going great. It's me and my dog today. Me and Poppy. My kids will be back to here the rest of the week, but doing great here in North Central Arkansas. I just wanted to share. I've been working on solar projects here the last few years. Food forest. I have about 10 acres. I don't know if you can see my screen in the back, but just a beautiful area in the country to do. Hey, Poppy. Gardening last year. Grapes, tomatoes, I'm all about trying to be more self-sufficient, self-reliant, and these topics are great. It's awesome to see other people, to see other people doing the same thing.
What are you growing first on your 10 acres? What's the first crop that you're going to grow?
Well, I've been here 3 years. I started about 12 different trees. I have 3 pecan trees, plums, all the things that grow well locally here. Some grapevines, and then I have a back to Eden style garden with wood chips that was very successful last year. Like I said, I have a solar project. I'm on a small lake it's just a beautiful area. The Ozarks is just great. So anybody who's into want to do homesteading or communities, very few restrictions in this area. It's in Sharp County, Arkansas. So appreciate you having me on. Awesome to see everybody.
Awesome. So you're looking for people to come join your community and help you with growing and all your projects.
Absolutely. I'm doing a hip camp right now. I work from home for a full-time job, and I do hip camp, and I'm trying to expand, potentially have other people as a part of a community. I actually have another parcel that I own too that's mostly wooded, about 15 acres. That's pretty close. So yeah, absolutely. Would love to collaborate with whoever would be interested. Check it out. Or anybody who's local here wants to work together.
Great. Any last words on how they can reach you? Do you have an email? Do you have a number that you want to share to everyone here?
Absolutely. Let's see here. I guess I didn't think that far ahead, but John Halsrud, Halsrud. It's john.halsrud@gmail. You can reach me that way. Yeah, hopefully, anybody just be happy to hear from you.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
Excellent. So we are now ready for a group that has been literally fighting the good fight underground. This is stuff that you might see in a comic book, but it's in real life. We're living it every day. And they named themselves after a movement in World War II that was going around, and it was a counterculture fighting back against Nazi propaganda. But now it seems like we're reliving the same thing. And so we see this group, the White Rose, and I'm so excited to hear from them. I remember when we first did the earlier Greater Resets, watching their group go from a few thousand members to over 50,000 now, and the way they have gotten people to get involved and get invigorated and take the initiative for themselves is amazing. And that's exactly what you're going to see. Let's bring on White Rose that are speaking live from Texas today.
Thanks to the Greater Reset for having us. You guys have done a wonderful job organizing this event, and it's been an incredible opportunity this far to be able to reflect the voice of the people. The primary focus of this presentation is to reflect the movement of the White Rose, echo some words from the people of the world. The White Rose is an organically growing grassroots movement by the people for the people, independents who all share similar principles and ideas of freedom. The White Rose is just one of many freedom movements working in unison to resist the tyrannical oppression that has continued to worsen in this COVID era. We will not comply.
The White Rose is a decentralized global network of independent activists, each a powerful one-person operation, working in unison to disseminate a counter-narrative to the propaganda of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our mission is to inspire skepticism, critical thought, and dissent in the face of government and corporate media propaganda, mass authoritarian movement, and the official COVID-19 narrative. In an age of rampant censorship, we have taken the immense power of memetic warfare to the streets. Through the medium of stickers, we have created an archive of thought-provoking sticker designs that are free to use and distribute. All that is required to become a White Rose activist is an inexpensive thermal printer and the courage to print up the sticker for others to find.
We are the White Rose Scotland.
We are the White Rose.
I am the White Rose.
We are the White Rose.
White Rose.
I am the White Rose.
I am the White Rose.
We are the White Rose.
We are the White Rose. We are the White Rose, London.
We are the White Rose.
We are the White Rose.
We are the White Rose.
We are decentralized and amorphous. We have no membership list or chain of command. We do not exist as any kind of tangible organization, but rather as an idea, a concept, a methodology. We do not subscribe to partisanship or false political paradigms created to divide and conquer us by those who falsely believe they own our bodies, minds, and souls.
it just stopped.
There's a
Like
lot
it.
of people that are against all of this crap, all these lockdowns, the masking, right, the vaccines, that type of stuff. There's a lot of people that exist in the world that are against it. A lot of people are going along to get along because they don't
Yeah,
want to rock
they
the
need to
boat.
stop.
Right? And they need to stop. The only way they're going to stop is if they realize that they're not alone. So
Yeah.
it's up to the few people that have the balls to advertise about it, to speak up about it, to stand against it in some way, shape, or form. Guerrilla marketing, I think, is probably one of the most effective. Things like the White Rose, for example.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. I am loving the White Rose, which is a sort of a return to the original White Rose Society from back in Germany in the 1940s.
What's the origin of the White Rose?
It was in
before it's the
Germany.
return? Okay.
So in Germany, they had this sort of underground newsletter, basically, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
A group of people that were publishing counter information, counter propaganda. They were undermining the Nazi propaganda with their own propaganda and putting their lives on the line. And I believe they executed the leaders of the White Rose, if I recall correctly. But the White Rose is back. If you go to t.me/join the White Rose, all one word, that's a channel. So the idea is you print out these labels. You can get like a cheap $100 label printer and, you know, buy some labels at the office store. Then you download all these designs that they've got, pick your favorite ones, and print out an S-ton of labels.
And they have hundreds of designs.
And they're really well done and creative and persuasive, I think. So it actually says here, it says, it would be a terrible shame if you decided to print out hundreds of these awesome stickers, which you can download for free from the White Rose Telegram channel using this Brother QL 800 label printer, which you can buy for just $100 or much less secondhand on eBay, then put them up all over the place to wake up the sleeping mask wearers as they go about their day.
What a shame that would be indeed.
Places you definitely shouldn't post them include lampposts, bus and train stops, benches, toilet cubicles, above urinals, ATM machines, and most certainly not over the face mask and social distancing / general COVID-19 propaganda posters and stickers that are everywhere now. Whatever you do, don't share this post on as many channels, groups, pages, forums, etc. on as many different social media platforms as you possibly can. And if an idea like this were to go viral, the pervasive 24/7 COVID-19 fear-mongering and propaganda might cease to have any further effect. And at the very least, you will ruin somebody's day who will be very upset at the fact that one of these stickers, this counter propaganda basically, is, you know, just smack in the middle of one of their big COVID-19 propaganda signs. It is a beautiful thing seeing these photographs here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Footloose, and you can check me out on Absolute Defiance. I'm also a volunteer for the White Rose. I've been arrested twice for putting up stickers on the City Hall, and then again for putting them on the police station in Manchester, New Hampshire. Thank you. The first case was actually dropped. And the second one, I have trial on the 3rd. So I'm going to be flying back to New Hampshire on the 30th and get back there for that trial. But the White Rose is like a snowball rolling downhill, accumulating a mass of unstoppable individual momentum. It is an unstoppable movement. The individuals who participate in this movement range from soccer moms to cat moms. We are nowhere like a ninja. We are everywhere like the truth. We are comprised of many eyes who all have eyes to see and ears to hear. We speak with our feet. We are amorphous and formless. We have no rulers. We are leaderless. The white rose is apolitical. Please, if you join our group, leave your party at the door. They are nothing more than wings of the same vulture whose sole purpose is to sow seeds of division and to create the illusion of choice. Fear is used to control sheep. Lions fear not the wolves nor the shepherd. Evil will persist to exist when the good do nothing. Silence is complicity. Just following orders isn't just a Nazi thing. It's a compliance thing. Mass noncompliance, absolute defiance is the path to freedom. No one can control those who refuse to obey. We sticker together or we fall apart. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, guys? Johnny from We Are Change, Colorado. Hey, just want to let you know that even you can make a difference. Don't be fooled by the immensity of the issues that we face today. You are making a difference by standing up and using your voice.
Words of truth and wisdom from a true freedom fighter, my good friend Johnny Hurley, who unfortunately is no longer with us anymore, but he is fighting the eternal fight for freedom, truth, and justice on the other side. What's going on, folks? My name's Corey Blair, and I'm part of We Are Change Colorado. I do my own media broadcast here. It's called Break the Chains Media. And most importantly, I am a freedom fighter. I'm a truth lover. I'm here fighting for humanity, fighting for everything good and true in this world. I'm also a member of the decentralized group, White Rose, the White Rose Project. And what is the White Rose Project? I'm sure we've seen and know a little bit about it, but it is propaganda fighting the propaganda that is facing us every day, whether it's mainstream media, politics, information, disinformation, in every aspect of our lives. It is around us everywhere we go. That is why me and many people around the world use stickers just like this. You can do it. Anyone can do it. And we're all part of the movement, bringing truth to light, bringing humanity to a higher level, and understanding that there is a globalist war against humanity. And it has been a plan of theirs for a very long time. And the words that Johnny spoke in the beginning of my segment, no matter what is before us, you can make a difference. You are making a difference every way, and every decision you make is bringing humanity in a better place, into a better world. And that's all we really want. That's all we could really ask for. And whether you're a parent or not, I believe this fight is multi-generational. It spans generations. I've been an activist since 9/11. That's what really woke me up. And now I'm mid-30s. I've got a son of my own, and I can only hope that his future is going to be better than what I had growing up. And it frustrates me that there are elites and the power structure and the world domination globalist system, this New World Order, Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, whatever entity that is beyond, they want to control humanity. They want to enslave us by every way, shape, and form. And this is the fight. They're putting their cards on the table. So what are we doing? We're putting stickers on the walls. We're putting stickers around our community. We're talking to people who are like-minded and people who might not be as like-minded as us. But the fact of the matter is we are bringing truth to power. We are making our words heard, and we are making a decision to fight for freedom, to fight against tyranny. And that's what I do. On Break the Chains Media, my media broadcast, I went to film school. I did the whole dance and all this other stuff, okay? But what it comes down to is bringing the information that is not publicly available or that is being hidden or suppressed. We need to speak truth to power. Speak our vindication of truth. And that's what it really comes down to. And being out on the street, being involved in your communities, and understanding that it's more than just not complying. It's more than just being a voice, okay? We need to not rely on the system. Do not comply. Do not rely. That is what it comes down to. Getting involved with your communities, like-minded people that work together, that have these networks, and decentralize yourself from the system that has been established, and to be our open world prison. That's what they want. They want this planet to be a prison that they can control with their digital tracking system and their digital tracking device. Countries over the world have been implementing this vaccine passport, and that's only the one step further into digital tracking system, which China has already in place years ago. They want that globally. They want to enslave us with every aspect of our lives, whether it's medical and banking, societal, electronic, online, everywhere. They want to enslave us in every aspect of the world. Every dystopian novel that has been written over the last century has spoken of these evils. We as humanity, we as freedom fighters around the world need to stand up and fight against this peacefully and effectively, because that's what it really comes down to. They want us to be violent. They want us to instigate civil war and civil conflict, particularly in America. And I do not support that. And what really comes down to is continuing the civil disobedience, global noncompliance, and our direction to be a better future, to be a better humanity, to oust these globalists in their agenda, Agenda 2030. I'm done with the globalists. This is the globalist war. It is not a world war. There is no boundaries. There is no team. It is either freedom or tyranny, whether you're for freedom or you're for tyranny. And that's really what it comes down to. We need to discuss this with our people and our communities. Be involved in your community. Start networking with people that are of like mind, and grow your own foods. Grow your own communities with how to trade, how to barter, how to separate yourself from this system of control. The only way that they will win is if we stand by and let it happen. There are people in this world that just, wanted to be they may not be on one side or the other, but now is the time to awaken that and pick your sides, because what it comes down to is we need to educate and inform the masses of the world, because an uneducated and a population that does not have the information needed will be much more easily controlled by the elites and the people in charge. Educate, inform the mass of the world. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. That is a quote from Thomas Jefferson. And I couldn't agree more with that statement. And folks, I appreciate you listening. I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to join us at the Greater Reset, because this is the beginning of the future of our freedom movement for humanity in peace and in love and in prosperity. We will win the fight against these tyrants. My name is Corey Blair, and I'm part of We Are Change Colorado, and I do my independent media broadcast here on Break the Chains Media. You can find me on many different platforms, Break the Chains Media, and get yourself a. Always have a stack of these stickers on board, because you never know when that could be quite useful. I love you all, and as always, fight for freedom.
Good. I think I should just throw these away at this point. I will say a few words that I've been dwelling on. It's important to understand that the White Rose, it's not an organization, it's not a belonging, it's an idea older than all of us in this room put together. And it's strictly about freedom. And we are not going to let them take our freedoms away. They can't give us rights. We were born with them. I do have a few notes that I wrote down. Love is at the core of this movement. Love for our families, our lives, our neighbors. We all have everything we need within ourselves to shape our realities and be content to thrive. Resources are abundant unless the source is controlled. There is always a solution to a challenge. When a challenge becomes greater than oneself, we seek for help. Challenges in today's age are so great that many are starting to work together to persevere, overcome, and thrive to meet all our needs in our lives. While the people of the world are attacked with lies, greed, and destruction, violence, and force, it is vital we remain non-violent and use the pen, which is mightier than the sword. Share and document your voices. Speak up. Express the truth. While our freedoms and unalienable rights are being ignored and altered, the people as independents must establish a justice, ensuring domestic tranquility, and only determine laws that equal guarantee the human rights of each person within its authority. The authority is of the people. It's about time they remember who they're working for, right? All bylaws, statutes, and contracts are null and void to the natural laws of the land. We are absolute rulers of our own independent selves. No man can rule another man, especially without their consent, by the use of fear, coercion, or force. We, mankind, cannot unite under a central order in this reset, but operate within a decentralized network to prevent government and corporate oppression. We will not tolerate corporations using laws in their favors to control the people. The entire world isn't going to comply. The resistance will never die. Freedom will always win. The focus has to be on what is in one's self-control rather than try to control another. Free from restriction. Let me back up here. To be independent, you must be free from control and not depend on another's authority. Free from restriction, modification, or limitation from a given outside source. To be free from debt, we can treat one's time as the ultimate form of currency. One's time is not free and is to be valuably and purposely spent. We remain persistent. We keep fighting. We declare our freedoms. We develop functional solutions that don't cause negative consequences to others. Change and development is a process. Trust the process. We have to take advantage of the time we have and live our lives to the fullest capacity. We have to live our human experience and live the lives we vision. The world is not ending, but the world is ending as we know it. There's lots of change to anticipate, ideas of change that some try to oppress onto others, and some ideas that we would like to manifest ourselves. Technology is one of the main sources of our challenges today and the burdens that we face, but decentralization has proved that technology can be used correctly. One of the more positive things about using an online communication is we can share our ideas and exercise free speech. But there is a force limiting the people to exercise their most basic human rights, freedom of speech and assembly. The people are being censored. We should also utilize local meetups and in-person gatherings. The internet isn't always the place to talk about everything. The importance of communicating with each other, regardless of how, is what are we communicating for? If we are talking to each other, we're not killing each other. Sharing perspective and getting a common understanding with one another is the first step in having a thriving and independent lifestyle, estate, a family, and communities. It's crucial to network and share ideas of freedom, or we will lose those freedoms. All you have to do to get involved with the White Rose is have the courage to speak your voice and express the truth. You can use the White Rose stickers or create your own designs and speak your own voice. Join our network, get hyperactive in your local areas, and collaborate with others, states, and countries around the world. The time is now that all who have the courage to express their voice stand up. All it takes for the triumph of evil is that good men and women do nothing. You cannot comply your way out of tyranny. When injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. No one rules if no one obeys. Rebby, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you
Good.
doing?
Absolutely great.
Awesome. All right, well, I'll give it to you.
All righty. Well, I guess I'm going to start with this. Did you know the old saying that when you know better, you do better? Well, a lot of what you hear being talked about at this conference is centered around doing, but very little is about awareness and how awareness drives all of our actions and or inactions. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. To begin with, throughout all of this, I'm a living example. Not once have I worn a mask. I have not been bothered by anyone for that. I've gone where I wanted to, done what I wanted to. I've not been jabbed. I have no intentions of allowing that. And certainly I'm not afraid of what is nothing more than the big bad boogeyman, or rather the big bad wolf threatening to come huffing and puffing at my door, because there's some hard and fast laws in place in this universe. Now, how do I know that? Well, one, I went to law school, so I know the law, and I know that it's being broken left and right now by people who claim to be the law keepers, the officials, the so-called leaders, etc. Also, I am a U.S. Army veteran. I'm a medically retired veteran for injuries received while serving. And because of that, it gives you a bit of a
Okay.
For God's sake, don't touch it.
Good evening, London. Allow me first to apologize for this.
The emergency channel.
I do, like many of you, appreciate the comforts of the everyday routine, the security of the familiar, the tranquility of repetition.
Bloody hell.
I enjoy them as much as any bloke. I thought we could mark this November the 5th, a day that is sadly no longer remembered, by taking some time out of our daily lives to sit down and have a little chat. There are, of course, those who do not want us to speak.
Let me think, just let me think.
I suspect even now, orders are being shouted into telephones, and men with guns will soon be on their way.
It's Chancellor Sutler.
Damn it! Why? Because while the truncheon may be used in lieu of conversation, words will always retain their power. Words offer the means to meaning, and for those who will listen, the enunciation of truth. And the truth is, there is something terribly wrong with this country, isn't there?
You designed it, sir. You wanted it foolproof. You told me every television in London.
Cruelty and injustice, intolerance and oppression. And where once you had the freedom to object, to think and speak as you saw fit, you now have censors and systems of surveillance coercing your conformity and soliciting your submission.
We need cameras.
How did this happen? Who's to blame? Well, certainly there are those who are more responsible than others, and they will be held accountable. But again, truth be told, if you're looking for the guilty, you need only look into a mirror. I know why you did it. I know you were afraid. Who wouldn't be? War, terror, disease. There were a myriad of problems which conspired to corrupt your reason and rob you of your common sense. Fear got the best of you, and in your panic you turned to the now High Chancellor Adam Sutler. He promised you order, he promised you peace, and all he demanded in return was your silent, obedient consent.
Inspector, you're almost through.
Last night, I sought to end that silence. Last night, I destroyed the Old Bailey to remind this country of what it has forgotten. More than 400 years ago, a great citizen wished to embed the 5th of November forever in our memory. His hope was to remind the world that fairness, justice, and freedom are more than words. They are perspectives. So if you've seen nothing, if the crimes of this government remain unknown to you, then I would suggest that you allow the 5th of November to pass unmarked. But if you see what I see, if you feel as I feel, and if you would seek as I seek, then I ask you to stand beside me 1 year from tonight, outside the gates of Parliament, and together we shall give them a 5th of November that shall never, ever be forgotten.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I thought that tonight we could have a little bit of a chat about freedom. Freedom of ideas, freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Without freedom of speech, there can be no real freedom of any sort, because freedom of speech is ultimately freedom of thoughts and freedom of imagination, and is expressed into the world with the mysterious and sublime power of words, symbols that we use to speak reality into existence as agents of the universe, empowered by our Creator, whatever or whomever you may personally believe that entity to be. All tyrannical regimes in history, all authoritarian control and slavery that has ever existed within society, every injustice supported by those who falsely claim sovereignty over our bodies, minds, and souls, has been overthrown without fail because some person has declared that it was unjust. It is an inescapable foundational first principle. History shows us again and again that once this inalienable right of free speech is taken from the people, inevitably oppression, subjugation, and death follow in its footsteps. We, the members of the White Rose, understand the importance of never relinquishing this fundamental, natural, inalienable right. The word inalienable literally means not transferable to another or not capable of being taken away or denied. Inviolable, absolute, unassailable, inherent. The educated men who created the American Bill of Rights knew exactly what they were saying when they used this word. You will note that in their far-sighted wisdom, they not only gave these rights to all Americans, but to all of the people of the earth. It does not matter what the reason given by the local government is. This right simply cannot be taken away. Once the people of Earth fully understand what this means and what it has always meant, we will comprehend that any and all governments on the face of this earth that says it is their right to do so are filled with shameless tyrants and do not serve the will of the people. Beware of those governments who claim to be your God, and understand that they have declared themselves to be above you, your Creator, and all other things that are holy. The American Declaration of Independence, an inherently voluntarist government document, if ever there was one, states that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. So, in conclusion, let me state this time this truth, so that there is no ambiguity. Any government that tries to shut down your freedom of speech is waging war upon you. You are not lawfully obliged to obey any such dictates that infringe upon your natural rights that are granted to you and all other people by your Creator. No matter what those in government might say, and any who insist otherwise are not operating by the consent of the people and are thereby illegitimate and ought to be treated accordingly. We retain the right to freedom of speech, no matter what those who falsely claim authority over our lives might say. It has been ordained by the universe, a higher authority than any government. Stand up, speak loud, use this powerful and sublime tool of freedom of speech. The White Rose supports you, and we offer you the tools to do this easily and inexpensively. Stand up for the virtues of truth, love, and freedom. Do not sacrifice lightly the freedoms that were granted by your ancestors. They paid for these with their blood, their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. All that we need to do is simply say no to the eradication of free speech. United, peaceful, non-compliance can and will set the people free and win the day. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your service to the White Rose and to the universal principle of free speech. We salute you.
Hey there.
Hey.
All right, you can hear us now?
Yeah, we good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. All right, sorry guys, I got cut off. But what I was saying was, being ex-military or medically retired military, I was injured while serving. And here's what I hear a lot of times from people. Hey, thanks for your service. And here's what I tell them. Look, I don't want to hear thanks for my service. I want to see you thanking the soldiers every day by exercising your freedoms. So just as that video just showed you, the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence are not documents, they're actually arrows pointing back to the truth of the sovereignty of each and every person. Your rights are within you. And therefore, just like a muscle, you have to exercise those every single day. And if we don't do that, then what happens is people come along as snake oil salesmen and they convince us that they're somehow more powerful than we are. In fact, they aren't. The minute you become aware of this, it's game over for all tyrants. It's absolute non-compliance. And so what I've heard a lot of people asking, they've asked me, how is it that you've been on multiple planes, airports, you've been all around, you've never worn a mask? It's very simple. I simply assert my rights, I exercise them. I have a medical and a religious exemption. You can use either one because they can't ask you what your medical issue is. Personally, I'm allergic to tyranny. I'm also, that's the condition. Hey, I put my skin in the game like a lot of military, and we feel like the 5% that usually serve and wear the uniform at any one time here in America, we upheld the freedoms and did the work for the other 95%. Now we're asking you guys to become aware of the truth of where your freedoms are and to start exercising them. And without apology, without seeking approval, your life is not a democracy. You are a sovereign. Nobody gets to make a vote on you. And from a legal perspective, any job title and any administration is actually a servant to you. That includes governors and presidents. They are public servants. They are not your leaders. They do not have authority over you. You go into contract with them by your own will, but the problem is too many people are asleep to that. And as people are waking up, once you become aware, it's game over. There's no more negotiations. So when you reach your bottom line absolute and you stay attendant to that, keep it here in the front of your mind, you're going to find your behavior change and you're going to be peacefully non-compliant. Because look, if I'm 100% all in on my freedom, then what the hell is left over to be resistant to what? I don't have anything to be anti this or anti that. I'm just 100% pro freedom for every single human being. That's what I served for. So that's what I'm challenging each and every person to do. And all I do is plant seeds in people's mind. And I was a living example. And there are many of us, a lot of us were veterans that said, hey, we're not going to comply with this. And we're going to walk around and we're going to show the public that they don't have to be afraid of being hassled, that they can just not wear a mask and, exercise their freedoms. And that's why I did what I did. So I'm inviting everybody to join us now and be part of the world military, the world freedom military, and join the White Rose and, plant your seeds too. But, definitely don't be afraid to live your freedom and don't be apologetic about anything. It's your life, live it.
Absolutely. That's very well said. And we actually still have a couple minutes here. So if you have a few more words to share, you've got the window to do so.
Well, I mean, in the White Rose, I don't know how many people here are all that well aware of it, but here's the thing, right? It was started in World War II, and it wasn't started to save the Jews or be anti-Nazi or anything like that. I am a Jew. And so when people say, look, 6 million Jews died in World War II, I'm like, no, let's tell the truth. Over 80 million people were killed. Okay, that includes the so-called Axis powers, right? The so-called enemy. Bottom line, those are human beings. And, I don't see anyone other than as a human being. That's it. Not some silly little label. I don't call anyone enemy. But in terms of what that was, World War II, we have to remember that was a human Holocaust. That wasn't a Jewish Holocaust. It was a global human Holocaust. And that's pretty much what we're headed toward now. And this hasn't been going on for just 2 years. A lot of people think, oh, this is terrible. This has been going on for 2 years. But I can tell you, I've been part of a world military, and we've been fighting this for decades. We tried to wake up people and say, look, these dweebs, these tiny little percentage of humanity, these human locusts that think they have authority, want to try and put one over on humanity, and they're going to make their move real soon here. And that's exactly what's happening. But unfortunately, the thing with propaganda is this is always a prelude to the physical war. And that's why if we wake up today, we can prevent that. And so just simple passive non-compliance.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, those words were very well said. And I think it resonated with a lot of people who are watching.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I mean, really, non-compliance. Don't let your hand be the tyrant to put the mask on your face. That's not necessary. Trust me, I'm 5'1.5" according to my military records. If little old me at 135 pounds can walk around sovereign and not be bothered, so can you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. Applause. Woo, woo. White Rose. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Keep up the good work. I know y'all have seen those stickers around town. It's like the Ron Paul revolution back in the day. We'd slap the Ron Paul for president all over the place. All right, let's take a short break to hear from one of our sponsors that makes this event possible.
I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no.
What's up, Greater Reset family? It's Ramiro. That ad that just played is a part of the above phone, which if you've been following the Greater Reset, you might have seen this. I've been lucky to understand the power of technology. Excuse me, could I get it to quiet down, please? I just want to share a quick announcement, and then we can move on. Thank you. So the above phone came out as a solution because we have creatives all over the world, these wonderful people who assist with putting out amazing advertisements like that. And we're all around the world, and we needed a secure way to communicate with each other. And so we ended up coming to the above phone. And now we know that technology is the best way to get us together in the same room. We would not be here without it. So the above phone is a project we've been working on that gives you all the benefits of connecting online with video chats and calls and getting to that in-person stage and doing it in a way so that corporations don't have a say in it and they can't tell what's going on. So that's my dream, is to see everyone migrate away from unfriendly systems like the cell phone networks that are gathering all your calls and all your data and listening to your intimate conversations and moving it and taking it to a place of power where you are free to do all the things you want to do. So that is what Above Phone is all about. And if you want to learn more, go to abovephone.com. Some really big changes coming this year in the future years. And I want to make sure you're staying connected to whoever you hold important. Awesome. Do that later.
All right, give a round of applause for Ramiro and the Above Phone. And seriously, I mean, like I was talking about yesterday and we talked about today, counter economics. I try not to use the banking system. I try not to use tools that are out of line with my values. One of the big ways all of us are failing at that is Microsoft computers, Google devices, Apple devices. They're all a part of the same thing that many of you are kind of waking up to and fighting against. And people like Ramiro, who are doing the Above Phone and these devices and others, are giving us an opportunity to continue to use these tools, but to actually do it in a way that is in line with our values. Ramiro's helped me get off Microsoft and Google and onto Linux, and I use the Above Phone, and I highly encourage you to check out his work, especially Take Back Our Tech and his presentation coming up on Saturday. So our next speaker is streaming in for us, and this is a good friend of mine, somebody that I've got to know over the last 5 or 6 years, I guess, and he is somebody who I have an immense amount of respect, and I hope that you guys will grant him the same respect by listening closely to his words. Jeffrey Tucker is somebody who has been active in the Austrian economics, libertarian space for a number of years now, and he has more recently founded the Brownstone Institute. Now, I want to ask you guys a question before we bring Jeffrey on. This will be relevant to what he's talking about and focused on. His talk is called COVID-19 and the Ruling Class. Now, how many of you saw maybe people that you respect in your different circles, whether you're a libertarian, progressive, or whatever label you might apply to yourself, how many of you saw outlets and activists and individuals pushing the COVID narrative? People who you never thought would go in that direction, right? This is something that has been very prominent as well in the libertarian anarchist space. People saying, just listen to what the government says all of a sudden. Jeffrey has done a great job of not only pushing back against the agenda, but doing so in a educational way, in a professional way. And this led him to found the Brownstone Institute directly to counter a lot of the narratives that are being pushed to us, whether that's narratives around lockdowns or masks or the shots. So he has a lot of wisdom to offer, and I really want to invite everybody at home, everybody in Texas and Mexico, to give a warm welcome to Jeffrey Tucker of the Brownstone Institute. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Well, it's so sweet of I loved hearing that applause. That's very nice. And I'm sorry I can't be there with you. But you know, let's. I hope we can have some blunt and truthful talk here tonight, because we live in revolutionary times, and I never wanted to live in these times, but we do, and we need to come to terms with what they mean and what it could mean for our future. Right now, on the border of Canada and the United States, there are some tens of thousands of truckers, maybe as many as 50,000 truckers, who are driving in protest for against vaccine mandates. But actually, that's just sort of the top line narrative. What's really going on is tremendous frustration by the working class against the impositions on freedom. And I think what's happening here is that, yes, the truckers are driving in protest against the vaccine mandates, many of whom accepted the vaccine. And there's this weird narrative out there in media land that if you've been vaccinated, then you're somehow on the good guy team, and if you're not vaccinated, you're among the bad guy team. But that's really nonsense. There's probably more than half, probably as many as 90% of the people who count themselves as fully vaccinated now are did so under duress. They were forced to do this, and they're mad about this. This is a massive imposition on their biology. This is a hastily invented medicine that was imposed upon people all over the world at the threat of losing their jobs or losing access to restaurants or bars or theater and museums in New York and Boston and Washington, D.C. And these things are spreading, and people understand what this means, because if you have a mandate, that also means you have to have some means of testing who's compliant and who's not. And that means you have to have an application, and that involves the tech companies, and that application can also carry your other health data, and that health data can be used to control access to your job, to public accommodations, restaurants and museums and libraries and that sort of thing, but also even your bank account and your ability to pay your mortgage. So it's literally they're holding your life in your hands. If this vaccine mandate is about a lot more than mRNA technology or about COVID-19, really this is about your autonomy as an individual, or I would put it another way, it's really about freedom itself, right? And so the truckers understand this better than anybody else, just as many people in the United States understand this. So there's a revolt growing, not just at home, but all over the world. And I'm personally, I have to say, I would say maybe enlightened or shocked or astonished to see how much this follows along class lines, right? And by class, I mean something strange. What I mean is it's something to do with economic privilege, right? So the lockdowns happened at a moment in which about a third of the workforce, the professional class in most developed countries, could work from home and just and continue to have their paychecks arrive by typing on their computers, and that's it. And so they were fine with the lockdowns. But 2/3 of the public could not do that. Many of them were labeled essential. They were forced to go to work to keep society running. And they were exposed to the pathogen and gained natural immunity. Fast forward a year, now you've got the ruling class saying their natural immunity doesn't count for anything. Now they have to take the shot. So it's been one outrage after another from the very beginning, culminating in these vaccine mandates and health passports that are now increasingly threatening the very fabric of civilization. At some point, people have decided, both in the United States and Canada, but all over the world, really, that they will not live in cages, that the ruling class cannot control their lives. And there has to be some mechanism in place to take back that power and gain it back for ourselves, so that we can explain to this tiny, tiny elite who have imposed this new draconian system of digital slavery, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, there's a lot of names for it, despotism in an old-fashioned sense, to tell them that we're not going to put up with it. Now, what happens between now and then is going to be very interesting for us to watch, because we've actually never experienced anything like this in a developed democracies with elected leaders who are very much the veneer for a deep state bureaucracy that has developed over the last, say, 80 years in most of these countries, 100 years. What happens when they lose the consent of the governed? How much courage do the masses have to push back against the scheme? And what are the mechanisms that are going to flip the system in the other direction? We've already seen the court system fail. We've seen the legislatures fail. We've seen the media fail. We've seen a big business, completely and utterly not just fail, but serve the interests of the ruling class. So what happens when you get a tremendous numbers of people finding any means to say no? And this trucker revolt is a great example of this. I think it's going to be one of many we're going to see in the future. And I wish I could predict for you exactly how this is going to end. The only observation I would have here is drawn from 17th century, 18th century, early 18th century theorist David Hume in England, who observed that no government, and this is also, Italian theorists from the Renaissance said the same thing too, no government can ultimately rule by force alone. They need social consensus, which is the point of propaganda. In the absence of that consensus, when you withdraw your permission to be ruled in this way, that power will melt and die. At what point this happens, I don't know. What that melting looks like, I'm not entirely sure. I do know that we're in an unprecedented situation right now. It's becoming a tremendous crisis. It already is a crisis. The only question now is, how does this crisis get resolved in favor of human liberty, or whether and to what extent it does? That's really the precipice we're on, historically speaking. We had an orthodoxy that was imposed on us almost 2 years ago, which is the lockdown orthodoxy, that this is the way to control a pathogen. And it has flopped completely. So the entire ruling class that did this to us has now been exposed in many ways as fraudulent. And everybody knows this, right? We were supposed to get rid of this virus, and then it came roaring back, basically 2 years later. And a lot of people have had it. Almost everybody's going to get it at some point. But what happened in this case is it exposed everything that they had said for the previous 20 months as completely fraudulent lie. So what do you do as a member of the ruling class when you're in that kind of situation? One thing that they're doing is not taking any responsibility. So they pass the buck to everybody else. NIH, Fauci says it was the NIH guidelines. The people at the NIH say it was CDC guidelines. The people at CDC say that they inherited these from the Bush administration. The Bush administration is not around anymore, and so on it goes. So it turns out nobody's actually responsible. And this is true in country after country. It's hard to find anybody to put on trial because they've all figured out some means, some mechanism by which they can avoid responsibility for this. This is the way bureaucracies work. They're masters at this. So we don't have anybody really to blame necessarily. Maybe Fauci, maybe Collins, but now he's retiring, and so on it goes. So we're in this very strange crisis position of I would say, call it like a global working class revolt against the bureaucratic state. And everything is at stake. I would say freedom itself is at stake. My introduction mentioned that I've been involved in libertarian circles my entire life. Which is true, but there's certain things I've learned over the last 2 years that I didn't know were true, which is one of the reasons I founded the Brownstone Institute, to kind of give voice to these new realizations. One is that not only did the government have the power to do what they did to us, but they had the willingness to carry out, the will to carry out in a series of egregious policies. I mean, I've been writing about pandemic response stuff for the last 15 years because I knew these quarantine powers in place. I didn't really actually believe they would ever use them in the way they did. So it's been a shock to me. The second thing is that there wasn't any aspect of the government apparatus or the ruling class apparatus that could protect us. We had no recourse. The courts went silent. They ran scared from the virus. They all went on Zoom, but mostly shut down for months at a time. That was amazing, which is to say that there's nothing about the system we'd been promised, that we've been celebrating all of our lives, that we've been trusting our entire lives, that actually worked. to save us from having churches closed on Easter, to having dentistry locked down for 3 months, from having our medical systems shut down to routine cancer screenings or normal stuff. I mean, it was just like, that was an amazing thing to see, to prevent travel restrictions between states. I mean, at some point, I had to give my employees passes to travel from New York to Massachusetts, or from Connecticut to Massachusetts, or from Massachusetts to Rhode Island. This actually happened in the United States. This really happened to us. We've not entirely unrolled this, so we didn't know those powers existed. I would say that the third thing that I learned is how much, again, for lack of a better term, social class really matters in this power dynamic. So we had a third of the public that was allowed to work at home, and some third of those public, which I would call like the Zoom class, and a third of those people, which I would call the ruling class, all very, very happy to exploit the rest of the population in the name of pandemic control. Now, this has a very deep roots in history, where a ruling class elite imagines itself to be clean and not sort of worthy of that cleanliness, and unwilling to face any kind of, in a democratic way, any kind of pathogen. They impose that upon the rest of the population, use them as their sandbags, as a mechanism to build up herd immunity. That was I think, the strategy. I don't think anybody knew, certainly I didn't, the extent of the divisions between the social classes and what that would imply about their political allegiances in the midst of this crisis. And so from a libertarian angle, what this meant was that a lot of the people that hold my ideals at, I don't like these terminology, but at the lower levels of society, in other words, people who are not paid to be libertarians, were mostly very great on this, and were furious and ferocious against lockdowns. But the overclass, paid libertarians and paid ideologues, and people that we imagined or were there to defend our freedoms, just vanished. They were okay with the lockdowns, they're fine with the mandates, and to this day, and the masking requirements and everything else. And to this day, they're still saying the same thing. I mean, it was a remarkable thing to see. My mentor, Murray Rothbard, I think would have been amazed to have been around, because in many ways he believed that the revolution would happen by the professionalization of libertarians, people who were full-time dedicated to revolutionary impulses, well, but he was also very much, I would say, like something of a cynic too, because he also had very dark view of organizations in general. He said, they usually start with good motivations, then they get a lot of money in the bank, and then they start getting connected with all sorts of donor classes, and they get comfortable, and then they become rackets. Well, that's what happened, exactly as Murray predicted. Most of these professional protectors of our interests and our ideological interests, completely flopped and went away, and made every excuses for the state, which left it to to everybody else to fight. It was the nurses, the truckers, the people who actually worked with their hands and so on, and otherwise principled people. Now, so that was the dynamic. I mean, it's a purely kind of story of extreme exploitation from an overclass against everybody else. I mean, that's literally what happened. Why it happened, we can talk about. I have my own theories. I wrote a whole book about this. But I think the question for us right now is, what do we do about it, and what does that mean? I mean, I think the first thing we need to do is to understand what happened. So we had a combination of big media, big tech, big government, all these centralized forces out there, engaged in, I would say, kind of counter-revolutionary activity against the revolution that was born some 20 years ago. With new media companies, the internet, gave birth to all sorts of decentralization and revolutionary impulses within the population. So the lockdowns and mandates in many ways represent a kind of a reactionary movement against that. It's like, you think you're free, you're not free. You think you're in charge, you're not in charge. You think you're going to disrupt the world that we know, you will not disrupt the world that we know. We will lock you in your homes. We will take away your schools. We'll forbid you from traveling. We'll strap a cloth on your face and mandate that you wear it and fine you if you don't. If you try to go get a beer at a rural Texas bar, we're going to drive up with SWAT teams and arrest you. All of this happened to us. And, you know, at a very deep level, this is not in the end about controlling the virus. This is about reminding the world, the whole world, who is in charge. They are in charge, we are not. That was the message of the lockdowns. It was a mass signal to the whole of the human population that freedom will never be allowed. You can think of yourself as free so long as that freedom is controlled and you do what we want you to do. But if you do something we don't want you to do, we can use shock and awe. Iraq War brought home. Use shock and awe to disorient you, destroy you, and we'll do this ruthlessly with no conscience. We don't care about the public health consequences. We don't care about your daughter who's considering suicide. We don't care about your 7-year-old son in first grade who now is set back 2 years in his education. We don't care about your stupid religion, which you're not allowed to practice. We don't care about your family in France. You can't go see them. They can't come see you, and so on. It was the most appalling, I would say, example of political sadism in our lifetimes. No question about it. And that was for a reason. These cold-blooded, malicious ruling class elites who did this to us. It's not that they don't care that we're suffering or that they caused billions of people to lose their freedom and rights. They do care. It's just that they care about themselves even more. That's the issue. They care about preserving their power and their privileges more than they care about anybody else's liberty. So that's the first thing we need to do, is understand what happened to us. This was not really about science. It wasn't really about pathogenic control. And it wasn't really about public health. This was about the reassertion of power and centralization and control against all the people who imagined that we could face a future of liberty and freedom, decentralization. That's really what it was. That was the message. The second thing I would say is that in the United States, we've had, I would say, not quite the response that one would have expected. I thought maybe people would go out on the streets and protest, that they would resist, and that the ruling class could never get away with this kind of stuff. They did. And partially it was because I think people were so shocked and so stunned and so scared that they didn't pour out into the streets. But now, finally, after nearly 2 years, we're starting to see that movement grow, and it's having an effect. We had a DC rally the other day with tens of thousands of people that were there, and it was really impressive. We had scientists and doctors who have risked their careers to do great things during this pandemic, tell the truth about public health, about the virus, and about what's happened to us. And it was either not covered at all, or in the case of the New York Times, they gave us 2 paragraphs right at the end and basically smeared us, right? Nonetheless, I think it had a huge effect. Mostly it had an effect of emboldening the people that were there. Everybody who was there reports of having felt a great sense of kinship and friendliness and solidarity with the other people there. That was not the culminating moment. It was just a good, solid beginning. The truckers' strike in Canada on the U.S.-Canada border is another blow in that direction. But the revolution is occurring in other ways too. And here I want to talk about, just briefly, some of the activities that have gone on in resistance. Okay. So I believe that COVID-19 is a real disease. I think SARS-CoV-2 is a genuine virus, and it is actually very quite serious for a lot of people, which meant that a lot of people, millions upon tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people, got very sick. The striking thing about this is that there were no real, there's no protocols and therapeutics that have been offered by the CDC or the NIH. They just pretended as if the vaccine alone was the way to fix this problem. So there's been an appalling neglect, not only of natural immunity, but of therapeutics, of ways to get well when you get sick from what really is a kind of a hard flu. We saw great efforts from great people, such as myfreedoctor.com. Okay, so you go to myfreedoctor.com, you can talk to real doctors, diagnose your symptoms, they're going to give you a prescription. They don't ask for healthcare information. All they ask for is a contribution if you can make it possible. And I'm not sure how many people give, but I think probably quite a lot of people do. $75 or something ridiculous like that. They've treated 150,000 patients. This started when the pandemic broke out. That, to me, is heroic. Now, these doctors who have signed up to be part of the service have all faced attacks from the medical boards and so on. I mean, of course. But here's the kicker about this, and what people didn't entirely expect. If you can get a prescription from myfreedoctor.com or some other doctor, it doesn't matter who, for generic drugs like hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin or doxycycline for secondary infections or whatever it's going to be, it's actually doubtful whether you can find a pharmacy to fill it. You can take a prescription down to your local pharmacy. I would say probably 80 to 90% of the pharmacies in this country were not willing to fill prescriptions from doctors themselves. So here you have, like an unbelievable, and I would say unprecedented attack on doctor-patient relationships, which has always been by tradition. Since the ancient world, a very sacred bond is like the bond between the penitent and the priest, When the doctor prescribes something, the job of the pharmacist is to fulfill that prescription. They have declined to do so. And some of the pharmacies that were filling it have now gotten letters from the FDA and, of all things, the Federal Communications Commission to cease and desist. So they're stopping people from being medicated with things that they need. Now, there are other medications you can get, thank God, freely, but have been under attack for decades. Vitamin D, vitamin C, quercetin, and zinc, and so on. But the prescription meds, which should be over the counter, should never be prescription, are not even available. So what has that meant for us? Well, right now, and again, I'm not sure if this has been recorded or how you're going to broadcast this out, but I have to tell you what's true, because I know these things are true. There's a huge ivermectin shortage in this country, because this drug for many, many millions of people has actually been a lifesaver. And it's been attacked and disparaged and forbidden from being distributed. You know how people have mostly gotten this and paid for this, right? It's with cryptocurrency. I mean, that's how people have gotten it from India. That's how people have bought from their neighbors. There's a gigantic and immense and well-developed, I'm sorry to say, report this to you, but an underground market, sort of under the counter market for basic therapeutics that are designed to fix COVID. So, it's amazing, right? I mean, so here you are talking about what is arguably a matter of life and death, and the ruling class establishment elites and the centralization are preventing people from having access to drugs that they need. And the only way people are getting them is through these new technologies like Bitcoin and all related cryptocurrencies through secondary markets. I mean, I think this should give you a sense of where we need to be going in the future, whether you took recourse to these methods or not. My point is this. The preservation of liberty cannot depend on these big centralized institutions right now. Go to the New York Times right now. Are you going to read a report on the truckers' strike in Canada? No. They pretend like it doesn't exist. Wall Street Journal, which has been not entirely terrible, not a word. CNN, forget it. MSNBC, forget it. They will not and are not telling you the truth. And I think we've learned this. This, I think, is the most valuable thing to come out of the pandemic, is the realization that these big institutions, big tech, big government, big media, big pharma, and the medical system and the court system do not deserve our trust. Now, what do we do about that? What do you do once you discover this truth? You can despair. Many people have. You can go away, drown yourself in drugs and liquor, and decide not to live a full life. Many people have done that. Lives have been shattered. Millions of lives have been destroyed. Hundreds of millions of lives have been utterly smashed. But you have to make a decision. I have had to make a decision. You have to make a decision. All of us have to make a decision today. Do we want to live a full life, or do we want to acquiesce and give in? I think what we need to do is choose life over death, choose freedom over acquiescence, tyranny, and compliance, and figure out today what kind of life you want to live and what kind of world you want to live in. Do I have a perfect plan for how to get from here to there? No. But I will tell you this. In many ways, the decentralized passions of individuals who have decided to resist for 2 years now have saved the world. That is the basis on which we can go forward to rebuild progress and liberty, prosperity, and health, and all these things that we genuinely love. As far as I'm concerned, there's no choice. Death or life. That's it. Life at this point means liberty and reclaiming that liberty for yourself and getting smart, embracing your distrust of the big institutions, and saying no to the tyrannies all around us. So I see we have the next talk coming on. So I think I'll leave it there. Let me just close with these words. As I started, I never wanted to live in these times. You know, I was a naive libertarian who celebrated technology uncritically and just wanted to, have bourbon for breakfast and love life. And I want to become that man again. And that's what I fight for. I fight for my rights and your rights to live a normal life and with peace and prosperity and community with my friends, my family, and my neighbors, and as a society. Do not despair, my friends. If you despair, if you think you're powerless, if you think you can't do anything to control the narrative of history, you are giving them the victory. But every single moment in which you decide that is not true, that you're going to take back your life, take back your liberties, and live the kind of life that you were meant to live, not in a cage, but free, that scares them. And that is a victory for you and for the whole human family. Thank you so much.
Let's give it up for Jeffrey Tucker. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. We appreciate you.
Love you. Thanks so much for having me. All the best.
All right. Well, that was a great talk. I do encourage everybody to check out brownstone.org. That's the foundation that Jeffrey created in the last 2 years to propagate truthful information about COVID-19 from a professional and economic perspective. Highly recommend it. So we are actually going to our next speaker. I want to update everybody who's watching live and those in person. We're going to be going 45 minutes over because we don't want to skip Mr. Robert Kennedy Jr., do we? I don't think so. So he's about to come on stage. He's about to come on our virtual stage and give us a talk. And then we're going to be followed by Sterling Lujan, and our own John Bush will be closing things out tonight. And we want to remind everybody who's listening at home, all of the recordings of this will be made available tomorrow. It'll be available on our Rockfin and on our Odyssey channel. And as soon as possible, we'll start editing and releasing the individual talks. And I want to let you know, we do have live Spanish translation happening here in Mexico. And we are going to be releasing those Spanish translations afterwards as well. So you can share them with your Spanish-speaking friends. Every single talk, for free, forever. So let's not waste any time. I know he's a busy man and he's got a lot to share with us tonight. He's fresh off speaking at the Defeat the Mandates in DC. You guys know him. He's made so much noise that they put him on the disinformation dozen list like Aaron Elizabeth yesterday. Despite having a #1 best-selling book in the United States and around the world, they continue to ignore him or attack him, attacked by Anthony Fauci himself. Let's welcome Mr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. As soon as he's ready. Maybe they need a moment. Okay, we'll give him a moment. Yeah, let's make sure he hears the applause, though. Let's show him the audience. There, look, show him the audience, Amir.
We're still back.
What?
We're in the show now. Everyone can see.
All right. We're ready to go. Okay. Settle down now. Without further ado, Mr. Kennedy, please take it away.
Oh, how long am I supposed to speak for?
35 minutes.
35 minutes. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm really
35
happy
minutes
to be
or
here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm very, very happy to be here with you. I was thinking today, one of the things that's kind of on my mind right now is, how does this orthodoxy that has dominated our country the past 20 months, how does it ultimately collapse? How historically do orthodoxies ultimately collapse? And I really can't answer that question. I have ideas about it. I know other historical examples where orthodoxy, with the cracks form in the orthodoxy, and gradually you have a rebellion against it. And right now, one of the interesting things is we're starting to see the cracks in the foundation. One of the milestone things that happened this week was Barry Weiss, the New York Times reporter, just resigned from the New York Times, I think in 2020. She went on Bill Maher and talked about how she was done with it and about how she had complied with everything, that she had sprayed herself, that she had masked herself, she had vaccinated herself, that she had disinfected herself, and that she now understands that the COVID lockdowns were catastrophic, and that future generations, she said, would remember them as a catastrophic moral disaster for that generation. The mental health problems, the starvation. Truthfully, this has been a war on the poor. It's been, if you look, most of the people in my political party, I see the people in Hollywood and elsewhere around the country who saw the masks and lockdowns as symbols of moral rectitude. But the impacts of those things were not harming them. A lot of these people have money. They have children who are computer literate and who have their own laptops and can study from afar, even though we know that remote schooling has been a disaster. At least they were doing it and they were getting through school and they were staying fairly healthy. But the people, if you imagine what was happening in, for example, in Compton, the death rate in Compton was 3 times what it was in Beverly Hills or in Brentwood in my community. And in New York City, in Brooklyn and in Compton and elsewhere, the police came down and they closed down the basketball courts. And you can imagine that there's a high percentage, although Compton is fairly close to the water, there's many, many people in Compton who've never been to the beach and they don't really have access to it. These are people who are locked in their homes. They chased the surfers off the beach in Malibu and sent them to their homes where they're going to get sick. This is a disease that we now know is spreading indoors and doesn't spread outdoors. Oh, we were killing people. The only indicia of poverty that actually got better during the pandemic was child abuse. Child abuse really was dramatically cut during the pandemic, but the cut was not real. The cut was an artifact of the fact that most cases of child abuse are reported by the schools. And the children weren't in the schools. They were at home with their abusers who were not reporting themselves. Many of them, the school was the only place where they could get their one hot meal a day. And we saw, and globally, Tony Fauci's lockdowns were a catastrophe. They were we in the 1990s, our country during the Clinton administration talked the African and South Asian nations into the project of globalization. And we said to them, look, if you get rid of subsistence agriculture, which your country's practiced for 20,000 generations, switch to GMO corn, and make these other changes, we will bring in the big corporations and McDonald's and Kraft Cheese and Cargill and Monsanto and Coca-Cola, and they will buy your products, and we will unite ourselves economically with your nations, and we will lift you out of poverty. And then as soon as the lockdowns occurred, that deal was off. We unplugged from them. And all that corn was left on the dock to rot. And even the New York Times reported that there were 10,000 African children dying a month from starvation because of the lockdown. 100 million children were killed by starvation or put into malnutrition so bad and food insecurity that it will impact them for the rest of their lives, causing huge impacts to brain development. This was the children in our country. 51% of Black children have considered suicide in the last 12 months. The mental health problems, with the children, according to the Brown University study, 22 children born during the pandemic lost 22 IQ points during a lockdown. Where all of these impacts that were occurring, the mental health impacts, the alcoholism, the drug abuse, the suicides, the drug overdoses, all of these things which were uncounted by Tony Fauci. And he said himself, he never considered those things. He was narrowly focused on how to stop COVID from spreading. And we know now how that turned out. And so we're seeing now that all of these promises that they made to us, he promised at the beginning that once we had a vaccine, it would prevent transmission and end forever the COVID epidemic. He said the lockdowns would prevent it from spreading. We now know it is obvious that those things didn't happen. And the data that is now coming in from all over the world is so destructive of this orthodoxy that it's undermined all the factual basis, the factual assertions upon which the orthodoxy rests. The Israeli data are showing that Israel today, which is the most heavily vaccinated country in the world, and the first vaccinated, also has the highest COVID rate on earth. The data from Chile, which is the most vaccinated country in this hemisphere, is also the highest COVID rate in the hemisphere. The UK data, which is similar to the Israeli data, UK data, what they call the technical reports, which is probably some of the best data in the world, is showing that a greater proportion, not a greater number, but a greater proportion of vaccinated people are getting sick, getting hospitalized, and dying than unvaccinated. So this is what their data are showing. All of these, Israeli data is very similar. All of these claims that you see from the United States, about 90% of the people who are in the hospital are unvaccinated, it's a lie. It could not possibly be true. We know all the different ways that they manipulate the data. They define vaccine very narrowly so that you have to have 2 vaccines or 3 vaccines and then wait 2 weeks before they'll call you vaccinated in the hospital. And that that they're counting old numbers from 2020, as Rachel Walensky admitted, but it's still untrue. It could not possibly, people in the United States do not react differently to the same vaccines that people in Israel and Great Britain. They are lying about it. We know what the real data say. And the real data are showing that people who get vaccinated now are higher at risk in most age categories than people who are unvaccinated. Listen to this. The January 19th CDC mortality and morbidity data. So CDC monkeys with all of its data now, almost. The flu data has been distorted for years. You really cannot figure out what most of the data that is susceptible to manipulation, and they have a political impulse or a political rationale for manipulating. They will figure out how to manipulate it, the death certificate data, etc. Here's what the one database that CDC actually does very well on are the weekly mortality and morbidity data. It's called the MMWR report. For January 19th, mortality and morbidity data from CDC says that people who get vaccinated and who get COVID are more likely to get COVID again than people who are unvaccinated and get COVID. That is a catastrophic revelation, because what it's saying is that the vaccine has ruined their immune systems. It has made their immune systems less able to fend off COVID. And this is, of course, what even Paul Offit and Peter Hotez and Tony Fauci said. We got to watch out for antibody-dependent enhancement, for pathogenic priming. They were saying this at the beginning. And that the indicators now is that that's exactly what we're receiving. Even Burla, who is the CEO of Pfizer, is now going soft on vaccines, saying, yeah, that they're not working, and that they are now pushing to the front of their line their Pfizer Mectin, their phony Pfizer Mectin therapeutic drug, and de-emphasizing the vaccinations. So, and then, of course, one of the biggest signals that the cracks are appearing and the orthodoxy is starting to crumble is what Boris Johnson did this week, which is just to throw out, to declare victory and say, we're not going to, we're throwing out all the countermeasures. Really extraordinary. And of course, none of this stuff is covered in the US press. And the people who are subsumed in the orthodoxy are in this cult-like state that is driven by fear, and then, of course, faith in authorities. It's like every orthodoxy. It's driven by fear and blind faith, often in undeserving authorities. And then anger at anybody who tries to penetrate, their belief system with facts. And the question is, how ultimately do we get to those people? How do we break them out of this mass formation, out of this hypnotic state? And what happened? How does the pendulum finally swing back? And how do we right it? And I I look at what's happening now and see that has not begun to happen yet. People, you're seeing people starting to break away from it. But when Barry did that on the Bill Maher show, she went on the Bill Maher show and talked about Barry Weiss and talked about this. The audience reaction was very interesting because there was a minute of kind of stunned silence. And this is a very liberal audience in the Bill Maher show. And there was this moment of stunned silence as people kind of wondered what to do and whether they should applaud or not. And then there was wild applause. And so I think that is a real signal to us that something is changing, that that we can have some optimism that people are going to break away. I think if you look at what's happening in the future, I think there's more and more evidence. The evidence is now gelling about Tony Fauci's involvement with the Wuhan lab and the real possibility that Tony Fauci funded studies by Barrick and others which resulted in the pandemic. And I think what's going to happen I believe that Tony Fauci will resign before the end of the year. I think he's now a liability for the administration. His popularity levels have plummeted. And more and more stuff is coming out with them. And I think in November, it seems from all the polling now that the Republicans are going to take over Congress. And when that happens, Tony Fauci's life will become unlivable because he will be on a constant loop, being summoned by committees on Capitol Hill who are asking him questions that he simply cannot answer. About what science he relied on for the lockdowns, for the masks. Even CDC is saying the masks don't work now. The cloth masks don't work. And nobody, and WHO is saying children should not be vaccinated. So you're seeing this kind of movement. And when I think what's going to happen is if the Republicans do take over Congress, you're going to see these hearings that more and more will convince Americans, some of them are going to be televised, and that they will convince Americans that they were hoodwinked. And as we know, it's what Mark Twain said was true, which is that it's easier to fool somebody than to convince them that they've been fooled. And people, when they've swallowed a big lie, are very, very reluctant to relinquish it because they have to admit something about themselves that's unpleasant. And so they hold tighter and tighter, even as all of the evidence for the fraud accumulates around them. And the evidence for the orthodoxy begins to fray and puncture and crumble you get this frantic spasms of people trying to just assert, just through pure belief and with nothing else, with no other evidence, that it's true. And I think that's what we're going to see over the next year. We're going to see this, and I think it'll be interesting for everybody in this audience to keep track of the little things that start to happen that begin to puncture this very resilient belief system that is now, the emperor has no clothes. I want to just leave you guys with a couple of thoughts that I talked about, and it's sort of an enlarged version of some of the thoughts that I talked about when I spoke in Washington earlier on last Sunday, which is, what happens to governments when they start infringing on rights. And the big issue that I was trying to address in Washington was this issue that there's been a completely inappropriate response to the pandemic. It's a militarized response and it's a monetized response to a medical crisis. And we should have had a medical response. We should have had a response where we're figuring out ways to take care of people. We're giving people vitamin D. We're strengthening their immune systems. We're reducing stress. We're telling people to get outside, to see your relatives, to go to the beach, to reduce your exposure to chemical residues in your food, to reduce your consumption of sugar and sugar drinks, to get plenty of exercise, to try to lose weight, because it's your weight that ultimately is going to kill you, is going to allow COVID to kill you if you're overweight. We needed to be creating networks, a network communication grid. Tony Fauci has all of these relationships with the big social media companies, and he should have been exploiting those relationships to create a medical community communications grid that connected the 11 million frontline physicians in every country in the world to find out what they were doing that they thought worked on coronavirus. They're all treating it in places like Zambia and Gibraltar and Spain and Bangladesh and Argentina, and using that system to distill the protocols that were most effective against this disease, and then communicating those protocols to doctors around the world. China had a protocol for early treatment of COVID by the end of March 2020. And the first intervention on it was chloroquine, which is the cousin of hydroxychloroquine. And China had a death rate of 3 per million population, one of the lowest in the world, according to China. Compare that to the death rate in our country. We had the highest body count from COVID anywhere on the planet. Tony Fauci's legacy is we had 4.2% of the world population, and we had almost 20% of the COVID deaths. How is that a success story? The death rate in America was 2,500 per million population. China, 3 people per million population. Nigeria has a death rate of 14 people per million population. So 1/1500th of our death rate. And 1/1500th of the death rate of American blacks. Zambian blacks had 14 per million. And what's the reason for that? Around Africa, the average rate was about 200 per million. And one of the distinctions that may be significant is that Nigeria has the highest malaria burden in the world. So 27% of the malaria cases on Earth come out of Nigeria. Well, virtually everybody in the country is on hydroxychloroquine. A large part of the river blindness burden in the world comes from Nigeria. And so a large part of the population is also on ivermectin. And both of those drugs have proven themselves enormously effective as prophylaxis against coronavirus. And that may be one of the reasons. There's also clearly other reasons. Africans have much younger populations in the United States, and COVID kills older people and not so much young people. So that, that can't account for these huge discrepancies in death rates among the African countries. And then you see other nations like Singapore, like Japan, that allowed access or encourage access to hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin also had tiny, tiny death rates. We had an amazing natural experiment in India where Uttar Pradesh, which is one of the largest province, 230 million people, a population comparable to the United States, obliterated the pandemic overnight simply by giving everybody access to ivermectin. Meanwhile, another province, Indian province, Kerala, illegalized ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and adopted Tony Fauci's policies. And they achieved death rates that were comparable to those in the United States. Oh, we need to answer those questions. And maybe it wasn't the hydroxychloroquine or the ivermectin. Maybe that was just a coincidence. But what we need, there are plenty of studies that show the nations that widely use those had much, much lower death rates by orders of magnitude than the nations that did not. And what Tony Fauci's job is, as a big medical resource, as controlling with him and Francis Collins, Bill Gates, and Jeremy Farrar of Wellcome Trust, they control 61% of the biomedical research funding on Earth. Wouldn't you think they'd spend some money asking the question, why is Zambia, why is Nigeria have death rates and injury rates and COVID rates 1,000 times less than the United States? Shouldn't we know the answers to those questions? And of course we should. But those are things that Tony Fauci never did. And we had a government response that was a militarized response. It was telling people, we are going to force you to get these vaccines. And that's the only cure. And if you get sick from COVID, we're going to tell you, if you're sick and you test positive, we're going to tell you, go home till your lips turn blue and then come to the hospital. No early treatment. We've never done that in history with a respiratory disease. If you're sick, even if you have the flu, your doctor gives you something, gives you some treatment. But we were told, no, you go home till you're sick, then you go to the hospital, and we're going to give you two things that will kill you: remdesivir and intubation. So it was a very odd response. And of course, you guys know, as I do, that they had to deny people ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Why did they have to deny them? Because there's a little known law in the United States that says that if there is a drug, an approved drug, approved for any purpose, that is demonstrated to be effective against the target disease, you cannot issue an emergency use authorization for a vaccine for that same disease. If Tony Fauci had admitted, or if the medical journals which he controls had published articles that, and generally in the medical community, people were saying, hey, these drugs are effective, and he couldn't have gone forward with that vaccine program. It would have killed his vaccine enterprise. And I think it's pretty clear on the evidence that for him, the point of this pandemic was broadening that vaccine enterprise and of course, making money on it. Not him personally, but his agency owns half the Moderna vaccine. People who work for him, 4 of the deputies, his favorites who work for him, he gave marching rights, for the patent rights for that product, so that those gentlemen will make $150,000 a year in royalty for life. And so he had a lot of economic interests and personal interests in that, and institutional interests in that product. And if he had admitted that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine worked, that product would have been dead in the water, DOA. So what we saw is an expansion that the pandemic used, instead of having a gentle and kind and empathetic and compassionate and competent medical response of treating people, of strengthening the immune system, of bringing our communities together and teaching us how to protect each other, of isolating the sick, of protecting the vulnerable, not sending sick people to nursing homes where 40% of the deaths then occurred, to spread it that way. And all of those people they sent home, with positive COVID tests, sick, and told them come back later. Every hospitalization was a super spreader event. Those people went home and they gave it to their families, because this disease spreads indoors. And they gave it to the Uber drivers, and they gave it to the people who delivered food. They gave it to the ambulance drivers when they came, and the people in the hospital. And they spread the disease. It was an inexplicable response to illness. Instead of doing what we knew that what all of the blueprints told us to do, which is you isolate the sick. That's what the Chinese did. They isolated the sick. They did it with a brutality we wouldn't do in this country. But it was a system that obliterated the pandemic in 2 months. Their pandemic was 2 months. Ours was 20 months and it's still going. And so instead of doing what they should have been doing, they created a bonanza for the pharmaceutical companies, 98 billion that Pfizer is claiming that it's going to make to its shareholders. And they created an opportunity for the intelligence agencies and a militarized response of centralized control. And the people, the primary beneficiaries, of course, were the social media titans. There was a $3.8 trillion shift in wealth from the working class and the poor to billionaires. We created 500 new billionaires during this pandemic while we obliterated the middle class. And many of those are the, how am I doing on time here? Is this over? Hello?
No, you're good on time. You have another 10 minutes or so, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay. So, it was a militarized response that enriched it enriched particularly the social media titans. And these people, like Bill Gates, like Mark Zuckerberg, Jeffrey Bezos, who's on track to become the world's first trillionaire, Bloomberg, all of these media and social media pangerums, who are the primary beneficiaries. We obliterated 1 million little businesses who were their competitors, and we made it so that everybody is on their screens using their products, calling Amazon to order things, and we trained the whole population. This is now what your life is going to be like. It's going to be looking into the screens that are owned by these guys and products that are owned by these guys. And they rearranged, they did a great reset of American life around their products. And who were the people who were censoring criticism of the lockdowns that caused this transition of wealth to them, the biggest shift in wealth in human history? They got all the wealth. They're the beneficiaries, and they were our censors. They're the ones who are out there saying you can't criticize the lockdown. You can't criticize Dr. Fauci's vaccines. You can't criticize the masks or the social distancing or all these other manipulations. And we saw this imposition of centralized control. We saw the obliteration of our Bill of Rights. I talked about the other day, they started with censorship, with the First Amendment. Once you get rid of free speech, of our capacity to criticize our government, the government has license for any atrocity, and it's exactly what they did. What Madison and Adams and Jefferson said is we put freedom of expression in the First Amendment because all of the other rights are dependent on it. If you can get rid of free speech, you can get rid of all the other ones, and that's exactly what they did. They got rid of freedom of assembly through the social distancing. And remember, there was no public hearing. There was no environmental impact statements, which required them to do a cost-benefit analysis and lay out all of the scientific justification. They couldn't afford to do that. So they just, and this is critical part of our democracy, is that when government tries to pass a rule, not when the legislatures do. Legislatures can pass laws, and if they're constitutional, then, they're law. But the regulatory agencies are unelected. And so the courts have found, and Congress, designed, but the courts have said they can't just pass a law. They have to do certain things to make sure there's democratic input because they're not elected. Tony Fauci's been there for 50 years with no election. We know what they have to do to pass the law. And this is what I've done for 40 years. Sue government agencies who took shortcuts in the regulatory process in order to do a favor for a sweetheart deal with a polluter. Here's what they have to do. They have to publish a notice of exactly what the law is going to say, the regulation. Two, they have to do an environmental impact statement that looks at all of the impacts to every class of society, every business, and discloses those impacts and does a cost-benefit analysis and explains why they think that that law will work. It would have to lay out all the science that shows why masking works and social distancing works. None of that was ever done. They have to do a regulatory impact statement and an economic impact statement that looks at all the costs of doing it and all the costs of alternative ways of doing it. And they have to have a comment period. Notice comment where the public then is allowed to send in letters and comments and say, you know, this law unmasked in every business, it's going to, let's say you're a kayak company, an outdoor outfitter. You say, I cannot put the math as written now. It applies to my business, and it's an outdoor business where there's no evidence of asymptomatic transmission. And if I force my clients to wear masks, they're going to drown. Oh, you need to give me an exemption. Oh, everybody would have a chance to give their explanation, and the government has to respond to every one of those comments. This is what the law says. And when people don't obey the law, I get to sue them. Then at the end of that whole process, they republish an amended environmental impact statement that accounts for all of those comments. And then they have an administrative hearing, which has a judge, sworn testimony. All of the experts of the government's experts are going to come in and explain, show us the science. Why do you think masks work? Why do you think lockdowns work? And we get to cross-examine them. And then we bring our experts and they get to cross-examine them. And then there's a hearing or there is a finding by the judge that's based upon a rational interpretation of data. It can't be arbitrary and capricious. And we can sue if he does something that's irrational. None of that happened. It was just one guy, Tony Fauci, who says masks don't work 1 week, and 3 weeks later, strap one on. And a few weeks after, I put another one on with no citation, no scientific citation. And all of these things, the lockdowns, he said, we're only going to do it for 2 weeks. Now, you may be saying, well, a government sometimes has to react in emergencies, and this is true. And they have power in an emergency to pass laws without going through this process. But after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, even if the emergency continues, you still go through the process. You still say, we're going to leave the mask mandate in and the lockdowns in place, but we are actually going to have a hearing to make sure that we did the right thing. Well, none of that ever happened. It was a complete abolition of the due process clause of the Constitution. And they got rid of jury trials. The Constitution says, here's what it says, the Seventh Amendment: no American shall be deprived of the right of a trial before a jury of his peers in cases or controversies exceeding $25 in value. That's all it says. There's no pandemic exception. So we got rid of jury trials. We got rid of property rights. We closed 1 million businesses without due process or just compensation. We got rid of religious freedoms. We closed every church in this country and kept liquor stores open as essential businesses. Liquor stores aren't in the Constitution. The churches are. And we got rid of all of the prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures with all this very intrusive track and trace, surveillance and vaccine passports, etc. So they obliterated the Constitution. And the thought that I left people with in Washington was this: there's 3 things we should all understand. One is that any power that the government takes from you, it will never relinquish. It will keep it forever. Even if, like when they just abolished the lockdowns and everything in England, they didn't say we can't do it to you again. They're going to retain, even after 20 months, they'll start to lift the lockdowns in this country. They're going to still retain the power forever to do it to us again. And that puts us under their control forever. Number two, every power that they take from you, they will ultimately abuse to the ultimate extent possible. It's a rule like the law of gravity. If they have a power, they will abuse it. And number three, nobody ever complied their way out of totalitarianism. Every time you comply, every time you capitulate, you're sending a signal to your oppressors, to your torturers, or new forms of torment and humiliation and obedience. And that is, and what they're doing now to us, they have an ability to do that it's been the ambition of every totalitarian regime in the history of mankind, to control every aspect of human behavior, every reaction, our movements, our transportation, our education. That's what they all want to do, but none of them have been able to do it completely because they simply didn't have the technological reach. But today, all these new technologies that they're putting in place give them that power to control everyone. I mean, I made a reference that I won't make again, but I can tell you this. We now have very, very commonly used AI technology that can see through walls. So you can't hide in your home. We had the satellite technology. There are now applications for 415,000 low orbit satellites, low altitude satellites, to run the 5G system. And Bill Gates says his 65,000 satellites will be able to look at every square inch of the Earth 24 hours a day. There is no place to hide. We have, of course, 5G, and 5G allows the connection of all of the little machines that you have in your house to talk to each other and then report to you about you to Bill Gates. You think Siri is working for you? It's not. Siri is working for Bill Gates. It's listening to hear you cough, to you, for you talking about you need a new mattress. You're talking about what kind of songs that you like. All of that. Your Apple Watch is following you and reporting on you all day long. Your GPS systems, your baby monitor. There are, I think, 45 of these devices in every home. Now with 5G, they can all talk to each other. Think about it. 5G is not being put in place. They're not spending trillions of dollars so that you can download your videos faster. It's going to do nothing for you. All it is it's a system for data harvesting. So Bill Gates is building a city of 85,000 people in Arizona, a data processing center that is going to take all these data analytics that they can now harvest with 5G and slice them and dice them and monetize them and analyze them and send them out and sell your data to people. It's like a gold rush before there was any regulatory agency. They can just take, or the oil rush. They can just take what they want because it's lying there on the ground. Your information is available to them for free, but the government also is using that 5G to control you, to spy on you, to know where you are, to tax every transaction. And at the same time in Europe, there are already many other, China, elsewhere, they are switching over to digitalized currencies. And the digitalized currency is also a programmable currency. So you're seeing ATM machines are disappearing, the coins are disappearing. They are training us to use credit cards only. And when they do that, they will control you because that currency is programmable. So if they, for example, they use facial recognition systems and they find that on a day, which is a social distancing day, you were in Central Park standing too close to your girlfriend. So you need to be punished. How do they punish you? They send you a notice on your cell phone that you need to go into lockdown for 10 days. And if you don't do it, and to make sure you do it, they rig your currency so your credit cards will only work at your local grocery store. You can't travel now to New Jersey or to San Francisco or whatever. You gotta obey. And it's a way of what I said when I spoke in Europe. I said, if you think, here's the vaccine passports. The vaccine passports are probably the most alarming thing, because the vaccine, you have a bunch of rights. You know that you can go, and they're not perfect. But you can go out bowling tonight, or you can go to a sports bar, you can go to a sporting event, you can go to a dance, you can get on a plane and travel, or a bus, or whatever. But these are all rights that you enjoy and that you assume you enjoy. As soon as you get that vaccine passport, all of those rights are transformed into privileges that are contingent upon your obedience with government diktats that are not produced by notice and comment rulemaking. They're arbitrary diktats by somebody who's been in office for 50 years and never been elected. And you have to do now what they tell you to do. We no longer live in a democracy in that. We live in a tyrannical state when that happens. And one of the things I talked about in Europe is, they're saying, well, vaccine passports are important for public health. Really? We know the vaccines don't prevent transmission. Tony Fauci says that a vaccinated person is equally likely, has the same amount of viral load in their nasal pharynx as an unvaccinated. You can go on the internet, you can see him saying that. There is no difference. If you're vaccinated, you spread the disease the same as an unvaccinated person. So shouldn't this be a private health decision? Why is it a public health decision? and why we need vaccine passports if being vaccinated does nothing to reduce the spread of the disease? Well, a vaccine passport is simply a mechanism for control. It's an instrumentality for control. And what I said when I spoke in Europe is, in Europe, the vaccine passports are not even being issued by the public health agencies. They're being issued by the finance ministries, because they're going to have your social credit score on them. That's inevitable. And they are going to control your digital currency and see whether you're worthy to be able to do certain things. All of those things that were rights now are privileges, and you only get them if you demonstrate yourself to be obedient and have a high credit score. And so all of these mechanisms that I just described, I call this turnkey totalitarianism. It is a system that is being put in place, and that the tyrant can come in and switch it on, and have perfect control over everything. You notice that last week there were millions of people. I think 1 million came out in France, 50,000 in Belgium onto the street. These huge demonstrations in every nation in Europe. None of those showed up on United States television. We didn't see them. You guys know about them, and I know about them because we got the videos from our networks. But most of my, friends out here in Los Angeles completely don't know about this. They don't know there's a revolution now going on the streets of Australia and Austria and, Vienna, etc. They don't know it because the TV isn't reporting it. And Emerson had pointed out that if a tree falls in the forest and nobody heard it fall, did it really fall? The answer is no. And if there's 1 million people on the streets in Paris and none of it is covered in the media, did it happen? The answer is no. They can pretend it didn't happen. And that is what the turnkey totalitarianism is going to allow. It is going to allow, if they get the system in place, even if we have 100% resistance, it won't matter because it will give them total control. And today we are in an arms race. And the arms race is this. On our side, we are building our army by recruiting people who are at this point locked in the orthodoxy. And that's why I began this by talking about how do we shatter that orthodoxy. And some of it will shatter on its own, but what we need to do now is to recruit those people one person at a time. We need to build our army, and we need to build it faster than they put in the system of turnkey totalitarianism. Oh, and how do we do that? We do it by talking to people. And You will never break through to them. And these is what social scientists say. You'll never break through by confronting them with facts. It will just make them fortify their belief system. Their walls will go up higher. You will become the enemy, and they'll go down lower too. The only way that you can approach them is with empathy and with questions, the Socratic method. You ask them questions about their belief system. And one or two of those questions may force them, because they're not feeling threatened, to start thinking about it. And once there's a little crack and light goes in, and it's like putting the camel's nose under the tent, the whole camel are going to go in there. They're going to start going down these little rabbit. Once you sow doubt, it's over. And Goebbels said, how do you get people? You want me to shut up now? Hello.
We're just about the end of your talk, Mr. Kennedy, but there's a huge crowd of people here very supportive of everything you're saying, and we want to make sure that you can hear and see them. You guys make some noise for Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, everybody.
Romero, show him the audience. Let's show him the audience before he leaves for today. We want you to see the crowd too, Mr. Kennedy, before we let you go. I apologize for interrupting you.
No,
Here's our
that's
crowd
okay.
in Mexico.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Thank you for being kind to our speakers. We apologize for that little internet hiccup there. Hopefully, everybody at home heard everything. I do want to make a couple notes before we get to our last in-person speaker here in Mexico, and then we go back to John Bush in Texas. For those who've been asking, as I was saying a few moments ago, all the replays of everything we're doing here are going to be made available for free. This is streaming right now on Odyssey. It's streaming on Rockfin. As soon as we end, it'll be available, the whole replay. And probably after this weekend, I'll start editing up all the individual talks, and those will be out for free. So we encourage you to visit our website, visit our Odyssey channel, and you can get the replays. So let's continue on with the night. I do want to say, for those who are looking forward to the singing circle happening locally here in Morelia, it is still happening, but at 9 p.m., since we're going a little bit later. We're going to end about 8:45 tonight, guys. So if you want to hang out, I encourage you to, because our next speaker is somebody who I have a lot of respect for. He's been hanging out over that table with his books, which I encourage you to go check out after you hear his speech. He's got a lot to say in this area. We're talking about agorism, parallel networks, building new systems, how we're going to get away from some of the scary things maybe that Mr. Kennedy was talking about, and focus on the positive aspects of technology. And this is a man who has a lot of knowledge, a wealth of knowledge in that area, and a very educated person that I encourage you to give your full attention. Please welcome Sterling Lujan to the stage.
Thank you. You guys hear me okay? This is absolutely amazing. Morelia, give a round of applause for yourself. It's so great to be here among friends and fellow super spreaders. It's been a long night and a long day, guys. Why don't we take just 1 second, everybody stand up and kind of stretch. We have a lot to discuss this evening. Get a little stretching. A nomadic society cannot experience enclosed space. This is a quote by one of my favorite philosophers, Marshall McLuhan. He was a media theorist and a futurist. McLuhan also is responsible for foreseeing the internet 30 years before it came into existence and into fruition. He coined the term global village. But let's think about that quote for a minute and what it means. that a nomadic society cannot experience enclosed space. The implication there is that a nomadic society is by definition a freer society. But McLuhan didn't just mean nomadism in the sense of us being able to travel freely and to live out of our backpacks. He also meant this in a spiritual sense, in a technological sense, that we are all going to be enmeshed, and indeed now are enmeshed, in a global interconnected network of ongoing communication. At its heart, this idea of nomadism is really about transformation. To me, it's a kind of alchemy, right? We're all alchemists in search of the philosopher's stone so that we can turn the base metal of lead into gold. The analogy is apt for the transformation of society, technologically, spiritually, and physically. So what this talk is about tonight is not only the situation that we find ourselves in and the problems with the status quo, but it's also about what can we do right now to augment the future, to facilitate this deep change that we're trying to create and craft into the world. And I see that we're on the brink of a massive paradigm shift, and it's unfurling and blossoming much like a springtime flower. And it's absolutely beautiful. But we have a problem. Going back to this concept of the global village, this idea that we're all interconnected, brought together by technologies like the internet, Web3, blockchain, Bitcoin, artificial intelligence, a number of technologies. But you see, global village is butting up against another concept, one that's called globalization. So in this notion of globalization, we have the fact that our society is spreading everywhere across the globe. We're more connected through the global village, but also as a result of this spread, we're also experiencing more authoritarianism, more control, more coercion in our lives. And I know that you all feel that and see that, because we wouldn't have all flown down to Morelia and stepped onto the tarmac with the idea that we weren't going to try to change anything, because we absolutely are. So the situation that we find ourselves in, this status quo, we have a dominance hierarchy, typically called the nation state or governments, that control us or attempt to control us from the top down. And as a result of globalization and the building out of authoritarianism, now we have a situation that's being referred to as a pandemic, right? COVID-19, what Mr. Kennedy just got through talking about, what Jeffrey just got through talking about. And it's been a sweep of lies and propaganda disseminated into the bosom of society. It's fueled by primarily lies. We also have a massive drug war that's underway, which is in practice just a war on people that hurts people. We have a United States government that has $1 trillion deficit, and that deficit is going to be shouldered. The burden is going to be shouldered by the unborn. People not even born yet are supposed to pay those taxes, and taxation in this regard and in every regard is just extortion. What's also ironical about this is that the government in the United States has a vast hegemony and control over fiat currency, right? The US dollar is the global reserve currency, right? And it's through this control that they destabilize other nations. They leverage control and try to import thugocracy across the world. Democracy, thugocracy. And they also control our lives by printing as much money as they want, by producing, by contracting and expanding the currency supply as they see fit, continuing to raise the deficit. So I know that I'm preaching to the choir. You guys mostly all understand these problems that we face. But we have to wrap our heads around what we're up against. And I think in order to do that, there's a book that I recently read it's kind of obscure. It was written in the mid-'80s, and the book is called The Parable of the Tribes by Andrew Bard Schmuckler. The book is mostly shit, right? So I have this shitty book right here with me, but I do believe it's incumbent upon us to understand the arguments in this book. Schmuckler was a congressional nominee, I believe, a politician. And in this book, he effectively says that societies are always going to be in a war of maximizing power. He says all it takes for societies to begin to fight each other is for one power maximizing individual to rise to the top of the ranks. And this power maximizing individual is what causes other societies to become the monster that they seek to fight, so that they're not destroyed. And in this way, societies select for power evolutionarily. And this is our destiny, according to Schmuckler. I don't buy into that notion. Schmuckler misses the point that as rational, emotional creatures, as human beings, we get to make decisions. We get to decide how we live. We don't have to live under the thumb of some kleptocratic society filled with sociopaths who are seeking to control us and coerce us. That's the reason we're all here right now, because we don't want to deal with this nonsense anymore. We want to affect change in the most expeditious and beautiful way possible. We want to move the dial forward. And I personally believe that that's happening right now. We just have to be involved in these movements. We have to be part of it. We have to be swept along up in the change. So let's talk about a bit about what's happening to affect these changes that are going to prove people like Schmuckler absolutely wrong. Is anybody here familiar with Terence McKenna, by show of hands? So Terence McKenna wrote a book. The guy was a beautiful orator, a philosopher, an ethnobotanist, many number of things. But he wrote a book called The Archaic Revival. And in The Archaic Revival, he makes the case that we're returning to our nomadic roots, our communal roots. And we're using technology to facilitate this change, but not just the technologies that I talked about, but also psychospiritual technologies, psychedelics, plant medicines, psilocybin, ibogaine, DMT. And as we see, the culture is now starting to wake up to the importance of these medicinal technologies. And it's in coming together with these ideas, using these medicines, building new technologies, that the archaic revival, in my mind, is coming to life. We're starting to live in smaller enclaves. We're starting to create smaller groups. We're doing more traveling. The nomadic digitalia is alive and well. And there's a reason for this too. There was a psychologist by the name of Robin Dunbar, and Dunbar said that we can only maintain a set number of relationships before those relationships begin to degrade, before they fall apart. And that number is 150. We can sustainably manage 150 close, compassionate, and empathetic relationships with our fellow humans. You guys have probably heard of this before, the Dunbar number, but a lot of people don't talk about why Robin Dunbar articulated this particular idea, or the reasons for it. He said that our neocortex, the frontal cortex in the brain, is limited by structure and function regarding how many relationships that we can maintain. So it's neurological limitations to our relationships. So I think this is another reason to believe that we are becoming more communal. We're starting to come closer together, because I think it's in our roots. It's in the nature of who we are as human beings. Yes, Homo sapiens is what we are called, but I envision, you may have heard this phrase before, the coming of Homo Deus, of like God, human beings rising above our state of nature, transcending. And it's all built into this process. There's an idea that I've started to promulgate, and I've written a lot about it in my book, called relational anarchism. Relational anarchism is the idea that if we're working together and cooperating in these small enclaves as nomads, as people living in a freedom cell, and we'll talk more about that here in a minute as well, that if we're working with these people and cooperating, we're also trying to be as compassionate, as empathetic as possible. We're trying to connect with them on a fundamental level. And I feel like just speaking with some of you guys that I've spoke with today, I'm really wanting to get to know you and to connect with you. And to use the language of Marshall Rosenberg, I'm always trying to use nonviolent communication. And I think one of the things we're trying to do, or we should be doing, to build a better society is to use the tenets of relational anarchism, that is, be more compassionate to our neighbors. It's because engaging in this kind of interaction is de facto creating or crafting a freer society, right? Compassion and violence are binary states. I'm not going to compassionately punch you in the face. I'm not going to compassionately or empathetically shoot you. Now, some people will claim that they're being empathetic or compassionate while they hit their children, while they do something that they say is for your own good. But the reality is that's impossible. Compassion is antithetical to violence. So all of these ideas are ones that I think we're either embracing purposefully and with explicit knowledge, or it's happening based on all the other changes we're experiencing in society and in culture. So one of the things, with this being said, this whole conference is about solutions. It's about creating the change now, and it's about engaging in ways that help promote our future, to prevent collapse. One of the most popular ideas that have been passed around lately is this notion that we're on the brink of collapse, that at any minute, everything is going to fall apart. There's been a lot of writers talking about climatological change and the death of the human species as a result of that, or the possibility of nuclear warfare. Some type of apocalyptic scenario is going to befall humankind, and it's always in the near future. And death is upon our species. However, there's another train of thought that's been extremely popular, and it's this idea that maybe it's not the death of the species that we're approaching, but something more closely akin to a consciousness awakening or consciousness revolution. Terence McKenna, going back to him, talked about the notion of a consciousness awakening in 2012 that he predicted via the Time Wave Zero platform. Daniel Pinchbeck has written about this as well in his book, The Return of Quetzalcoatl, 2012. And most recently, my friend Max Borders wrote a book called After Collapse, in which he said that our human systems are failing. Hierarchical organization is failing. It's starting to crumble. And if we don't right those wrongs, our society will fail, and it could possibly mean the end of the species. And Max Egan was talking a bit about this the other day, where he basically said that we should not rely on technology, and maybe we get out into the fields and start toiling again, and everybody builds their own house, and we go back to the original state of nature sans technology. So these fears are very real, but I'm a techno-optimist. There's a lot of people who I think naturally fear technology, and of course, there's a lot of folks at this conference have been talking about this notion of the technocratic state coming in and taking over. Derek's talked a lot about it. But I believe it's all based on a decision. At the end of the day, technology is a tool. It's amoral, and we get to decide how to use it. And one of the most awesome things that's happening is that we're building technologies with algorithms that incentivize good behavior. At the end of the day, we have to have our tools and technologies incentivize good behavior, incentivize ways for us to work together and cooperate without harming each other. So I think that's a perfect segue. What can you guys do right now to be involved in the changing society, to be swept up in the future and not left behind? The very first thing that I would say is we need to embrace the nomadic digitalia. We need to embrace the fact that we're changing the way that we live. We're changing our styles of relating to other people. We're beginning to work closely together. By show of hands, who would consider themselves either a quote-unquote digital nomad, or just a nomad, or a vagabond, or something of that nature? So quite a few people. So if you haven't been involved in the nomadic communities, they're very tight-knit communities, and a lot of the people have a tendency to help each other out. And this is a decision that you all can make right now. If you've already started to work remotely, I think as a result of the quote-unquote pandemic, more people they're leaving their homes and they're making the world their homes. Let me just tell you a little story. My wife and I recently have traveled to New Mexico, and as part of our own nomadic experiences, we stayed in an Earth ship for a couple of weeks, and we stayed in various parts in Santa Fe in New Mexico. But this lifestyle has already opened my eyes to what it means to be a freer human being, a more sovereign human being. It's also been very important for me to learn about living and being off the grid. An Earth ship, some of you may not have heard of the concept, is a vessel that is built to encounter nature. It's all self-sustaining, functions off the grid, uses solar power and wind power technologies. It's all the heating, all the cooling, the temperature is all based on an equilibrium, so you don't have to have centralized heating and air. And this is something that all of us can start being involved in right now. We're actually considering going to the Nomad Academy by Michael Reynolds and learning how to build Earth ships. Michael Reynolds had an amazing quote that's extremely relevant. He said that he doesn't want people to partner with the utility companies. He'd rather have people partner with the Earth. We can take that a step further too. Not only do we want to partner with the Earth, we want to partner with our communities, with our enclaves, with our friends. And we definitely do not want to partner with the utility companies, the corporate monopolies, the government bureaucrats. We want to shun all of that. We want to do what we can to opt out of that system and to stay in our own communities that are self-built. Another thing that's happening right now, and this is tangential to the topic of earthships and nomadism. As you all know, Derek and John have been responsible for spreading ideas around the Freedom Cell network, and their initiatives have grown and blossomed and really just blew up lately, and more people are getting involved in those networks as well. And for any of you who are unfamiliar with the Freedom Cell, it's just a small group of individuals who get together and they live in a kind of mutual aid society where they skill share, where they house a treasury and share resources, where they plant food, grow food together, and they work together. So there's no reason why we can't be spiritually, digitally, physically nomadic while also embracing the idea behind Freedom Cells. So if you guys want more information on that, you're more than welcome to meet me after the talk. We can discuss it. Also, Derek, and I think Allie's here as well. She's going to discuss Freedom Cells. But that's all part of this greater counter-economic and agorist movement, or building these parallel societies. It starts with us freeing ourselves from the burdens of society as we know it and preparing for living in a new age. But the last primary thing that I want to talk about, and I put some time back for this idea, is how do we live like that if we have a 9-to-5, if we're stuck in the tedious workaday drudgery of going back and forth to a job in the same area? There is a new concept in the cryptocurrency space called DAOs. And I say new, Vitalik Buterin coined the term, and it's been a few years now. But a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. And earlier I talked about how society is not only changing in the way that we're doing things differently, we're traveling, we're being more interconnected, but we're also starting to flatten our organizational structures. We're realizing that not only are dominance hierarchies non-efficient and also cumbersome for the individual, and in many cases just outright violent, but they're just not, people aren't interested in working in that fashion anymore. So you can actually join a decentralized autonomous organization right now. You can get online, get involved in these communities. And how it works is anybody can get involved. It's an egalitarian system where you can put a proposal based on your skills, your talents, and your knowledge. And if your proposal is accepted by the DAO, then all of a sudden you're working for a decentralized company and you're making money and living. And there's a few very close friends of mine who are doing this right now. John Vibes works with and around DAOs, pushes proposals, and gets paid by the DAO. Just as an example, if you guys navigate onto the website surf.finance, so Surf is a hedge fund that effectively somebody created out of their bedroom, right? Has anybody considered what it would take to set up a hedge fund in today's current financial environment? So setting up a hedge fund requires investor accreditation. It requires getting a ton of licenses, having capital investment, roughly around $100 million, having a track record of managing assets or having assets under management. And it's impossible for most normal people to get involved in that space regarding regulations, especially in the United States. However, this gentleman, this anonymous person, created his DAO, started building a community on Discord, surf.finance, and created a platform that allows people to stake funds into a token, but then it allows the community members to vote on what type of assets or companies they want to invest in with the hedge fund. So it's a communitarian decision. And the players involved are allocating their skills, their time, and resources to earn revenue by living like this. So really, these decentralized autonomous organizations are the glue, in my opinion, that hold all of the nomadic digitalia together, all of our new life as wanting to live more freely. So now we can create our own value. We don't have to be beholden to the 9 to 5, and we can live how we want. You can do this right now. Another important point, though, about these DAOs is that they're an idea meritocracy. So what that means is in the DAO, since it's a level playing field, ideas circulate more freely within that environment. Ideas don't have to crawl their way up through a bunch of bureaucratic nonsense and red tape as in a traditional organization. So problems get solved in a much more efficient manner than when ideas are brought about on the factory floor. So we're changing in new, beautiful, and innovative ways, leveraging blockchain and especially these decentralized autonomous organizations. And get this, the hedge fund thing was just one idea, guys. You can go to aragon.org, which is a DAO stack. You don't have to be a coder, and you can immediately create and craft your own DAO with use about 0.2 Ethereum, and boom, you've created it. You can set up the governance structure, the voting, you can set up your own token, and you can bring people into the communities, and whatever the goal of that community or organization is, you likely can do it. You can do nonprofit type of work, you can do traditional businesses, and you could even structure it semi-hierarchically if you wanted to start with, and then decentralize it moving forward. And some people have opted to do that. But it's really cool and really neat in my nerdy technological mind that we get to opt in and opt out of our own volition of these platforms. If we don't like the way one platform is doing something, we simply say, I'm done with that, and go to this next platform. Think about governments and think about the pandemic. What if in the United States we try to opt out of, say they enforce vaccines mandatorily nationwide, and you try to opt, no, I don't need that, I'm gonna opt out. Men with guns will take you to a cage, right? And they'll do that right now for a variety of silly and pointless arbitrary reasons for the most part. So this is a real change in the way that we work together, the way that we interact, the way that we cooperate, and the way that we build. And it's this production of value that's changing things right now. This is not an imaginary wet dream that's in some distant future. We can do this right now, and we are doing this right now. The change is occurring, and you're either with it or you're lost. You're stuck in the past and you're on the wrong side of history. So I'm extremely optimistic in what we can do with this technology by setting the incentive structures that don't lead to being controlled by agenda the most. But I think the nature of blockchain, the nature of Web3, and the way that these products have been created was for the purpose of destabilizing nation states and destabilizing traditional structures that have not served the greater good, that have not served our interests as a species that's being midwived out of its infancy and into its adulthood. Finishing up here, I have one last little anecdote about visions of the future. I was sitting with my wife in Acapulco in a hotel overlooking the beach, and about 30 minutes prior to that moment, I had dropped a little pill called MDMA. And I'm sitting there, I'm having a beautiful conversation with my wife, and then I start to peek on the chemical, and I'm looking out at the beach, And it's the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. And as I'm looking at it, in my mind's eye, I can perceive every single individual grain of sand. And then I notice that the grains of sand start to stack on top of each other. They seem to be alive. They seem to be moving. And in this moment, I notice the fractal nature of the universe. And the sand becomes intelligent, and it builds and it builds and it builds until it becomes this beautiful mandala stretched out before me as far as the eye can see across the beach. And I thought to myself, this was the vision. This is what we're doing. We're put here to build, to innovate, and to change society. If that is not our goals as a species, we're going to miss the bus of change. And it's this beautiful push into the future that reminds me of a quote from the great futurist Ray Kurzweil. Somebody once asked him if God exists, and his answer was, not yet.
Give a big hand for Sterling Lujan. Thank you, guys. And go find him at his table over there. Pick up his books. And if anybody who's listening at home, if you get curious about any of our speakers, you can still go to the website, check out the page that says speakers, and it gives you their websites, their bios, and all the things you want to know. We're on our last speaker now. I hope you guys will stick with us because we have our own John Bush closing things out tonight. Before we get to that, I do want to just mention a couple items. First, I'm glad that Sterling kind of did got everybody to move, but I have a little different thing that I want to see if you guys will participate with me before we get to our last speaker. Would you guys howl with me? You know, take a deep breath. Take a nice deep breath. And do it if you're at home. We're talking to you too. And in Texas. Ready? Take a deep breath. Don't you feel better now? Yeah, I've been holding that one in. All right, so let's mention a couple of things. I want to mention this term if it's new to some of you. You know, some of the ideas that Sterling talked about and the things that many of our, I think, community, especially tomorrow, we're focused on permaculture. Anybody excited about permaculture? Growing, building? Yes. Sterling mentioned earthships. I do want to mention we do have workshops in person, as you guys know, and for those of you who are sticking around, next week there is a natural building workshop that you can take and do some hands-on building. I'll be there working with them. We're really excited about that. I want to mention the term solar punk. If you guys hadn't heard, anybody heard that term more recently? It's this kind of new term out there, but it's basically people who believe technology does have a role and believe nature has a role and want to see that vision come together in the future of building, using technology and the advantages that it offers to build better communities, but then also implementing ideas like permaculture. So it's called solar punk. I encourage you to just look more into that. I also want to mention one other thing we had our speaker yesterday, Serena Farb, who is part of Vegans for Freedom, as am I. And there is actually going to be a worldwide action day for those at home or here who want to participate. This Saturday afternoon or evening, we're asking anybody who, whether you're vegan or not, if you think there's a reason to speak about animal liberation and to speak against the Bill Gateses of the world and the corporatization of the vegan animal liberation movement, we're going to be hitting the streets of Morelia and talking to people about Agenda 2030, talking to them about veganism, talking to them about a lot of these ideas. If you want to join us or if you're at home, go out and talk to the people in your community. And then I just also want to mention that we do have workshops tomorrow as well here in person. And I know there are things going on in Texas that John can tell everybody about. But let's go ahead. Let's get to our last speaker. I told you guys a little story earlier about how John gave this speech in 2011. And I'm not even, just saying that to flatter John. It truly did change my life. You can still find it on YouTube. Look up John Bush, Houston and the Fed 2011. You'll find it still out there. Still a very powerful speech. That shifted my perspective and my actions in a very radical way. John is the one that planted those seeds in my mind, and I think it's a great way for us to end this day focused on building parallel networks and agorism to hear from John, the person who helped introduce it to me so I could spread it further. And he's also doing so many other important things, working and educating people about crypto, and has his own land now and has his lovely fiance, soon-to-be wife, and so many other things to offer. So please offer a warm welcome to John Bush.
Aha! Thanks, Derek. Thank you, everybody in Buda, Texas. Some people say, is it Buda, Texas? It's Buda. Buda, Texas. Actually, y'all, welcome. Thank you to the audience in Morelia, the rowdy audience in Morelia, Mexico, and all the global audience as well. And I appreciate the kind words from Derek. I've been an activist for like 19 years now, ever since I caught a 9/11 Truth documentary. And it's by Alex Jones. I got the documents right here. 9/11 Road to Tyranny. I actually got interrupted doing a speech at community college here in Austin. I just basically regurgitated that movie 9/11 Road to Tyranny. I didn't even get to 9/11. I got cut off talking about the Oklahoma City bombing being a false flag terror attack. I still got a C though, so at least there was that. But my activism over the years has ebbed and flowed, and I've always felt driven to share my gifts with the world and to help create a more free society for personal reasons, for community reasons, for my family. And that activism is been really heavy and just totally ramped up as it is now. Although I've managed to figure out a way to merge my entrepreneurship and activism, which is really super groovy, and I'm grateful for that. But there was a period when I pulled back from the activism because I was living in poverty, and I did the impoverished activist thing. But when I had kids, it wasn't so cool to be in poverty and have the electricity turned off and not be able to have as much of a variety in the pantry. They never went hungry, but they got tired of eating mac and cheese and ramen noodles, right? I know some of you guys have been there. But I pulled back from my activism to focus on making money for my family, and I felt really off about that. But the thing that I would do to give myself assurance, I think, Derek Bros is out there. He's fighting the good fight, and his message is so on point. I think we're going to be okay. True story. Anyway, I was going to prepare. Actually, I wasn't going to prepare a talk. I never prepare talks. Maybe we'll come up with an outline or something, but I didn't even do that for this talk. So I'm just going to connect with you guys and share some stories and some insights, and hopefully you'll leave feeling empowered to take your life to the next level. So I just want to start by sharing that we're living in really unprecedented times, and it's really easy to feel like a victim, right? And a lot of people get caught in this victim mentality, and I believe that it's extremely disempowering. And at the end of the day, we all have the ability to choose how we show up in this world. We don't always choose what happens to us. We don't always choose the phenomenon that are taking place or the circumstances around us, but we do choose how we respond to those circumstances. And so given this technocratic onslaught and the lockdowns and mask mandates and all this crazy stuff they're doing with the gene therapy shot, I choose to show up as an empowered being in the world and to be grateful that I was born into an era where I have the ability to make a difference, a lasting difference, not just for my experience or my children's experience, but as Derek says, for the future 7 generations to come. So anytime that anyone's feeling downtrodden or frustrated or irritable or discontent in any way, I just want you to really focus on that. We've been presented with a gift, right? And the future of humanity is dependent on us. I don't want to see my children raised in this world. I don't want to, it doesn't feel good that there's kids that are wearing masks all day. It doesn't feel good that there's so much coercion and pressure for people to take a medical procedure. It's wild. And that people accept this just boggles my mind, but it makes sense because back to the government schools, right? And that social pressure. And so I want to encourage people to stand in your power because we are infinitely powerful human beings that have not even begun to tap into our full potential. And when we do that, I think we're really going to make waves. Like, imagine like stomping on the ground and it just reverberates outward. So I want to talk today about exit and build strategy. and how we can shift the way that we live so that our life, our choices, our behavior, how we spend our money, how we spend our time is more in alignment with our values, right? And I want to talk about a big picture vision that I have for the future. And I'm going to share with you that I'm 110% certain that this vision is going to be our reality. It's going to be my reality, and I strongly invite you to come along with me. And it seems like you already are because you're here today. So maybe I'll begin with the end in mind. That's one of the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Awesome book by Stephen Covey. Definitely should check it out if you have not. Let me just riff on that for a second. Another one of the highly effective habits, the habits of highly effective people, is to be proactive. That's the first one, to be proactive. And essentially what that means is to be in control of your faculties, right? He explains that in between stimulus, something happening to you, and response, how you respond to it, there's this magical little space where we get to choose how we show up, right? And it's that magical space, we can tap into it much more effectively if we practice meditation or if we're aware of mindfulness, which is being present in the moment. So a great example is like you're all frustrated and irritable and your son throws water on you. It's happened, a true story. And you immediately react. The programming kicks in, you get furious, you feel disrespected, and you yell at the kid, which in turn causes a massive breakdown and even more trouble. And it's even more difficult because it just so happened to be taking place after you and their mother split up. And it's chaos and just terrible situation. Well, if you practice mindfulness and you come at the situation from a different spot, if you're proactive, you have the stimulus, the water being tossed. And instead you can, I'm a peaceful parent. I understand that when my child throws water on me, it must be because there's some sort of unmet need. And rather than reacting and making the situation worse, I'm going to choose to explore what that unmet need might be and how I might be able to aid my son in meeting it, right? This actually did happen, and it happened twice. And the first time I flipped the F out, but I had an opportunity to reflect. And the second time, I took a pause, and I used nonviolent communication. I said, son, when you throw water on me, it doesn't feel good. I need to be dry. I have a need to be dry. In the future, I don't want you to do that. All right. That's being proactive, right? And unfortunately, for so many of us, we get caught in a reactionary paradigm, whereby our energy, our focus is being determined by other people. And in the case of all the tyranny and technocracy that we're experiencing, it's being determined by the enemies of liberty, by the technocrats, by some really ugly, nasty people. And so I want to encourage folks to be conscious of that and to not get caught in this reactionary paradigm where our entire path and our entire destiny is dictated by those that we despise and those that we oppose. Let us step into our power and be the arbiters of our own destiny. Let us choose our path, walk that path, and consciously create that path and co-create it with our activators. Where's Erica? She's not in here. She always gets on me. Like-minded. I don't like the term like-minded. You know, people that wear a mask and takes the shots, they're like-minded too, you know. She said, we should call ourselves activators. I like that. Sounds like a bitchin' band name too. Coming up next, the Activators. And after that, the Super Spreaders. So let us be proactive. Let us step into our power and let us be in control of our future, right? They have this decade of transformation. They have big, ambitious plans. And there's this year, 2030, it's not 8 years from now, where they want to have instituted all these big changes. Technocracy, surveillance state, social credit score. People feeling completely disempowered, spending a bunch of time in their rooms behind their computers, or better yet, in the metaverse, right? Well, I would like to see this be a decade of transformation as well. And they have plans. We have plans too. They have a great reset. We have a greater reset, right? They want centralization. We want decentralization. They want coercion and control. We want freedom and voluntarism. They want more surveillance. We want privacy. So go to above.phone. Check out Ramiro Romani's Above Phone. Shadow Ramiro. So let me share what my vision for 2030 is, and then I'm going to describe how I think we can get there. I'm not going to be able to do it alone. I need your help. And in order to make it more attainable, it's going to take a lot of big changes in our lives. And I want to give some practical advice and strategies on how we can implement those changes so as to increase the likelihood of this amazing future coming to fruition. I'm catching myself because Derek's like, make sure the speakers know to speak slow for the Spanish translators. And I'm like, yeah, I'll tell the speakers. And I'll be the one just going real fast. But anyway. All right, so here's my vision, right? I foresee pockets of liberty communities that I like to call the Confederation of Freedom Cell communities. And there's certain areas throughout the globe that have a huge concentration of activators. And those activators work together. They do business with one another. Their kids are raised together. Those activators grow their own food. They're not reliant on any centralized energy production. Those activators know how to defend themselves. They're peaceful spiritual warriors. And they choose the peaceful path, but if someone comes a knocking, they got their knife on their side, right? Here in Texas, maybe they have a... That's in the car. So that's my vision, that we have attracted so many people to a given geographic area, and we're able to exercise our strength in numbers, and collectively we're able to opt out and say, no, enough is enough. Or as they say in Mexico, basta ya, right? Because it doesn't take a whole lot. I had the honor of visiting the town of Cherán, which is not very far from Morelia in Michoacan. And that's a town of, I don't know, maybe 18,000 people. And recently, maybe it was like 10 years ago or so, they overthrew the local municipal government and the municipal police. They kicked them out. They said, basta ya, enough is enough. And they did it because the malos, as they call them, the malos, the bad guys, they were harassing the community members. They were going into their sacred forest and they were planting avocados. Apparently avocado is this big trade. It's the drug trade, but it's also the avocado trade. I don't know how that happened, and they were planting the avocados. They were deforesting the sacred forest. And this is a forest that's been in this indigenous community for generations, many generaciones, right? And you really want to know what was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was them kidnapping family members and then taunting the community members. And can you guess who it was that first stood up to these malos? It was the women. It was the mothers. They were like, you ain't going after our babies like that. And you know what? It wasn't really an armed struggle. It was just them saying no. And they blocked and barricaded the road out of town, and the trucks came and they grabbed the folks out and they gave them a beat down. And there was a bit of conflict and a bit of struggle, but ultimately this community was able to create relative political autonomy, as much political autonomy as you're going to get in the 21st century. And we had the privilege of meeting with the elders there in the community. They showed us around and they welcomed us in, and it was really, really, really special. And it got me thinking, is that possible here in the States or in Europe, right? And I was trying to think through it in my head. And one of the things that I realized that they have down there that we don't enjoy in many of about our communities is they have a homogenous culture, right? I'm not one of these alt-right guys that's like, we got to have homogenous culture. Everybody's got to be white and blue-eyed. I think that's called Nazism, I believe. But they have a homogenous culture where it's a lot of the same indigenous families that have been there for generations, for hundreds of years even. And in fact, some of those same bloodlines fought back the Aztecs, fought back the Spaniards, and then fought back the narco state. Right? And well, they didn't ultimately fight back the Aztecs and the Spaniards, but they sure as hell put up more of a fight than most of the other folks. And I got to thinking, like, okay, well, one of the challenges that we have here in the US and much of the Western world is that everyone's so divided and like at their home and on their smartphones, and they feel like it's the other, right? What if we united behind our common admiration for freedom and the idea that we're all sovereign beings? And damn it, we should be treated that way by other people, whether they have a badge on their chest or not, right? So maybe there's an opportunity to unite behind something like that. Maybe we could also unite behind a common vision. Or we could unite behind the understanding that if enough of us believe it, we can create a better world. And so I just want to share that story because it's a radical transformational change that took place in the course of 10 years, and the community is much better off for it. And there's no reason why we can't experience a similar transition and transformation, but it's going to take a lot of work. And so in order to pull this off, right, the idea, again, is that we have enough of us in a given geographic area, let's say, I don't know, Central Texas, and we all move out of the city and we move into the country, into rural areas, and we purchase land and we cooperatively buy land and we build harmonious, mutually beneficial relationships with those that are around us. And we start growing our own food and we start setting up our solar panels. And eventually there's so many of us, right? Like, I don't know, maybe 100,000 people in a given area. Maybe we could do it with less, but it'd be easier with 100,000. And one day we just declare our independence and we say, no, we're not going to do it. And I was thinking strategically, okay, what is going to make that more plausible, right? And the answer is exit and build, or build so we may exit, right? I heard this exit and build concept for the first time from Derek. Like I said earlier, me and Derek have a mutual admiration society because I've learned a lot from him. He's learned a lot from me. And when we synergize our efforts and our ideas, I think it really creates a pretty powerful thing. I'm glad that you guys are all a part of it. I'm glad that Derek's in my life. Super grateful for the work that he does. And I came up with this idea for the Exit and Build Land Summit. Like, okay, exit the cities, buy land, build community in the country. And I was going to do like a webinar or something. And I was like, okay, well, where did exit and build come from? I know Derek's talked about it. Let me go find the genesis of that concept. And all of that kept on popping up was Derek Bros' speech, Derek's talk, my talk, this video. And I was like, holy shit, the dude came up with that concept. Wow, that's great. And so I got to thinking like, okay, exit and build, exit and build. And the idea is we exit those centralized, coercive, involuntary institutions and we build alternatives. And ultimately, when I speak of exit, I mean wholehearted exit. We're no longer participating in anything that we don't choose to do, right? Freedom, a big component of freedom is choice. But it's also like, okay, well, there's a lot of risk involved in completely exiting. And in fact, that was one of my big inspirations for this freedom cell concept. I recognized that there was all sorts of voluntarist and freedom people and liberty people, and we all talked about freedom and read the books and could quote Rothbard till we're blue in the face, but at the same time, we're still filing our 1040s and we're hopelessly enslaved. And I came to recognize that the thing that's missing is strength in numbers, because when there's a bunch of us, it gives us a little bit, strengthens our backbone. We feel a little more powerful, right? Rightfully so. We're a social animal. And I recognize with this exit and build thing, not everyone can exit right away. And I want to create an environment. I want you guys to help in creating an environment where we make it more comfortable and less risky so people don't have to get put in a cage or lose all that they've worked for throughout their lives in order to exit, which is why we flip it. We build now so we may exit. And the realization that I had in just thinking through my head, what I wanted to share tonight was that if we can do the hard work now so that we are essentially decoupled from the centralized institutions, from the big mega corporations, from the big banks, even from their electric grid, it makes it a lot easier to transition from statehood to a stateless society, because we can share with the bureaucrats and the politicians, we don't even use your system at all anymore, except for maybe the roads. You guys are doing a pretty job of maintaining those. And then I also thought, like, okay, maybe the roads will be the big challenge because we're still going to travel to and from. What if we're wealthy enough? We just say, hey, what if we just fix the roads for you? Not going to pay the property tax, but we're going to go ahead and send our construction crew out and make you some nice roads in Bastrop County. So I want to share, in order for this to actually be a reality, in order to make that transition more peaceful, we got to do the hard work in our lives. So let's talk about some of the areas that we can make that transition in our lives. I think one of the first ones is our mindset. I talked about that a little bit, but I just want to hammer it home. I really need everyone. We need all of us together to believe that this future is possible. That's really where it all starts. Because if people have doubt, if people have insecurity about it, then it's going to make it a lot more challenging to get there. In fact, it's going to be impossible if we don't believe that it can get done first. So I want everyone to join me in making a decision that this is a future that sounds appealing to them. Does this sound appealing to you guys? All right. All right, so that's the first step. We got to make a decision. And I think this crowd's already all on board, right? That's what this whole event basically is all about. So we made that decision. And now what do we do next? Well, there's a variety of different areas in our lives that we can build and exit. There's many areas we can go ahead and exit now. And the cool thing I always share about the Freedom Cell Network, there's always people that are like, the Freedom Cells, oh my God, what if they put us in a cage? This is really risky. I don't know. What if there's FBI infiltrators, right? What I'm more concerned about is just straight assholes more so than law enforcement because they tend to do more damage than the cops do. But I like to share with people, at the end of the day, what we're doing isn't illegal at all. It's not risky. We're just getting our kids together and pulling them out of government school. That's not against the law, at least in most places. Yikes. That's why you exit geographically is a critical step. We'll talk about that. It's a low-risk thing. And in fact, on the contrary, right, just like with Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, like that's too risky to invest in. Maybe it's too risky not to be invested in cryptocurrency and only to be invested in dollar-denominated assets. Just the same, it's too risky to be involved in this Freedom Cell Network. Maybe it's too risky not to be involved in the Freedom Cell Network because if you're not, then you're just the lone wolf and it's easier to get picked off. Funny story, actually. The Freedom Cell, the word cell, actually, I chose that word to be provocative, deliberately provocative, because, there's another word that people usually tie with the word cell. It starts with a T. And so people started saying, like, oh, yeah, Freedom Cell, like cell in the body. I was like, yeah, that's what we were going for. It's being funny, of course. Nobody wants to get involved in any T word. We're peaceful people. But the cell in the body analogy works really perfectly because the health of the overall body is dependent on the health of the individual cell. And the health of the individual cell is dependent on the whole body, just as the health of the overall network is dependent on the health and success of the individual cadres. And the success of the cadres and safety and security is dependent on the whole group. So it's got this little interwoven relationship. All right, so a lot of this stuff isn't risky at all. So what can we do? What can we start? We made the decision. We made the choice. Great place to start is to focus on our health, right? There was a lot of great talks. Good friend Danny Panzella. Cynthia did a workshop recently, yesterday, and it's all about having a healthy mind and having a healthy soul and having that spiritual ability to be sovereign, emotionally sovereign, spiritually sovereign. It all starts right there. So some things that we can do, we can exit unhealthy relationships. We can exit media that isn't serving us, right? Because if you're watching horror movies all day or terrible news and all this fear stuff, or if you're constantly arguing with your loved ones, that's definitely not going to be good for your emotional health. And it's going to make it more difficult for you to achieve your goals and in turn achieve our common goal of opting out in 2030. Throw the countdown on. It's coming up. We got 8 years. But it's not just about emotional and spiritual health. It's also about physical health. And our body is a very important vessel for us to experience this world in. So one thing that we can do and help others to do is exit the pharmaceutical industrial complex, right? It's a challenge for some. A lot of people have become dependent. Remember my dad was so proud. He's like, I'm not even on my high blood pressure medication anymore. None of them at all. And I was like, yeah, Dad, that's my man. One thing that helps is alternative remedies and alternative modalities, right? So get If you notice, I set this here strategically with the logo there. It's Brave Botanicals. It's a plant remedy, and it helps a lot of people to overcome dependency on all sorts of pharmaceuticals, whether it's prescription pain medicine or like my lovely fiance, she was taking Adderall for quite some time. She would take Adderall, she'd be all jacked up. It would lead her to drinking, to pump the brakes, as she said. And she was able to quit the Adderall altogether and hasn't had a drop of alcohol in 2 years. Give her a round of applause. And because of taking control and being sovereign over her own faculties, she's stepping into her power like never before. And I'm absolutely in awe of her every single day. So take control of our bodies. You know, a lot of times people are just so dependent on the expertise and authority of MDs and medical doctors. If you're one to give away the authority, might as well give it away to a natural practitioner, you know? Find somebody that's highly reputable, that's highly rated, that has good insights and good advice and really knows the interworkings of the body and the harmonious relationship between what we put in our body and our mindset and stuff. I think there's one in the audience I'm looking at right now back there in the back row. So have a good relationship with your body, which also means avoiding stress and carefully, proactively architecting a life that feels good, right? There's no reason why we need to grind out all the time and be miserable on our way to work and dreading the car ride to get to work, right? Which brings me to another area that we can exit and build, totally risk-free. Well, at least not risk from the government. And that's our employment, right? I keep hearing all these folks like, I don't know what to do. I'm thinking about taking the jab. My employer is mandating it. And I'm like, why the hell would you want to work for somebody that would mandate some medical procedure that you don't want to do at all? People find themselves in those situations. And I do want to share that I understand sometimes it's easier said than done, but maybe it's not. Maybe if we recognize that we truly have so much power to create a life that's enjoyable to live, it doesn't become some dreadful, like, oh, I don't know if I could do it. It's so much doubt and so much insecurity that people face that, again, it all starts with the mindset. If you can eliminate that and believe in yourself and understand, even if it's going to be a challenge, even if it's going to take a lot of work, you believe in yourself to the point where you can get it done, right? I learned from Tony Robbins the importance of certainty, where you're just certain. Like, I'm so certain about this future. I can already feel it. I can see the kids frolic, the grandkids even frolicking in the fields, totally free, maybe even completely naked like my kids were for so many years. They're like, clothes are oppressive, Dad. You taught us about freedom. I raised my kids to be very damn free, and by golly, it's pretty hard to parent them. Ooh. I hear my dad, I told you so, John. This whole unschooling thing, I told you, just wait a few years. You're right, Dad. So employment, right? We live in a financial world, and we may not, I don't know. I actually like market exchange and money. There's a lot of people that are like, no, the money system's terrible. We shouldn't even have a money system. It's a pretty good medium of exchange to have money. Maybe not the Federal Reserve notes, but something when there's not a match between wants and needs. I have a good relationship with money, and the way that I think and talk about money, the money's like, where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? And I'm like, I fucking love money. And they're like, this guy's going to treat us really good. Let's go. But, you know, when you have to earn a living, it does take a considerable amount of your time. So shouldn't we do something that we enjoy doing, that feels good, that we don't dread? And I got to tell you what, the media and the puppet masters, they very much want us to feel alone and isolated, like we're like the kook over in the corner that nobody wants to play with. But there's a whole lot of us, man. A lot. Just the Freedom Cell Network alone is like one little chunk, one little slither of this awakening. Is the awakening a Trump thing? Or is that some, have you heard the awakening a whole lot? The Great Awakening. Is that like a Q thing or something? I don't know. Whatever. We're awakening too. Let's go. There's a lot of us, and there's no reason why we shouldn't employ one another and work together. And if you're a business owner or if you're an entrepreneur, I want to encourage people to raise their hand and say, hey, everybody, I got a business and I'm hiring, and I'd prefer to hire people that are the activated. I was going to say like-minded again, but Erica's not even in here. She'd be all happy about that. we should work with the activated, and we should support one another and employ one another. And I think it's a critical component of us finding freedom, because, as you know, one of the strategies that the powers that wish they were are utilizing is to make life difficult for people that aren't doing what they want to do. Pardon my French, but that's a bitch move, man. God, it's like a very unhealthy relationship that people have with government. And then they gaslight you. And you're like, I see what you're doing. You're trying to force us and manipulate us, and you're covering up all the information that we could have. You're hiding. You have all these secrets. No, we're not. You can't say that, or we're going to remove you. We're going to cut off your tongue. That's like what the censorship is going on. Very unhealthy. But if you've taken ownership of the way that you earn a living, you don't have to worry about it at all. I have 3 staff people, and each and every one of them are liberty-minded, and I met through the Freedom Cell Network. One of them's the lead organizer that's helping put on this event. She in here. Shout out Wildcat. And they're not like, oh, I hope there's not going to be any mandates with my job. It's like, of course not. But I do require a drug test. And if they pass the drug test, they got to go. Just kidding. I sell cannabis products and kratom products, and my newest staff person, he said, I was just messaging my friend the other day. I love this job. I got sent home with some new Delta 8 weed flowers, and I get to try them out. Wow, this is great. That was cool. But that's a life that I've architected for myself, and it was extremely difficult. And I was living in total poverty, having the electricity turned off, and like I said, not being behind on rent in the apartment, and just really rough experience. But through persistence and commitment, and more than anything, believing in myself and my ability to create a better life for myself and my family, I was able to get it done. And I want to encourage everyone and remind everyone that so can you. You can create a life of your dreams. So let's employ one another. Let's work together. Let's create the counter economy. This weird twitch there. Let's create the counter economy. So when they say you have to do this as a term of your employment, or they say you need to take the drug test, or we're withholding this tax and that tax, we're like, hey man, we're working with each other. We support one another. We do business with one another. On another token, when it comes to counter economics, today's agorism, right? Agorism and parallel economies. Another thing that we can do is exit their whole beast business system and limit how often we interact with mega corporations. Why do you always order on Amazon then, John? Because it's damn convenient. I have like multiple tracks that play in my head. One of them is what I'm saying. One of them is what I should say. Okay, you should say this. And the other one's like, oh, that's not consistent with what's going on in your life. And usually when I give talks, there's no little limiter or filter. It's just like, just let it go. It's okay. People like vulnerability. You can relate. They'll relate to you. That's what Pub's like. No, you shouldn't go with mega corporations. I'm like, I order so much stuff off of Amazon. Holy shit. It's all about a balance though, right? And another thing that I want to give you, I'm going to share a lot of ideas, and nobody expects all this to happen overnight, right? And I think one of the important things is to visualize like a spectrum. On the one hand, we have completely exited, totally sovereign, 110% living the dream life that's in alignment with our values. And on the other hand, we have total shit, miserable, just so depressed. We hate our lives. And we're total statists, and we're completely bought in the system. And the idea isn't to overnight just hop over here, because that's next to near impossible and difficult and put yourself at risk. The idea is to slowly but surely, incrementally take steps this way. And another big element is to have a plan. Right? Maybe should have started with this, but the business that I operate is called Live Free Academy, and our mission is to help people to find freedom through financial independence and entrepreneurship, decentralization and cryptocurrency, and exit and build strategy. And we have an empowerment philosophy. It's 4 parts. The first part is mindset, to have a sovereign mindset where we're in control of our mind, where we are sovereign, where we've broken through the programming, where we're proactive through mindfulness. We're able to catch ourselves. Oh, wait a second. That's what my mom used to say when I was like 8 years old. That's not the truth, right? And we just wash away the insecurities. We got to start with the mindset, whether it's abundance when it comes to finances, believing in our ability to get stuff done. But then we got to have the right strategy, because you can't just, there's like law of attraction. Oh, I have a private jet. I have a private jet. I know, I'll print a picture of it and put it on the wall. Private jet, I have a private jet. Private jet. Where the fuck is this private jet? You got to have a plan. You got to take action. You got to have a strategy. When I think of strategy, I think of how do we get from here to there. And so part of what I'm sharing with you is how ultimately we can get from here to there. And it takes a lot of life action. The next piece of the Live Free Academy empowerment philosophy is to work with other human beings in order to accomplish our goals, because there is strength in numbers and it makes it easier to get stuff done. And finally, the last piece is to take massive action, crazy amounts of action that's like leads you to be exhausted, and your talk gets delayed 45 minutes. You're like, I'm going to give these people a good time, even if I'm ready to go to sleep. Even if I was ready to go to sleep at noon today. Give me some more caffeine. So that's the part. That's the strategy. And so I want to encourage people, in order to get from here to there in your own life, to come up with a plan. And back to the spectrum, I don't expect you to come all the way over to the freedom land right overnight, but at least come up with a conscious plan so you can begin that journey. Come up with some goals. Come talk with your significant other. Talk with your community. How can we get from here to there? Okay, so we talked about employment. We talked about health. What about when it comes to our kids, man? Malcolm X said what did he say? Only a fool would let his enemy teach his children. All right? And so if you're liberty-minded and you recognize that the government schools are not much more than indoctrination centers, then why the hell would you send your kids to school? But I understand it's difficult. It's a challenge. Both parents are working. Maybe it's a single parent situation, which I can't even imagine how difficult that would be. But back to the plan, back to the community, back to believing in your ability to get it done. There's a blossoming of homeschool cooperatives. Like, wow. There's two homeschool groups that were fundraising and had a little table in our little Agora row over there. And one of the parents was like, hey, you should go give some business alley. I'm like, of course, I got to go over and support the kiddos. But I walked past the other family, and they're like, hey, our kids are selling some stuff over here, so I got to go over there. And damn, they had some high prices at that second table. Shit. But I bought some stuff for the kiddos, whatever. More power to these kids. But there's homeschool cooperatives. There's all sorts of back to the like-minded people, or the activated, I should say. There's a whole lot of us, and there's no reason why we can't collectively pull our kids out of government school and raise them together in a peaceful way, to be a little more conscious and aware of how things work in the world, and not just to be little serfs, which is basically what the Prussian education system is all about, to be nice little obedient, docile citizens, to be good Americans. Tell you what. So that's a huge part of it. And oftentimes the actions that I take today are very methodical to create an ideal environment for my kids to experience sovereignty like I've never experienced. Like I said before, I mean, we talk about agorism and counter economics. And I'm like, met with my accountant last month, figure out how I could lower my tax bill. I will file a 1040 for April. I think they changed the deadline or something, but I'm doing the activity now. I'm paying the price so my kids don't have to pay the price in the future, literally, which is why I chose not to give them social security numbers. And even though I'm like, oh, sure, it would be nice to have that tax credit for the kids. It's like, fuck it, I'll pay $4,000 or whatever for their sovereignty. My thinking is like, they don't have socials. How are they going to get put into the system in the first place? And I got a lot of pushback from my parents. You know what I told them back in 2011 when my daughter was born? I said, one day, the free people of the world are going to create an alternative economic system, an alternative currency that allows them to trade amongst themselves and do business with one another, and they won't even need to go to the banks at all. I didn't even know Bitcoin was a thing when I said that, but I learned about it a year later and was like, holy shit, it's already a thing. Let's go. I'm like, well, how are they going to get paid? They got to fill out a W-2. They're going to be freaking entrepreneurs. They already are little entrepreneurs, you know? And so we got to think long-term, big picture. We got to think, what can we do today so as to set the stage to make freedom more attainable for ourselves and our family and our posterity and the 7 generations to come? And the way that we raise our kids is absolutely fundamentally a major part of that. Another piece of the pie is where we reside. And unfortunately, you know, a lot of people in my business and my consulting and stuff, a lot of people feel a really strong urgency about change. And I think I've become desensitized to that because I've been doing it for 20 years. and that economic collapse is just always around the corner. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I had a major insight from my dad back in 2006. I was like, Dad, you got to pull your money out of the banks. You got to pull your money out of the stock market. It's all going to come crashing down. And he said, you know, John, I could go up to the attic and grab a book called How to Profit from the Upcoming Collapse that was written in 1978. And that was a big insight for me because I realized, like, okay, it's not like a hard crash. It's a slowly but surely declining economic situation. But then I thought, okay, the chickens are going to come home to roost. It's just taking a long time because they do all these bailouts and stuff. But now I think really what's going to happen is this gradualism, frog in the boiling pot transition of society, where it's not a flash in the pan. It's like people wake up one day and they're stuck in the metaverse social credit score system, not able to do business unless they have their vaccines. That's the path that they want to take, right? So maybe it gives us a little time. I don't know. And when I counsel people, I'm like, don't freak out. Don't sell all your assets, you know. But don't let that prevent you from taking action. But don't freak out. We don't need to freak out, right? I do think that we have time, but we need to be methodical and we need to think big picture. We need to project towards the future. And a big piece of that is where we live. And I got onto that rant in my head because a lot of folks, it's too late in some ways. They're not even able to leave their country. Like in Australia, can you imagine? And like, I'm not a big fan of protesting, but it reaches that point. I mean, you might as well storm down in the streets. I mean, or I guess you could move to like the interior of the country where there ain't nothing but a bunch of kangaroos. And I don't know. Was that racist against Australians to say that? I don't know. So Max Egan's like, that little son of a bitch. He got the hell out of there. He got out of there in time too. There was somebody that was a refugee from Canada that was here. I don't know if they're still in the audience. Thought that was pretty cool. But the idea is let's do the work now so we're not caught in a situation where we literally have to be smuggled out of our own country. Derek Bros is doing an underground railroad because he sees what's going on and he sees what the future could be like. So he's helping people to know how to get the heck down there now. And so I think one of the most critical elements of our exit and build strategy should be where we live. That's why we did the Exit and Build Land Summit this November. It was a big success. A lot of people got inspired. It really showed me that a lot of people are really interested in getting the heck out of the cities and building community in the country. And I'm excited to announce that we're going to do it again in May 13th through the 15th. But this time we're going to have a big giant venue that'll fit 500 to 700 people. It's going to be super groovy. We could only fit 100 at the last one. It's sold out in like 2 weeks. All these people are pissed off. But the promoter in me was like, now next time I can say you better act fast because this will sell out quick. Sorry, I'm just a constant marketer. This was marketing and promotion also. The tickets aren't available yet, but as soon as they come, as soon as they're available, you better act quick because they will sell out quick. I guarantee it. And so the idea is to locate yourself geographically in an area that is less oppressive. And, you know, it's all about how we show up and how we choose to view the world, because I could choose to think about all these terrible things that are going on in the United States, or I could also be grateful for being in the great state of Texas, where things are pretty freaking chill, right? There's a big night and day difference between New York City and Bastrop. It's totally chill in Bastrop, and there's hardly a mask on the face, but there is still some. And I was like, what's going on with those folks? They must be Democrats. Sorry. I don't do the partisan thing, but it's got to be like a Democrat thing, like a virtue signal, and Joe Biden said to do it. I can't understand why so many healthy people would still be wearing the damn masks, if not a party thing. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with Fauci. Whatever. So wherever you live. But here's the challenge. Oftentimes people are like, well, how can I afford to move? I have a 40-hour work week. We don't have any money saved up, this, that, and the other, right? Then it comes back to how you earn a living, and it comes back to believing in yourself. Because like I shared, I was completely impoverished, right? And then in a matter of literally like 3 or 4 years, I'm completely financially abundant, and we were able to buy a 10-acre homestead here in Bastrop. I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah. Well, not here in Central Texas. And so it's absolutely critical and fundamental. So you have to really believe in yourself. And like I said before, we do live in a financial world, and it takes money in order to make things happen. And the more money that you have, oftentimes the more choices you can make. And then again, choices are freedom. We can't have freedom without choices. So I want to encourage folks that have that limiting belief in their heads that they can't possibly move because they're stuck with this job, or they just bought a house here, or the kids are going to school there. If it's something that you really want, which I hope you do, believe in yourself and your ability to get it done. And if it's a question of money, I got something to share. It's a quote from Zig Ziglar, and he said, "You can get anything you want in life as long as you help other people to get what they want." Right? And the extension of that is like, you can make money helping people to solve their problems. And oftentimes, the bigger the problem or the more problems they have, the more money you can make. And really, I think of money as like adding value to other people's lives. And there's an exchange that takes place. You add value, you support, you help them fulfill their wants and needs, you help them solve their problems, and they give you money. So for folks that are feeling that scarcity thing, I got news for you. They just created $9 trillion of new money. There's no shortage of money. I guarantee it here. You just got to figure out how you can go get you some. All right, so where you live is absolutely critically important. And the last one I want to riff on, which is perhaps the most important, is who you roll with, right? There's just so much discord and so much division. And if we have big, ambitious goals like we do collectively, creating this free society, opting out entirely, I want to encourage you to be very conscious of who you spend your time with. What do they say? Your net worth is your network. And I'm just super grateful to be involved with this community. And, you know, one thing I recognize in the Freedom Cell Network is there's so many people that are super conscious. And I think a lot of that has to do with Derek Bros being a huge proponent and someone that put the message out for the Freedom Cell Network and attracted a lot of people that are similar to him. He's a very conscious person, although he can get pretty pissed off if you get on his bad side. I've been on that bad side a couple times. We rolled with it. But it's a very beautiful community, and we all, I think, resonate on the same frequency. And when some of us are resonating on a more negative, low frequency, the other folks are just so woke, the good kind of woke, that we help to lift one another up. And at the end of the day, all of these big, ambitious goals and plans, we're not going to be able to do them alone. So I strongly want to encourage people to double down on the relationships that you have with your like-minded activators. Forge those relationships, engage in projects together, support one another, work together, spend time together. That's something, again, I'm sharing, like, spend time together. Like, you hardly have any friends. I mean, all of you are my friends, but like, I don't really go sit down and just relax and have coffee with someone. I'm just too busy working. And that is something that's a detriment to my well-being. So let's go to lunch together sometime, guys. We got all this stuff going on, and we're all so busy, and we're all so motivated to change the world and change our lives. Let's not forget to have fun with one another and to play. I like disc golf. Does anybody play disc golf? Anybody? All right, some froth. Let's do it. Let's smoke a doobie of some Delta 8 and play some froth. Don't forget to enjoy life. Sometimes we're all so serious, and that was a phase that I had. I thought it was so cool because I knew that there was a New World Order conspiracy, and I'd walk to college campus at Texas State listening to Alex Jones all day. And I was like, these freaking sheep, they don't know anything. But at the same time, I was all miserable and scared and freaked out and like annoying the piss out of my parents. We're going on a trip to see our grandparents in Kansas. I'm like, you see that Shell gas station? That's a symbol for the Duchess of Duke. And those circles, the way they interweave, that's the Illuminati showing that they have control over us and we're in handcuffs. I learned about it on Alex Jones, Dad. And if Alex Jones said it, then it must be true. He's like, shut the hell up, kid. I'm like, I just got this lecture from G. Edward Griffin about the creature from Jekyll Island. We got to listen to it on the way up there. Am
I on screen?
Okay. All right, let me wrap up. So I thought the previous speaker went 5 minutes over. I thought we were doing pretty good. Okay, cool. So exit and build. We have a huge, ambitious goal of creating this genuinely free society, of creating a world where we can all experience true freedom, and we've completely exited from their systems, and we don't have to fund or participate in institutions that we wholeheartedly object to. And in order to get there, in order to make that much more attainable, it will be very beneficial for us to make the argument that we no longer participate in your institutions within our lives and within our community. And in order to help us transition, I want to invite you guys to participate in a webinar that I'm doing on February 7th. It's a Monday. It's coming right up. It's called the Exit and Build Life Design Webinar. So I've spent a lot of time in my life designing a life that's in alignment with my values. I think I've done a pretty good job. And I want to share some of the secrets and strategies that I've engaged in. So I invite you guys to go to exitandbuildwebinar.com, exitandbuildwebinar.com. It's completely free, no charge. We're going to spend 3 or 4 hours together. We'll spend a lot of time on Q&A, and I want to lay out some of the ways that I've been able to architect a life that is in alignment with my values and achieve some really big goals. Because if all of us can engage in exit and build an exit strategy, it makes it easier when we send our ambassador to negotiate with the bureaucrats. And when he says, we have about 120,000 people that are no longer going to participate in your institution, and we'd like to have a conversation about what the peaceful transition for freedom looks like with these folks. We don't want any trouble, but we're no longer participating. And I want you guys to go on that journey with me. So thank you.
Dr. John Bush, everybody. Hey, let's have us both on the screen. We're about to close out for the night. It's almost 6 hours, John. We've been at this for almost 6 hours. It's been a long day. Thank you to everybody who's here in Mexico, everybody in Texas, and everybody who's still watching at home. We're going to be back tomorrow for permaculture and food independence. More speakers in person, more speakers virtually, more solutions. And again, the focus is integration. So we want to invite you guys to think about how you can integrate these ideas into your life. John, I don't really have much to say. You want to end with the affirmation?
Sure, let's do it.
All right. Thank you guys for watching. Remember, you are powerful. You are beautiful.
You are beautiful.
And you are free.
And you are free.
Woo! Good night, everybody.
All right, peace out, Mexico, Mexico.
Thank you for the support.
Do you want free weed? Well, of course you do. John Bush here to tell you how to get it. My health supplement company, Brave Botanicals, is giving away a free 5-pack of delicious Delta 8 THC gummies. What's Delta 8 THC, you might ask? It's just like regular THC, except it's derived from the hemp plant. And the high you get from Delta 8 is much more mellow and calm without the anxiety or paranoia many people experience with regular THC. The best part is, thanks to a clever loophole, Delta 8 THC is completely legal at the federal level and is legal in most states, including many where cannabis is still banned. If you want to relax, get better sleep, and even relieve chronic pain, go to freed8gummies.com to get a free 5-pack of tasty Delta 8 gummies shipped to you today. That's free D, the number 8, gummies.com. In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, the Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3, Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th. Liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, Agorism and Parallel Networks.
January 28th, Permaculture and Food Independence.
January 29th, Take Back Our Tech.
And January 30th, Building Free and Conscious Communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3, Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.